Hey guys, it's Tuesday, so you know what that means. It's another stream by Zach on Zach Attack Reviews, and today is one of my favorite series that I do on the channel, and that is Movies That Made Us. And I have a special guest on today, one of my favorite collaborators, one of my favorite people that I met through this YouTube thing, Imran Plus. Before I get him on, I just want to tell you guys, I got a little graphic here. Your boy getting a little fancy of the things that we are going to be going through with this and what Movie It Made Us is. So when I bring him in, I'm going to introduce the guest. He gets to talk to you guys a little bit before we get into the good stuff. And the way that it's broken down is that you're going to start from ages 8 to 12, because apparently Imran hasn't watched the movie before he was 8. And I know he's got something to say that when I bring him on. 13 to 19, 20 to 25, and I realize I put an equal there. 20 does not equal 25. That is a beginner mistake. And then what I like to do and what I like to start to do is get the commonality between what is going on, why this person likes these movies, and how it affected personality. I did it with Zach Maline when I did his, and I figured out his personality. So I'm going to try to figure out Imran's personality, and I'm really excited to do that, and also test them on certain things. So, some have you seen with T? Thank you for joining the chat, man. I'm glad you're here. Just give me a like, hey, how you doing, and let me know what you're doing tonight. And I'm going to bring him on right now. The man of the hour, the guy in the hot seat, Imran Plus.
Hey,
Hey,
hello.
man, how you doing?
I am good. I'm good. How are
Uh,
you?
I'm good. We were chopping it up a little bit. We were talking about life and stuff outside of YouTube. Um, and yeah, I'm glad you're doing good. You're doing big things on YouTube, outside of YouTube. So I'm happy to see that.
Likewise, man. I always appreciate you and you're doing so many cool videos and like you have great ideas and I'm always super excited to participate whenever you reach out. So I've been hyped about this. So I'm looking forward to getting into it.
Yeah, man. This is our second collab, and I think this is going to be more fun because the other one was Oscars. Who cares about the
Yeah.
Oscars these days? But this is about the meat and gritty, the movies that we actually care about and watch
Right.
on repeat.
Yeah.
So I'm super excited to talk about this. As soon as you agreed, I was like, yes, this is gonna be so fun. And then everybody, I let everyone send their list to me beforehand because I want to like have some questions prepared, and I actually have some trivia prepared for you to see if you're
No.
actually really
Okay,
a
let's see.
fan. I wanted to add that
Oh
to
no.
keep you on your
I should
toes.
have
It's not gonna be
rewatched all
every
these
movie.
movies.
It's not gonna be every movie, but it's gonna be some here and there that I found, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. You don't have to get it right, obviously. I'm bad at this. Like if someone ever did this to me, I'm failing.
It's for fun. It's low stakes.
Yeah, very low stakes. No one's losing anybody. Let me see who's in the chat right now. Dave Show, hey man, thank you for joining the stream, man. As always, appreciate you. Uh, the guy with the greatest YouTube name on the planet, Spicy 4K Action. What's up? Hey, have you seen the T say hi to Imran?
I
Tank Kramer, one third of the one fourth, because I'm like part of the Spoiler Kings. One third of the leader of the Spoiler Kings saying hi to me and Imran. What's up, man? Dave Show, this guy is really great. He was on the channel a couple streams ago. And I
Right.
really love this format. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm gonna keep improving this more and
Mhm.
more as we go. That was the first time I ever did a little bit of graphic and everything like that. So hopefully, as I prepare more, I can do better and not have misspellings. So Imran, talk about your channel, why you started it, and where you're at with it right now.
Yeah. So if you don't know, I have a YouTube channel here on YouTube. It's Imran Plus, and I talk about movies on there. I do reactions to trailers, movie reviews here and there when I like get a chance to. And then I also do videos about what's going on in the industry. So ranking lists at the end of the year about what movies I liked, some prediction videos for award season, breaking down award season. I've done videos about like my ideas for what certain studios could do, my theories, and I'm looking to make more videos like that. So yeah, all kinds of stuff, just having fun with it, and that's why I started the channel in the first place, was just because I love movies, as I'm sure everyone here does. And growing up, I always loved talking about movies with my brothers, and this, was I I've always wanted to have a space to talk more about them and, like, create stuff because I like creating, I like, making videos, and I was like, "You know what? Let me just, like, take the leap of faith, start a YouTube channel, and see how it goes," and, it's been fun, and I've learned a lot, and I'm excited to keep, growing and making videos.
Yeah, I think one thing, and that's a commonality that you just said, is just that the people who do this has a lack of space in their real life to talk about it with people and finding people whose common interests.
Mhm,
Every single person that I've had on, I've talked to, that is the main thing.
mhm,
Whether our
mhm,
family or maybe the brother or sister that we had that does talk about moved away, or like
mhm,
there, or there's an age gap or something like that. Like for me, everything I'm into is because of my older brother, but there's
mhm,
like a huge age gap, so we don't get to talk and deal with each other as much.
mhm.
So, like, I get to meet you, I get to meet Dave, I get to meet Tank, and we get to talk
Yeah,
about this stuff, even if it's not in
yeah,
person, and it's really, really fun. Yeah, and
yeah,
I think that's really
exactly.
what inspired this interview process that I have.
Yeah,
Doing this
which
like
I love, I
on
love.
it. Yeah, man. And I'm really excited to get into your list because you put some stuff on there. I'm like, oh, that's gonna be like a 4 hour conversation.
There's so many. This, by the way, was so hard to do.
Yeah,
Um, I actually I asked my brothers too. I was like, "What do you guys think of this?" And you know, was hoping that it would get shorter my list, but it actually got longer when I started talking about it with them. So yeah, no, it was fun, and I'm excited.
it was so funny because you sent it to me, and then you sent it to me again, and then you're like, wait, hold on, add these. And I'm
Yeah,
just like,
yeah.
I love it because everybody else is just like, how long is it supposed to be? Is it too? I'm like, make it as long as you want, and we'll get through it, and we'll do what we got to do, and as long as you have the time,
Mhm.
and that's the main thing that because this is for you, man. This is to showcase what you love. Let's see.
Yeah.
Did anybody say anything else? Hope y'all staying cool. I'm dying over here with the heat. Oh my god.
Mm,
Before we got
pretty
on, I was
cool.
just talking to Imran, like, can you hear my fan? Because it's so hot in my room.
Yeah, it's crazy. I actually had just seen a tweet or an article that July was officially the hottest month in Earth's history. Now, I don't know
Yeah.
how accurate that is, but I believe it.
It sounds about right because it was like 2 weeks in July where it was like 95 degrees and up every single day.
Yeah,
And it was insane.
yeah,
And
yeah.
remember, it's not tweet anymore, it's post.
Post,
oh,
that's right.
oh
On
god,
X.
I hate that. I hate that change. I'm still gonna call it Twitter. I can't.
Me too, me too.
Hey, John, thank you for joining the stream. Thank you for coming in, man. It's another guy that has a great YouTube channel, JVS. They do a lot of cool things over there as well. 105 here in my state. We don't get this
Ooh,
number. Holy crap, 105? Mm-mm. Just send me to
yeah.
Antarctica at that point. So glad I got to the pool this year. So glad I got a pool this year. Best investment ever. Yeah, you got it at the right time with all this global warming, man. Okay, so let's start, man. We got to the intro. We talked about your great YouTube channel. You're almost at 900 subs, so definitely sub. His channel link is in the description below. Definitely sub him. Let's get him to 900 subs. That's gonna be exciting.
Thank you,
He
appreciate
makes
that.
really well quality videos. I gotta say, like, every time I see your video, I'm like, I gotta catch up. This guy and his quality, his videos. I hear embarrassing me.
Oh, man. I appreciate that, I appreciate that.
But yeah, so we all start with movies pretty young, even if we don't know it.
Mhm.
And I see your hair like 8 was the earliest memory you have of film, and we're gonna start from 8 to 12, that range. The stuff that started your taste and your craft, and you're a bit younger than me, so looking at this list, I can see like what you grew up on. So let's start with the first film.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I have the same I had the most updated list, but first one I put, so this this is not in any particular order because it
Okay,
was hard to remember what order I saw things in.
of course.
But the first movie I put on was Shrek, and that includes the first Shrek and Shrek 2, which
Gotcha.
is a masterpiece. But I think Shrek was just the perfect movie what for me as a kid because it was fairy tale based, and as, like,
Mm,
young children, you're like, you grew up you kind of get introduced to storytelling with fairy tales,
Yeah.
And now this was the first time I kind of had a twist on fairy tale, on like a pretty traditional type of story. It was like
Yeah.
a different take on that. And that you'll see that kind of influence my face later on when we get to more movies. But
Yeah.
and I just thought it was so creative and cool and funny, of course. That's
Yep.
always a great one. And I think, yeah, I really just loved the twist on all the classic tales.
And at that time, I think that the animation was really like pushing forward animation at the time. It hasn't
Yeah.
aged that well. Um because I went back to watch it. I was like, ooh, this is ugly. But at the time, it was
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
glorious.
Yeah.
So the first trivia question I have for you: who is the other heir to the throne besides Shrek?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
um, um, so it's Arthur. So before the king died, he whispered in Shrek's ear, "Go find your brother," and that was like part of.
Oh, yes, yes,
Yeah, that just opened up
yes.
a light bulb in your head, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
I was looking, I
Oh
was
my
like,
gosh.
let me find a deep cut.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
um, yeah, and let's move on to your next selection. Shrek is a great start off because that's a movie. Even if the animation aged well, the content of the movie is still spectacular.
Exactly. Yeah. I was like, I haven't seen those movies in a while, but I was like, anytime we see a Shrek clip, I always watch it. And I saw one of like when they're like arresting like Shrek and Puss in Boots and Donkey, and then they do a
Yeah,
take on the White Bronco and all this other stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, catnip, classic.
Have you seen Puss in Boots: Last Wish?
I did see that.
So good.
Amazing,
A-
amazing.
And now they're gonna do Shrek 5, but with that animation style.
That is going to be interesting
Yeah.
because I like that animation style, but I don't know how well everyone else does. You know?
Yeah, I'm hearing and we're kind of seeing box office wise that animation style's not doing too great.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
If you're not Spider-Man, it's not hitting for some reason.
Right. Yeah.
And I
I'm
think it
not
might
sure
be
why.
holding Spider-Man just a bit too. Like I feel like Across the Spider-Verse should have been a $1 billion animated movie.
I agree. That movie
That's
is phenomenal.
yeah, and it's just like well, that's a whole other conversation about movies that should have made $1 billion that's underperforming their
Yeah,
career.
yeah,
One of your
yeah.
favorite movies, Mission Impossible. Like I remember you just retweeted my tweet today of movies. That's a movie that's cheesy. So, what's your next one up after Shrek?
So next, I have Cars. You'll notice I
Mm,
do this a lot. I'm including Cars 1 and 2.
that's
Um,
fine.
and that's like kind of going to be a running thing. So prepare yourselves, viewers, that I'm going to be cheating a little bit and combining movies like that. But the Cars franchise is just it's very nostalgic for me.
Mhm,
I love them. We like growing up. I used to have like toy cars to play with, so it was super relatable and
mhm,
fun. And again, it's like a cool concept. I really think the concept's cool. Pixar, bringing toys to life with Toy Story, and then bringing cars to life with
mm,
Cars. So Pixar's like renowned for a reason.
yeah.
But yeah, Cars has a special place in my memory.
So that's a movie I've actually never seen. I've always meant to watch it, but I've never watched Cars. So pitch to me.
What?
Why should I watch Cars?
Okay, first of all, you have to watch Cars because it's one of Pixar's greatest, in my opinion.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
up there with Toy Story and all the rest of them. But Cars is the reason why it's really good is not only because it's really cool, it's like about a racing star who falls from grace and has to pick himself back up, but it's about relationships. It's about how you treat yourself and how you treat other people. And I think that that is very relatable. So I
Mm,
think it's inspiring in a way that you in order to like it takes a village sometimes to reach a certain
mm,
point. And so that movie touches on that. It touches on forgiveness. It touches on teamwork. Um, it touches on redemption, like a lot of great themes.
Gotcha. Okay, you sold it to me well.
And
There's some
and
depth
and
there.
and the action and stuff is pretty cool. Like the
Is it
visuals are
actually
cool.
good? Okay, because it's a
I
car
haven't
movie, so if it's racing,
Yeah,
it
I
gotta
haven't
be good
seen it.
action.
I haven't
Yeah,
seen it in a while, so I don't know how well the animation holds up,
yeah.
but at the time, it was great.
I've seen clips of cars recently. I feel like the animation still is pretty good. I think the
Yeah.
style that they made didn't like age bad, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna have to check it out and see.
Um, what was the question I was about to ask you? Oh yes, I noticed that you said Shrek 1, Shrek 2, Cars 1, and Cars 2. What about the third films in the franchises? Is there a drop off there where you don't even mention them?
No, 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 no. I do like them, but they're not like, they're kind of an afterthought almost. Um,
Okay.
it's not that I don't like them, it's that they're not like cemented like Imran classics, you know?
Gotcha, gotcha. It's like, they're cool movies. They're part of the franchise, but the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
2 is where it's at.
Right.
Got you. Let's see. I think somebody has an interesting question based on your Cars love here. Are you excited for the Hot Wheels movie?
That's a good question, and my answer would have been no before I saw Barbie. Uh, After seeing Barbie and seeing how well that was executed, I'm still not convinced the answer is more toys movies. But
Mhm.
if the Mattel brand has learned anything, I hope that they've learned that the best way to do these adaptations is to focus on the script. And so if they get a very good script, a great writer, an award-winning writer, or maybe a really good up-and-coming writer, someone who has a good track record, and have a
Yeah.
really interesting story, when they get someone with a clear vision, um, I'm open to it. I would definitely check it out.
Yeah, I think if we take these unexpected turns, like how they're doing the Barney movie and they're saying it's gonna be like a darker film than
Yeah.
expected, like a
Mhm.
A24 style film, which I never would have even thought of doing with Barney.
Yeah.
I think if they continue doing that, it won't feel too cookie cutter and repetitive, kind of how like some other franchises have kind of feel like,
Mhm.
okay, seen the first movie, and then kind of take that template and just throw different characters in it.
Right, right. Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is that there should be a message at the heart of these things, because
Yes.
the best I for me, the best recipe so far has been you have to combine nostalgia with a good message. And that seems to be what works.
Gotcha. And I think Barbie did a perfect job of doing that.
Agreed.
Just combining both of those, and I think that it was just it's Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig have been at this for a long time.
Yeah.
A lot of mainstream people don't know about them because either the films are not their names not plastered in their big films, or the films are just not that big. Like Lady Bird's not that huge of a film.
Mhm.
Even Little Women, which I recently just watched for Throwback Thursdays on my channel, which is I think is a great movie. It's not that big in mainstream. And then
Right,
forget about
yeah.
her like earlier films than that, like Frances Ha and The Night Weekend. Like I didn't even know about those films until
Mhm.
I went back
Yeah.
to go look.
Yeah.
And then Noah Baumbach, he did The Marriage Story, another like a nominated film, but not a lot of people watched it. This is the first film where they just like knocked it out of the park in
Yeah.
all parts, on all aspects. I think
Mhm.
the film bros and film girls loved it, and then just like the straight up mainstream people were like watching it 10
Exactly.
times. So if
Yeah.
they can do that, they might not get $1 billion every time, but they may get 800 million or
Yeah.
600 million or
Yeah.
something
It'll
at a
still be a
good
win.
level. Yeah, still be a win. Guys, if you're asking questions about stuff that doesn't pertain to the particular movie or thing we're talking about, I'm gonna start it and then we're gonna get back to it just to let you know. I'm not ignoring you. Dave said, just don't make it about family.
Good point, good point.
We don't need another car franchise about family. The Hot Wheel needs to be voiced by Vin Diesel.
You know what? That kinda is the Hot Wheel like, Hot Wheels missed out on that one. Fast and Furious should have been a Hot Wheels franchise.
1000%. And no one would have been complaining about the physics breaking
No,
at all.
it actually would have worked in their favor because that's what Hot Wheels is all about.
Yes. It's like Fast and Furious is like people playing with the toys. you know?
Yeah.
And that's as those Hot Wheels is. Damn, they really did mess out on that. You're right. If we could go back in time and pitch that, that's like $1 million in our pocket.
That is, oh my God, that is.
Hey, viewer Drew, thank you for joining the stream. Always appreciate your support. What's up? Hey, House of Nerds show. Hey yo. I just connected with this guy recently. I don't know if this is Sergio, but maybe it is. Thank you for joining the stream as well. Imran is bringing in the peoples.
This is all from you.
Yeah,
All
I
your
played with
fans.
Hot Wheels to ignore gravity. Yeah, that's fact.
Exactly.
Have you played the Hot Wheels game, Imran or C for yourself, or anybody in the chat? Have you guys played the Hot Wheels game? So it's
No.
a free game on I think PlayStation and Xbox and all that stuff like that, and it's so fun. It's like playing with your Hot Wheels on like custom tracks that people make, so you don't know what
Oh.
to expect,
Oh.
and
That's
it's really
cool.
really fun. And it's like Mario Kart, but it can get really heated.
Oh, nice. Nice.
I went on a track where we got stuck, and it was literally they made it in a way where you can't finish the thing. It was just ridiculous. But if you do have any type of game system, you should definitely check it out, guys. The Hot Wheels game is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look
But
at that.
yeah. Speaking of video game adaptations, just not to cut you off.
Sure, sure.
Speaking of cars, are you going to be checking out Gran Turismo?
Uh, so it's not really on my list. No.
Okay.
I think I'll
Okay.
watch it eventually,
Yeah. I
but
think it's a streaming
probably
movie for
not
you.
like, yeah, yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
I saw it 2 weeks ago.
What did you think?
I wrote my review out. I'm going to put it out soon, but I could say it's surprisingly really good.
Is it?
It starts off bumpy because
Uh-huh.
they're advertising Gran Turismo a lot and they're doing it in a slick way. And I'm like, no, we get it. You're saying the game is great. You want us to buy it. But once you
Yeah,
get past that first couple minutes of them doing that, you get a really great racing movie that's inspiring. It's based on a true story,
yeah,
which just blows my mind that they got somebody that plays the game to become a real racer.
yeah.
And I think what makes the movie work is that they show that transition. They show how good he was at the
Mm,
game, but they show that
mhm.
struggle that he went through to become an actual racer and how like I would never be able to do that shit. I don't know how they did it.
Right, right, yeah,
The toll on your body is insane and just the
yeah,
risks.
yeah.
And it's directed by the guy that did District 9, Elysium, Chappie,
Oh, okay.
like these high
Elysium, that
concept.
is, oh, that should be on my list, actually. I love that movie.
Wait, is it not? I thought I saw it on here. No, it's not. Well,
I
we'll
don't
throw it
think
on here
so.
right now.
Yeah,
It's not
that is
between
a
8
great
to
movie.
12, but yeah, great movie. But that guy did the movie, and I was really like, oh wow, guy from Stranger Things is in it, David Harbour, and he's
Yes.
fantastic as like the disgruntled mentor, which is like he plays in like every movie now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Talk about being
yeah,
typecast.
yeah. Oof. Uh, let's see. I'll wait to watch Gran Turismo on stream. I'm intrigued because it's based on a true story, which I find wild. Still super wild.
Yeah.
We're turning Imran to the car movie guy. That's hilarious. To avoid that, let's move on to your next film.
Yeah, okay. So the next one I put on, which is a big favorite of mine, is Sky High.
Yeah.
And you'll see that this influenced me a lot. This
Ooh,
is,
talk about it.
you know, one of the first I okay, see the timeline wise, I can't say this is the first superhero movie I watched because I
Yeah.
don't think it was.
Yeah.
But it's around there, that's why it's in this age group because this is like a pretty formative these are formative years, and
Yeah.
I saw this during that time.
Yeah. It came out
And
2005. So that's a long time
yeah,
ago.
and Sky High, I think, is a classic. It's like a take like the X-Men, but like Disney Channel version.
Yeah.
Uh, and it's fun. It's fun. I like watching it. And there's like a lot of big actors in it. I mean, like not big actors, but recognizable actors that you're like,
Working
oh, I know
actors.
this person. Exactly. Yeah. And so, yeah, I always enjoy watching it, even to this day. Like, I actually watched it a couple years ago, and I had a great time. I was like, this is definitely a dated movie, but I'm enjoying it so much, even though I've seen
Yeah.
it like countless times. So it's a good one.
Yeah. And I got a trivia for you.
Oh
What
no.
for Sky, what famous DC actress was in Sky High?
Oh, okay. This is Danielle Panabaker, right? From The Flash, but
That's a
also
good
Mary
one.
Elizabeth Winstead,
I
who's
wasn't
the
talking about
Huntress.
them, but that's
Oh, okay.
bigger. Like Daniel Panabaker is known for her role in Flash. So that is a big part of it. And Mary Elizabeth said, yeah, she is part of DC, but I don't think she's going to be part of DC anymore. But this is like a bigger, iconic person.
I want to say Linda Carter, right? But I can't remember
Bingo.
if that's who. If that was her. That was her,
It
right?
was her. She literally said,
Okay.
I'm not Wonder Woman, guys, in the
Yes,
movie.
yes, yes.
I saw that and I was like, I gotta ask him if he remembers Linda Carter in the film.
I was like trying to think of her face, and I was like, "It was that her?" Yeah, yeah, yeah.
When I
See, that's what
Googled
makes it
it,
so good.
I looked at her and I was like, wow, she looks different in this movie.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. But also is like 20 years ago. So it's younger.
Fair, fair, fair.
Let's see. Have you seen with T? Sky is so underrated and it's so great. Yeah. It's one of those films that you people don't talk about, but when you mention like, oh yeah, I love Sky High.
Yeah.
It's like Buster
Another
Rhymes.
one that's a really, really good one is Up, Up and Away. That's
Yes.
also a really underrated one.
Yes. One of those films that like might just get lost in the ethos because I don't know if it's on
Hmm.
streaming. It's not it's hard to
Yeah,
get it on physical.
yeah,
I was thinking about that in terms of like I know I'm going to caveats and stuff like that, but in terms of like so many movies and music is just gonna be lost
yeah.
because it might not be on streaming and it's gonna be hard to get it on physical copy. Like for me as a hip hop fan, there's so many mixtapes that people have that's
Hmm.
big parts of their catalog that's not gonna go on streaming because they rapped over other people's songs. So they're not gonna
Yeah,
get that cleared. And that's scary. Um
yeah, yeah.
and
That
just like
is
other
a
movies and
huge
TV
loss.
shows. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, where
I
the
agree.
hell is the Spider-Man animated series? I don't
Yeah,
think that's on Disney Plus because it's a Fox thing, and I don't know if they got that cleared yet. They
yeah.
just got Amazing Spider-Man, so
Hmm, hmm.
that's a little scary. But yeah, Sky
Yeah,
High is a great pick. Very memorable movie. Every time I see it brought up, everyone gets happy. So that's a great one.
yeah.
What would you say that movie pushed you towards? Like, out of these movies, which movie pushed you towards something else and you discovered something because of it?
I don't know if it pushed me towards something else, but this definitely influenced or solidified in some way my love of like comic book movies, comic books,
Okay.
superhero genre for sure, for sure.
So it opened up your mind to watching them.
Yeah, yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Makes sense. Oh, and the next movie on your next two movies on your list speaks to
Yeah, now
that.
we're
Let's
getting
get into
into
them.
it. We're getting into
Yeah.
it. I was actually
So,
where I was like, when you first asked me, I was like, how is this list not going to be all comic book movies? When you first asked me,
and that's
but
fine if it's not. It is, man. That's
you
what
know,
we
that is
love.
like that's the thing. Like that's a large part of who I am. So that's what it's going to be.
You have comic books in the background there. Your channel focuses so much on it as well. So
Yeah,
it makes sense that a lot of your taste is built through that.
exactly, exactly. So that's a good segue to introduce the next movie, which is The Incredibles, which
Mm,
I mean, that is that and another Pixar movie, which we'll talk about, Ratatouille. Those two are like contenders, like for my favorite Pixar movie.
mm.
And I always go back and forth about which one is my favorite, but the Incredibles is so good. I remember when they announced Incredibles 2, I literally like I was in college and I literally like jumped out of my seat and like ran out into the living room and I was like, "Oh, who's here? Like who can I tell about this? Because this is so exciting." And I called my brothers and like sent it to a bunch of people and I was like, "Did you guys hear?" And it was literally just the logo. It was just the logo that like
Mm.
like they added the
That's
two
all they had to
eyes.
do.
Yeah, so that's a big one. And I think The Incredibles holds up. The animation is not as crisp as it was, but
Mhm.
it still holds up. You can still watch it, and they use the powers in such creative ways that I think it set the bar for a lot of the genre.
Unfortunately, I have to say this is another movie I've never seen before. I'm a Pixar newbie, so other than like Toy Story,
Have you seen the second one or no?
I haven't seen any of them.
Okay, so you're gonna have a lot of great movies to watch. You're in for
Yeah,
a
oh
treat.
yeah. This is why the Throwback Thursday is pivotal for me on my channel because
Yeah,
there's
yeah, yeah.
so much that I haven't watched, and I
And I
think
think it's
that
great, by the way, because
what?
it's also like, sorry to cut you off, but your
No,
Throwback Thursdays, great concept because I like seeing what movies you're watching, and I watch those because I'm like, oh, a lot of these I haven't seen myself. And your polls, I'm always like, oh, I have not seen any of these, so I'm gonna pick the one that I want to watch. So
yes.
he watches that, so I know that it's good.
Yeah, and I think that's what most people do is like, I haven't seen this yet. Let me see what he has to say. Like, I have to do a double feature. This is the first time ever on my channel. I was like, let me Quentin Tarantino. There's been a lot of talk about him lately because his last movie's coming out, and two movies tied. And then I did another poll, and they tied again. And I was like, well, I guess I'm reviewing both of them.
Yep, yep.
So be on the lookout for that, guys. Feet plug.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that yeah, there's a lot of classic films that I just haven't seen for whatever reason. Part of it is because I was so into like Japanese animation, and
Mhm.
anime. So I didn't watch a lot of what's the word looking for like American stuff growing up. So I'm
Yeah.
catching up on it now. Like I watched
Mhm.
Aladdin, Lion King, Tarzan, Hercules. But
Mhm.
after a while, there was like a cutoff after like Toy Story where I stopped watching American
Yeah.
movies. I don't know what happened. And now I'm not really watching Japanese movies. I'm going back to American. It's weird.
Yeah, yeah.
Screen Gen said, Incredibles showed how superheroes deal with family dynamic. It's awesome how
Mhm.
they show that on the screen. Yeah, they're the
Yeah.
Fantastic Four before the Fantastic Four movie came out.
Mhm, mhm. Agreed.
Brad Bird should be the one directing that film, honestly. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, yeah. That movie's so well written, and I love the world that they live into. It's like Art Deco, and the music, the soundtrack and score, like
Oh, you're
there's
selling it to me,
jazz a little
man.
bit in there. It's amazing. It's amazing.
I might have to do a watch along.
You should. I will tune into that one.
I think I'm gonna dedicate like a month to watching classic animated films that I never watched for like my watch along.
Yeah, yeah.
That should be fun. And then you said Ratatouille. I also haven't seen either.
That is a comfort
Ratatouille,
movie
Up.
for sure.
I
I
haven't
love
seen
that
Up.
movie.
Yeah, I gotta check it out. Especially since my favorite movie of all time has a Ratatouille reference in it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I lucked out to like I knew about Ratatouille, so when I saw it, I was like, oh. But
Yeah,
I was like, it didn't hit me as much as maybe other people did who actually watched the
yeah.
movie.
No, Ratatouille, I mean, we can talk since it's on my list, but Ratatouille
Yeah.
is it's a comfort movie that I don't watch. I like save that movie, you know? There's like
Mm,
certain like sometimes you like just are in like a period where you need a comfort movie, you need a comfort meal. That is Ratatouille for me. And so I
gotcha.
try not to watch it too much because I want it to stay special and I want to save it for when I really need it. Like rainy days are like the perfect occasion for Ratatouille for me. And I love that. I love the soundtrack. I love the message. It's phenomenal. It's one of my favorite movies.
Speaking of that, have you seen Tea? Ratatouille is the best movie ever. So look, people feel the same way you feel, man. Um, I've heard high praise for that movie, so I'm definitely gonna check it out. Um, I feel like that way about like Marcel with the shell with the shoes on. You put me
Ah,
onto that,
yeah,
and then I
yeah,
watched the movie and I cried and bawled like a goddamn baby. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, yep,
And I was like, I want
yeah,
to show people this movie, but they're gonna think it's stupid.
yeah. No, that Marcel is more people should like be on that.
Yes, I'm so sad it didn't win best animated movie. But then also at the same time,
Yeah,
I was like, there were humans in there. I guess kinda. I guess
yeah,
that's
yeah.
why. Um, but yeah, we got wait, where was Ratatouille? Ratatouille was on the list in this age range, so that worked out.
Mhm.
So moving on from the animated superhero film, we're going into like a live action one, right?
Yeah, yeah. And this is a good one. I'm sure everyone will agree. Spider-Man, the Raimi trilogy. Yeah, just some phenomenal movies. Phenomenal movies. Not just superhero movies, but just movies, you know? Just so well realized. And I'm trying to recently being on like Twitter and like film Twitter slash comic book Twitter, you get those tweets where you're like, it's like hot takes that kind of make me rethink my position on things. And I've been seeing a lot about like the Spider-Man discourse about who is a better Spider-Man and all this. And like some people argue that Tobey Maguire is actually not an accurate one Spider-Man or Peter Parker from the comics, but I don't think any of that matters because I think the Raimi trilogy helped define the Spider-Man character itself just as much as
Yeah,
the comics did. And I think that's how impactful those movies were. That they like they were essentially like a famous comic book run of Spider-Man, like a different take. It's as if he like
look at Imran
yeah.
with the poetry. Oh, they need to put that on the
Yeah.
box.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why Spider-Man, the original Spider-Man show, even Spider-Man 3, like I'll say it, I like that movie. I know it's not as good as the first two, but
Virtual high
yeah,
five.
yeah, it's iconic. I watched my like brothers and I watched it over the summer and like literally Eddie Brock going to church praying to God to kill Tobey Maguire's Peter
Yo,
Parker. That is so iconic. How can you not love,
amazing.
you know? And it's just so perfectly like early 2000s era, that the 2000 to 2010 era, like you feel like you're right back in that time period when you watch those movies. So yeah, Tobey Maguire is great. Mary Jane is underwritten for sure, which is a symptom
Yeah,
of the time.
yeah.
But I love
Women
Kristen
just didn't get written back then.
Dunst. Yeah, like and the superhero genre was not really that kind to women.
Yeah.
So, but I think she's a great actress. I like the character.
Oh,
I
one
think she
thousand
did the
percent.
best she could.
Yeah.
Harry Osborn, I thought he was great too.
Oh,
Doc Ock, Green Goblin, all these characters so well written, or not always well written, but like well acted and executed.
so I got a couple. I don't know if these are hot takes or cold takes or takes that people have said before about that movie. So the way the blueprint for a great DC movie is this Christopher Reeve's Superman film. That's the
Hmm.
blueprint, and that's literally the blueprint that Kevin Feige used to create the MCU.
Hmm.
Um, but I think that's the blueprint for a great DC film. I think that's where you start, and then you start doing stuff after that. I think Spider-Man One is the blueprint for a great Marvel film.
Yeah,
I think that
I
what
agree.
they did there is a great origin film where you start, and I think even Spider-Man 2 is the way you follow up.
Yes, one of the best sequels ever.
Ever rivals the Dark Knight. Honestly, I enjoy Spider-Man 2 more than the Dark Knight. Um
Oh, hot take.
because I have an issue personally with superhero movies that don't focus on the hero.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like Christopher Nolan's trilogy focused so much on the villains, you don't remember what Batman did, and that should never be the case to me.
That's a good point. I'm going to talk about The Dark Knight, but yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I can see where I kind of agree with you there.
yeah. And also, what was my other take? God damn it, I got so into the Dark Knight, I forgot. Maybe I'll remember later.
You're saying like yeah, talking about Spider-Man being the blueprint
Yeah,
for
Spider-Man,
Marvel
Spider-Man
movies.
2 are the blueprint for Marvel movies, and I think that anytime a director is coming into making one of these movies, they need to go watch that movie.
Yeah, I agree.
I think if you're making a superhero movie, watch the first Superman movie, watch Spider-Man 1.
Hmm.
I think it's about
Yeah,
the other take I was gonna say is that the whole thing you said about one of the great comic book run, but on screen, it's true. William Defoe's Norman Osborn performance changed the comic book version of Green Goblin forever.
hmm,
His like turning him to almost like a Joker like character is so
yeah,
much a part of the comic book version now that it's
yeah,
like inseparable. Like
yeah,
he is William Defoe's version at all
yeah,
times almost,
yeah.
which
Norman
builded
Osborn wasn't
layers.
always like that. He was more of a Lex Luthor type of character,
Yes, I was just about to say
and
that.
he is not like that anymore.
And same thing with Harry Osborn. I think um what's his name? What's the actor that played him? Oh my god.
His brother's name is Dave Franco,
Oh,
James Franco.
James Franco. I think that his performance as Harry also changed the character in the comics as well. I
Yeah.
think that he made him more vulnerable. He made him more. I don't. He wasn't a rival to Peter like that before. He was kind of an afterthought. And yeah, thank you, T, because we were just blanking just now. I love how
Yeah.
we remember Dave before James. How the tables have turned because
Yeah,
before
right?
when it was like, who's Dave Franco? But yeah, you made some really great points there that I might have to snip it out and make a short.
Yeah. No, that is
uh,
Spider-Man 2 is one of my favorite favorite superhero movies for
yeah.
sure.
No, you're right. Favorite movies. You don't got to box it in a superhero movie.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, you're right. It is one of my favorite movies.
I'm gonna watch this with the kids soon. You should. This is a requirement for every comic book household. Spider-Man 2 is top tier. Send it to me. Facts. I think Spider-Man 2 is the blueprint because of how great Doc Ock was. Yes.
That was an iconic performance.
Yes. But he didn't overshadow Toby. I think that was the key for me.
Yeah, exactly,
Toby was
exactly.
still great and you still remember Spider-Man. Um, this is going back a little bit, but answer this question because I haven't seen Cars, I
Um,
haven't seen Credibles 3,
I think with the
2.
state of Disney right now, yeah, I think they're gonna need to go back to the will they do well? I don't think so. But I think they're gonna go back to these because a lot of their originals or recent movies have not been doing well. And I think Disney's natural reaction whenever things like that happen is to go back to what has
Go back to
worked
the well.
and just make another one.
Yeah. Let's
So
go back to
yeah,
that vault.
they're gonna make another Incredibles 3. They're gonna make Cars 4. I could see a Monsters Inc. 3 too. Maybe not Monsters Inc. because they made Monsters University, which I don't think did people don't like as much. So
Yeah,
maybe
I
not
think it
that.
messed up the title run.
There's
Like
gonna like Toy Story 5. I'm sure that's gonna happen.
1000%.
Are they good ideas though? Only Incredibles 3 is a good idea, but everything else, I don't think so.
I haven't seen Toy Stories 4 yet. I did. I'm holding off because I love. Do you have that on your list? If you're going to talk about Toy Story 3 at all later down the line,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I am.
okay, let's not talk about it now. Let's before we go down a hour out rabbit hole about the Pixar, the state of Disney. Let's get to your next film, which is another comic book movie, and this is a surprising one.
Yeah, Fantastic Four. Yeah, I love it. What can I
Very
say?
surprising.
I remember the experience of going to the theaters to see that movie with my family, and I loved it
Ooh.
so much. I still remember sitting in the seat as the movie opened at this like space station with them having the meeting, and then them also walking onto the space station, getting in the suits. Like the introduction of Victor Von Doom, the introduction of Johnny Storm, like all of these things. I love the Fantastic Four movie, and I think as time has passed, that movie I've actually been thinking about making a video about this, that movie got the Fantastic Four right in ways that people don't recognize, and I think it was
Mm.
truer to the comics that people give it credit for. Yeah, it was campy, it was very different, the powers like Silver Surfer, for example, is very different. Victor Von Doom, very different,
Of course,
but I think they
Galactus.
got the heart. Yeah, Galactus. I don't know what that was. But they got the heart of the characters right, and most importantly, the dynamics between the team was fantastic. um, and I think every actor,
Ah, I
yeah,
see what you
every
did
actor
there.
did what they had to do. Like, I just think that I think part of the reason why the next Fantastic Four Fan Four Stick didn't work is because they couldn't overshadow or compete with the charisma and the dynamic of this original cast. I really think the casting was spot on. Um, and I liked the powers, and the third act is like weak now when you look at it now, but the music, the attitude, the tone, I think it's all right. I think that's what I want the Fantastic Four to be. So
For that take, I'm gonna give you this.
Midtown High seniors. No wandering. Proceed direct. Knock it off. Remember, it is a privilege to be here. We are guests of Columbia University Science Department, so behave accordingly. Let's not have a repeat of our trip to the planetarium.
You are Mary Jane waving at Peter Parker right now. And that feeling you get when the best person in the world loves what you just did.
Yeah. Yep.
You saw that
That's
smile?
the Fantastic Four.
They're like, thank you. We are very unappreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah. First Fantastic Four was pretty good. Then they ruined Galactus and Silver Surfer with part 2.
Yeah. A confession is I still really like the first half of Fantastic Four 2. I mean, I like the Fantastic Four 2 movie, whatever, I'll say it, but the first half I still think is defendable.
It's the second half that where it goes.
Yeah, once they start getting to more of the Silver Surfer stuff, Galactus, like, yeah, I don't know what they decided to do there.
Did you guys rewatch this? Did you?
Yeah, like
To defend Fantastic Four, I watched the first one, liked it a lot. I watched the second one, liked it up until I saw Galactus was a cloud. But Fan Four Stick, I still haven't watched that movie straight through. I started it and I was like 15 minutes in, I was like, this is not, what the hell is going on here? No, I'm good. And I passed.
Yeah.
And I give movies a chance. And I was just like,
yeah, it was a very different take. And I don't think the world was ready for it. And I don't think the studio trusted it enough to be like, I think they hired this guy, Josh Trank, I think, to make a Fantastic Four movie, but he had a different take, and I don't think they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna go in a different direction. I think they were like, we're gonna have another like great Fantastic Four, without realizing like the person you hired is not on the same page as you. The person you hired is trying to take this movie in a different direction and do like something new. I always think that movie reminds me of like the Ultimate Fantastic. There's like this
the Ultimate,
specific, yeah, like a different
Ultimate Universe,
different run, yeah, of the Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
and it's like that. It's like that. It's like a different take, different origin story, different
darker.
Like, which, yeah, it's like, that's valid, but that's not really what the people wanted, and obviously not what the studio wanted.
Yeah, like you said, it was horrible. It's like they edited a bunch of dark scenes together with people calling themselves a Fantastic Four. Damn.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah. I just heard how bad the movie was, and usually I'll still watch a movie if people call it bad, because if I didn't watch every movie that people called bad, there's a lot of great movies that I love that I wouldn't watch.
Yeah, exactly.
But I watched it and I was just like, no, I can't sit through this right now. And all the actors that they casted for that version were talented. Michael B. Jordan, Catherine McNamara. Is that her name? Catherine or Kate McNamara?
Kate Mara, like yeah.
Kate Mara, Miles Teller, who I love.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot who was the thing. I'm not sure.
I recognize his face, but I don't remember his name.
It wasn't just dark. It was rushed and horribly written.
It was, yeah. It was. The writing was. The script was a mess.
It was a mess. Yeah.
The entire ending was done in reshoots.
That's I heard about that
a lot.
Yeah, I heard about. Oh, yeah, he helped us. Toby Bell. This guy knows everyone's name. Thank you, man.
Nice.
Let's see. So, Fantastic Four, one of those superhero movies that you watch that really grabbed onto you, and I got an easy trivia for you.
Oh, all right, let's hear it.
Which actors in that franchise went on to play other comic book characters, and what characters did they play?
Okay, so we have, Chris Evans was Human Torch and then became Captain America, which at the time, like, I was such a big Fantastic Four fan. I was like, what? Like, how does this even make sense? He's like supposed to be Johnny Storm, but I think he is a pretty good actor, and he did both characters justice.
Yeah, and they're very different.
Yeah.
There's a character
is actually one of my favorite.
What
go ahead.
No, I was gonna say there's a character other than Captain America that Chris Evans played in the comic book movie that you missed. Actually, 2. 3. There's 3. There's 3. No, there's 4 comic book movies he's been in other than
Chris Evans.
Yes.
Well, he's been in Scott Pilgrim.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, Scott Pilgrim. What other? Oh, are you talking? Does his cameo count in Free Guy? No, that's not a comic book.
No,
I don't
no,
know. I don't know
not.
what the other one is.
So, have you ever seen the movie Snowpiercer?
That is on my list to watch. I have not seen that.
That's a comic book movie, and he was the star of
Is
that.
it? Oh, okay. I
And
didn't know
then
that was based on a comic.
I don't know if you ever seen the movie The Losers. It was kind of like an A-Team kind of film, and he kind of played a Johnny Storm like character in it.
Oh, really?
That's a
Interesting. I did not know
great
that.
movie. That's super underrated, and you should check that out. I think you like it based on like the tones of the movies that you've been talking about. It's in that era, and I think you will really enjoy the dynamic between the characters.
Okay, okay.
And it came out 2010, so it's not too old.
Yeah.
See, The Losers is so damn underrated. Great movie.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice. All right, gonna have to add
I'm
that to
not
the
straying
list.
you off the wrong path, man.
Yeah.
So it was we did Chris Evans, and then who was the other actor?
Trying to think. I know that the person who played Ben Grimm, the Thing,
Mm-hmm.
also was a character on Gotham. I can't
Yeah.
remember the
Deep
name.
cut. He got it.
Yeah.
Nice. Kerry Washington was in the first Fantastic Four?
Yes. Yes.
I
She
don't remember her
was.
at all.
Yes, she was.
Oh wow. Yeah, so going from one fantastic thing to another. This one on your list is part of my formative superhero loving movie years.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
And that's the X-Men trilogy.
Oh my god.
So I put these together because these are just my two favorite. Like when people ask, well, who my favorite superheroes are, it's Fantastic Four and the X-Men.
Okay.
And I think the Fantastic Four, especially X2, is just such a great use, like a great use of the comic book potential that all of these movies have. You know, you have like a team of gifted youths, and they're like a metaphor for a lot of things. But what they was intentionally or initially was for like the civil rights movement, but that metaphor has since been applied to many things, so many people can relate to that, and they all have really cool different powers, which I love, and you get to see them on full display, and especially X-Men or X2. I think it's X-Men United. Yeah, it's just,
I believe
and I
so.
think everyone was like, the cast did a pretty good job adapting these characters as well. We got Wolverine, who's so iconic, Charles Xavier. I love I think you say her name is Famke Janssen, if I'm
Yeah.
pronouncing correctly, as Jean Grey. So good. I really want to see her return now in the MCU with this multiverse stuff at least once, because I thought
Deadpool
she was.
3.
Yeah, I hope. These movies, like, I think it's self-explanatory. They're just so fun to watch. Great adaptations. I love them.
I have to say, and this is gonna be a hot take because I think
Yeah,
that the X-Men movies are more of a blueprint to how to do a team up film than the Avengers.
I would agree. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
would agree.
think that the way they executed this, where it was like they all individuals, you're interested in every one of them, and you would like to see them in a separate thing, but they're so good together in the movie.
Yeah,
Um, I feel like with the Avengers, they didn't do a good enough job of hyping up Black Widow and Hawkeye for the
yeah,
demand of a film.
yeah.
And that's why they always kind of felt like a supporting characters, and we got a Black Widow film way late and a Hawkeye show way late when we should have got these things in phase 1 and 2.
That is one of the biggest mistakes of the MCU by
Yeah.
far.
Especially doing it after she died.
Yeah, and it's ridiculous because people were like foaming at the mouth for a Black Widow movie.
Especially after Wonder
So
Woman did so well.
yeah, Yeah, and Winter Soldier, like, catapulted that character so high that people were like, "Where's the Black Widow movie in this style?"
This was the perfect opportunity to do it. And
Yeah,
even Age of Ultron even helped her as well.
yeah,
And I was just like, go. And Scarlett Johansson. It's not even like you got like some run of the mill actress that's just starting out. This is a
yeah,
award nominated actress that's been doing it for. She's a well known person. She's a phenomenal actress. Very
yeah.
underrated, by the way. I don't
Who
understand.
wants to do it too? That's the thing. Who wants to do it?
It's not like she was like, I don't want to do this movie. She been want to do this movie. She was gonna be younger, so she was being able to do the action better. Not to say like
Mhm.
when you get older, you can't do the action. I'm just saying it's just easier to take bumps and do
Yeah,
more risky stuff when you're younger. When you get older, you have to be more careful. We've
mhm,
seen that with Tom Cruise. We've seen this with Liam Neeson and Denzel. Like the older they get, the less it's them doing the stunt. So it's like,
yeah,
damn. And just Jeremy Renner is just a great action guy. Like he's underrated in that. The Mission Impossible
yeah,
films, which I'm like, why hasn't he come back yet?
right, yeah.
Well, he was in
He's
28 Weeks Later. He was great in
he's a
that.
good actor too. He's a good
He's just
actor.
such a good actor. When he has the right director, he's a
Mhm.
phenomenal actor. This guy said he said even Last Stand.
So about The Last Stand, when I watched it as a kid, I was like, "This is awesome." It
Me
wasn't
too.
until I got older that I was like, "Oh, this movie's actually not that good." Um, and I'd always, like people would talk about it and be like, "Why do people hate The Last Stand? It's awesome." But then once I got more familiar with the characters and the Phoenix Saga story and all this other stuff, I'm like, "Yeah, that was a wasted opportunity. Like, it's not that great of a movie."
It should
Cool
have been a
scenes though.
multiple arc film.
Yeah,
Can't cram that into one movie. I love the original trilogy. Like Last Stand is lesser. It's like Spider-Man 3. It's lesser out of the three. But I still enjoy it. But I do love the next trilogy after that too, with First Class,
yes. My
Days of
one of
Future
my
Past.
favorite movies is Days of Future Past.
So good. One of the best comic book movies of all time,
I
easily.
agree. I agree. I agree. And
It
the
clears.
best time travel movie in a comic book movie.
Yeah.
And I think so.
Yeah. It beats Endgame when it comes to time travel.
Yeah.
Um, and have we gotten anything else recently? I think that's it. But we're probably gotten shows with time travel and stuff like that. I think
Yeah.
Days of Future Past still is the number one. It
Yeah.
clears so many MCU films. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
And honestly, like that was the perfect reboot of a universe. If they had followed up with it, like I was like, you know what? I'm in. I think you guys successfully
Yeah.
rebooted this without having to do like a hard reboot. Like you guys, they walked such a fine line and did it so well. It's actually amazing that that movie works so well,
Yeah,
considering
like
how they followed it all up.
the casting director needs to get like I don't know what bonus they got, but they are the reason why that works so well because the actors that they pick look like younger versions of the older actors.
Exactly.
Like when they did the face off between James McAvoy and Patrick Stewart, and they like had them lined up by the profile. I was like, holy crap, James McAvoy does look like Patrick Stewart.
Yeah. Right.
It's a shame that we never got Michael Fassbender across from I forgot what the other Magneto name was.
Yeah. Ian
Um
McKellen.
yeah. What he said. He said I disagree. There are so many unwritten characters. Yeah, we're not saying the movies are perfect. But I feel like when you say blueprint, it's like you take that and you build off of it.
Mhm.
Because even in Avengers, there's unwritten characters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Black Widow's late, no impact to the MCU threat or events. Origin story to introduce David Harbour's character, and also let's not forget about the new Black Widow.
Yeah.
Um,
Florence
and
Pugh,
also I think
Yelena.
that they're gonna figure out a way to tie all that stuff that they did in the Black Widow movie and bring it back, and it's gonna become important. Like that's the thing that they do. Like
See,
something that
I even
happened in
like the
Thor
Black Widow
1.
movie.
I do too. It's just not great.
Yeah.
It should have been better. That's all. Wow, we just went on
Yeah.
a whole tangent, and I think that's gonna happen. So we talked about Ratatouille, how great that is.
Mhm.
Your next movie after that, another great animated film that I actually love.
Yeah, it is Madagascar.
Yes.
Great, great movie. Actually, I should have another. I just remembered another movie that I should have put on, which Madagascar reminded me of Despicable Me. But yeah, these animated
Yes.
movies are so like it's like you have so much fun watching them, you know,
Yes.
and the characters are like well written and
Yep.
engaging.
There's a
And
message.
the stories, yeah, there's a message. Like the story is like it connects. It's not just random nonsense. It's
Yeah.
like a real story with real stakes and emotional arcs. Yeah,
Yeah.
Madagascar is just a fun movie that I really enjoyed.
And speaking of Despicable Me,
He's so fluffy, I'm gonna die.
I can't believe I didn't put it on here.
I think I said that a million times. That
Yeah,
came out. People were like, "You're a dude. How could you love Despicable Me?" I'm like, "So what? It's amazing.
it's a
What does that
good
have to
movie.
do?"
A good movie is a good movie. Doesn't matter who's
Yeah.
watching it.
I love the first 3 films. Like,
Me, okay, yeah, I am always like, why are they making more? But every time I watch one, I'm like, that was good. That was good.
yeah, this is why they keep making more because they're so
Yeah,
good, and they keep making money. I think the last Minions made $1 billion, which is insane to me.
I don't want them to ever stop.
Me neither. Keep going. Just as long
Yeah,
as whoever's behind the creative keeps coming up with ideas to
yeah.
expand the franchise.
Mhm.
But Madagascar, I haven't asked you a trivia question in a while.
No, I'm
And I
gonna get that one wrong for sure because I have not seen Madagascar in years.
whose birthday was it in the beginning of the movie?
I haven't seen it in so long, I don't even remember the names of the characters. Whose birthday? Was it the lion's birthday?
Madagascar.
I don't remember at all.
He's like, I remember how great it was, but I can't remember the names right now.
Yeah, I see. There's some movies that I are on the list and deserve to be, but I don't have much else to say about them, you know? Just that they were influential.
So it was Marty, Chris Rock's character, the zebra. It was his birthday.
Okay, okay.
Because the first line in the movie is surprise, and it's kind of everybody giving him birthday gifts.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
Yeah.
recently rewatched that movie like maybe 6 months ago. Still so good.
Yeah, I need to clearly need to rewatch that one.
It's such a silly concept, but it just works so well.
The voice cast is also really good.
Oh yeah, some heavy hitters. David
Mhm,
Schwimmer, our favorite guys from Friends. Sasha
mhm.
Baron Cohen, Andy Richter, Will I Am. Like I'm
Yeah,
looking at it now. Ben Stiller, like
yeah,
Jessica Chastain. I didn't even know who she
yeah.
was back then.
Right, right.
Benedict Cumberbatch, like this is
Such a great
insane.
cast.
Such a great cast. Um, we have spoiler kings. Thank you for being in here. I'm not sure which one of you is you like in here. Most likely either Tank or Brian. He says I love Despicable Me too.
Mhm.
Yes, great movie. Adding it to his list between the ages 8 to 12.
Yeah.
And the next animated film on the list.
So this one is Enchanted, which
Mm,
is made me an Amy Adams fan, to be honest. Um,
okay,
because wait, let me make sure because there's I
I
always confuse it with
remember.
yeah, yeah,
I remember you
yeah,
being hyped about the Disenchanted thing when that was kind of
yeah,
out and it kind of just went away.
yeah, yeah. They probably should have made that movie, to be
Yeah.
honest, because that was a waste of my time. But let's talk about Enchanted. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's forget
Talk
that.
about the
Talk
good
about
one.
Enchanted. It is such a great concept, like an animated, fairy tale princess comes into the real world and then
Mm,
has to like figure out what's going on and like there's a journey of self-discovery, there's a romance story. And the music is good. I think that it's a musical, and I'm not like crazy about musicals, but this one
Me neither.
is really, really fun. I watched this on the plane, and it stuck with me ever since I watched it for the first time. And yeah, I really like it. And so that's why when I saw the trailer for the second one, I was like, this is going to be like reliving my childhood because I love this first one so much. Like you'll notice I don't have a lot of like fairy tale movies because like I'd watch them, but they never like stuck with me. But this
Mhm.
was one that I was like, I really like this a lot. But because
Nice.
I think again, it's like Shrek. It's a take on like these classics, and it's like
Spin.
spinning it exactly. That's why I like it.
Gotcha. And speaking of, we were just talking about the all star cast. This James Marsden. Speaking of X-Men, Cyclops himself.
He
Um,
is super. He deserves a lot more credit.
Super underrated. Yeah, he even makes fun of himself. I forgot what show he's in, where he was talking about like I'm James Marsden, and like who is that? He's like
Yeah,
Cyclops. I'm in
yeah,
Sonic, and everybody's like, yeah.
yeah.
It's like
Man,
damn.
that guy, so
Amy
good.
Adams, Patrick Dempsey from Grey's Anatomy, Jodie Benson, Indina Menzel. So many talented people in here. And I'm looking at Kevin Lima, Julie Andrews, like Susan Sarandon. Like, what was Susan Sarandon in
Yeah,
this film?
right.
It's
It's such a
Isaiah
good one.
Whitlock, who I recently saw in Cocaine Bear, and he did a great job in that as well.
That movie's good. That movie's a good one.
Yes, it is. Oh, speaking of that, Jury Duty is such a great show. That's the name of the
Yeah.
show. That's the show I've been meaning to watch that I heard is really great on Prime Video.
Mhm.
I've been slacking on my shows, man. I used to watch shows so like I used to be the TV show guy. Like people are like, oh, I need this kind of show. They would come to me. But now that I'm like chasing all these movies, I have no time
Yeah,
for TV shows.
yeah, yeah.
It's like so many
Especially
movies.
now that I feel like the weekly thing is like harder when it's not like I think like weekly TV when it was like at a certain time on a certain day worked
Mhm.
because you can like put that in your schedule. But now when they do weekly releases on streaming, it's like it gets lost because there's just so many things to keep track of.
And they
You
released
don't
at
have a
weird
specific time of
hours.
day to watch it. Yeah, like so yeah, I have not watched I'm like really behind on TV.
You're EST, right?
I am actually CST.
Oh, you're CST. So
Yeah.
what is that? An hour behind me or hour ahead?
Yeah, yeah, hour behind.
Okay, so for me, Secret Invasion drops at 12 a.m. Like who the hell?
Yeah,
What? So that's 11
yeah,
o'clock for you, right?
yeah. I
I'm going to
never
bed.
watched after, WandaVision, and Loki, I never watched them at the time they dropped. I'd always just watch them the next
Yeah, and none of them after those two were worth it to stay up for.
day.
I love a lot of the shows, but I'm not gonna stay up at 12 a.m. to watch Miss Marvel. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
I love that show so much, but no.
Can't argue there.
Let's see. Hey, Kal-El Daily, thank you for joining the stream, man. Is he? What he said? Is he EST? Oh, hold on, what's going on? Why is it not popping up? Oh, is he EST? No, he's not. Oh my God, making wrestling references. Imran doesn't know what that is.
I don't know what that means.
It's a wrestler called Bianca Belair that calls herself the EST because she's the strongest, fastest, smartest. She used the
Oh,
EST part,
okay.
so he's making a reference to that, and then he's
Nice.
such a lame. Don't worry, guys. I'm not abusing one of my cat people. This is our banter. He gives me a hard time. I call him a lame. This is how it goes.
Nice.
Enchanted though. Out of 10, what would you rate it?
Um, that's a solid I'm always bad with movies because I always rate all of them high.
That
But
sounds like
I
me.
give it I give it like an 8.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a solid thing. Like I remember we had a conversation about how like people talk about how we're too positive on films, like us
Yes.
specifically, and I think I'm starting to become a little jaded
Uh-huh. Yeah.
because there's films I'm watching now. Like I went to Regal Mystery Movie Monday
Mhm.
yesterday, and I saw the new Liam Neeson film. And usually, like his films are solid, like three and a half for me, easy every time. And I watched that one and I was like, this is not that good. And I'm not
Yeah,
giving you the pass on this one because I wasted my Monday. I could have been doing a movie review. I could have been sleeping. I could have been doing so many other things
yeah.
other than watching this movie. And I was like, you know what? I'm giving you a 2.5. I'm like, shit, I'm
Oh,
becoming
dang.
jaded. No.
Turning
Oh my
into a
God.
critic.
I know I don't want to. I think my appeal is the fact that I'm
Then,
relatable.
okay, if you do, then you're gonna have to go back and watch Ratatouille because
I
that
think
has a
I'm
good. Even the okay, I don't want to spoil it because you should just watch
yeah, don't spoil
it.
Ratatouille for me. But oh God, listen to this. Finally,
But
I've rubbed off on you. Good, good. Let the hate fill you. I have been doing too many streams with these guys. Their criticisms are coming at me because there's so many times we argued about like movies, and I'm like, this wasn't bad. They're like, no, it's crap, and I'm like, no, it's not.
yeah,
It
yeah,
has good aspects.
sometimes I'm too forgiving.
Yeah, I'm still. I will still say I'm pretty forgiving. I think that movie I saw yesterday is actually just very mediocre. Like it's not like he has good movies, but he's just recycled the same. Like he's been taken 17 times,
Yeah. Mm,
and like he has this is called Retribution, and he has a movie called The Commuter that's like very similar. Like,
mhm.
bro, you just made this movie 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So
It's just all he does now.
yeah, it's all he does, and it's partly because he said what he said on the morning show. And
Mhm,
it's I don't think people are trying to hire him because he's just a bad look now.
mhm.
Um, so he just has to make these really mediocre movies where they cost $20 million and 10 million of it is for him.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I saw after Enchanted, we're going away from the nice, happy animated live action fairy tales and superhero movies, and we're getting something serious and gritty.
Yeah, yes. Next,
What do
we
we?
go to Terminator.
Yeah, I know people love this
Terminator
one.
is very, very good. Uh,
Yeah.
and the sequels like progressively got worse, especially the last few. But the first couple there, very solid.
T1, T2,
Yeah.
classics.
And those like definitely really got me into the action genre more so.
Mhm.
Um, these like really with like stunts and visual effects and
Mhm.
fight scenes. And the fact that it was so well done made it even better. And it was at the time I was like, oh, this is like a grown up movie. I definitely like feel like an older person watching this. So that was
Yes,
part of the fun for that.
1000%. I think this and Terminator are the movies I was like, "Ooh, I shouldn't be watching this," but I am.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
There's
I said
like,
RoboCop and Terminator. I meant to say.
yeah, yeah. There's
Yeah,
this Terminator would play all the time on TV back when there was TV, cable
the
TV.
reruns. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and so like on FX, I miss the FX channel so much.
It's on
FX has
Hulu
the
now.
movies. Oh man.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they
Wow, you just brought me back. I feel so old now.
yeah, they would play good movies, and they'd always play Terminator. I think it's like the third one, maybe, where it's
Mhm.
like that woman Terminator. Like he
Mm,
takes the Terminator takes the body of a woman who's like chasing them on like the highway.
yeah,
I've seen that scene so many times, and it's always fun to watch. It's not even like the best scene or the best movie, but just
yeah.
watching it all the time, like I really enjoy Terminator, and it is definitely like a foundational, yeah, foundational movie.
Yeah, because it opens you up to action movies and maybe like even sci-fi
Yes,
films.
yes, yeah,
Uh
sci-fi.
and I gotta say, like, I just watched a clip of that movie recently with it was T2 because this is when Arnold's Terminator was a good guy. Um with him running away from him and running into the liquid one.
Yeah,
And the VFX looks so good still.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I'm
they
like,
do.
how?
Yeah, I always in shock and surprise, in awe.
I'm like, if they just do like a little touches of like remastering, like you know how they remaster old movies and they're putting
Yeah.
back out like Old Boy is coming out tomorrow. Fortunately, I'm not gonna get to see it because I have to do some reviews tomorrow. Um, they could ease. They don't have to do too much to that film.
Hmm. Yeah,
It looked
I
so
agree.
good.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. We got some Terminator T. I thought Rise of the Machines was underrated, not as bad as everyone says. That's T3.
Yeah, I think
That was
that's
the
the
one you
one
were
I
just
was
talking about.
referencing, right? Yeah, I like that
Yeah,
one. Maybe because of the nostalgia more so.
yeah. But sometimes stuff, you know, when you watch it 10 years later, it's like, oh, this wasn't as bad as I thought it was. It's just different from the first two.
Right.
Where do you rank T2 as far as sequels? Oh, right up there with The Dark Knight and Spider Man 2 and
Yeah, it's a
Aliens.
very, very good sequel.
Yeah, so good. It does, it subverts it in the right ways.
Exactly.
Um, and it's such a great action film. And you can
Mhm.
watch it without watching the first one,
Yeah, yeah,
which is interesting. There's not a lot of sequels that you could do that with.
yeah,
Yeah, see top three all time.
yeah.
Huh, I might need to do a video
Valid.
of the best sequels of all time. Write that idea down.
Ah, that's a good one.
We'll just all do it together. Okay. This next film you have, I think I might have deleted one of your films. What's your next film?
So my next one is Kill Bill.
Okay, so that is next. You watched this at 8 to 12 years old?
Yeah, so the thing is I didn't watch the like again, FX, right? So it would be on FX,
Mm,
and it was mainly like I wanna make sure it's the right volume I'm referencing, because there's, like, a particular volume that they would always play that
yeah.
I would like, the specific scenes, I would watch them over and over again, and I was like, "This is so cool." My brother and I would, like, reenact them and, like, play them out. I think it is volume 1 with Lucy Liu.
Yeah. Lucy Lou's in volume one.
Yeah, so I just think the action and like, I didn't watch that movie until later, so the story itself, like, wasn't I didn't really watch it for the story, I was watching it for the fight, you know?
Yeah.
Uh, and that was really, really good, and I think I only at the time, like, like, my, like, parents would only keep it on if there's, like, action, because the action wasn't really such a big deal, because I think we were, like every kid is different, and I think we were able to handle that, so that
Yeah.
was, like, fine, but anything outside of that was, like it was changed.
I was trying to look up quick trivia for Kill Bill for you, but these are deep cuts. I'm
No,
not gonna
good
do
thing
this
you
to
don't
you.
because
I'm not
I've
gonna do this to you.
actually been thinking about revisiting that because but yeah, that is such a good
This
movie.
is for the chat. I'm not gonna do it because I'm not gonna do it to you. For the chat, this is a Kill Bill Volume 1 trivia. How long was the bride in a coma for? Put your answers down below. And if you're watching this on replay, drop your comments down if you made it this far. And if you did make this far, thank you for the watch time. But
Yeah.
yeah, in terms of Kill Bill, what did it open up to you? What was about it that talked to you that it's on your list?
Yeah, I think it's honestly the action, and I think that this movie is, like it's, like, elevated in a way that other movies at the time that I was watching weren't.
Okay.
It has a very striking visual look to it, and it has a
Stylized.
tone. Yeah, yeah, it is stylized, and there's a tone to it that's very distinct to the filmmaker, and I think that really, like, stuck with me because then like, in the next categories, I do tend to, like, gravitate towards certain filmmakers.
Look at that segue. This guy, he someone he's thinking out here. He's thinking. Let's see. He said they could have made that whole story its own movie with the crazy 88s and Lucy Liu. Mm. Yeah, I think Quentin is just not um he's not like a franchise or like I'm gonna capitalize on this kind of guy. I'm sure Every single movie he's ever made, he could have did a spin-off or another story. He just decided not to.
Yeah.
Like, because there's a rumor that Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2 was supposed to be just one long movie, but the studio was like, no, you have to separate this because it's too long. No one's going to
Yeah.
watch it here for 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
And at the time, back then, that's probably true.
Yeah. Yeah. Valid. Studios sometimes have good ideas.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I noticed, like, Final Destination, I found out that movie was supposed to be called Flight 180. There's
Oh,
no way to
wow.
sequelize that name.
No, no.
Flight 182? That sounds so
Yeah.
stupid. Final Destination is the perfect name.
And that is such an iconic, brand now.
Yeah, it's classic now.
Yeah.
That put me in so many irrational fears. I didn't want to bathe for several days because of that scene where they slipped in there and got choked by the
Oh God, yeah.
thing. Yeah, I was like, "Oh, mom, I'm not going to bathe." No, no. She said, "This is why you can't watch these movies."
Yeah.
Oh my god! Every time I walked on the ladder, every time I saw construction, every time I was on the highway and it was those logs. Oh my god,
Yes. Oh, the logs.
the logs, elevators. Now that I have long hair, every time I step in the elevator, I do this. There's no way my head's getting cut off.
Yeah.
So many irrational fears because of that movie.
Yeah.
Let's
Classic.
see. Have you seen what he said? 7 years. Spoiler King said 4 years. The Spoiler Kings win.
Yeah.
4
Yeah.
years. The bride was in the coma. And it's funny that what's her name? Uma Thurman almost died making that movie. It's not funny, but it's just crazy because he
Yeah.
forced her to drive a car even though she couldn't drive. It's like, Quentin, what are you doing?
My God.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the main reason why we didn't get Volume 3 because she's probably like, I'm not working with this guy again.
Yeah. Yeah. Which, you know what? That's fair.
Super fair. So we got 3 more films for the 8 to 12. We're getting back into the
Yeah.
animated space, right?
Yeah. This I should have put in up earlier. But the next one's Over the Hedge, which I think is just, I don't have much to say about it other than it's super underrated. It's a
Mm.
super underrated movie. It's another movie about animals, but I like the concept a lot.
Mhm.
And I think that's why I like it so much because I think the concept's really creative.
I don't think I've ever seen this.
You should check it out. You should check it out one day.
I'm looking at it right now, and I'm like, I feel like I've heard of this movie, and I'm also looking at the cast. Another William Shatner, really? Is another stacked cast, and I'm like, wow, these animated movies really had like actors in there.
Yeah, they did.
Like Avril
Um,
Lavigne, really? We got a
and the
singer in there too.
story itself was like pretty good. I don't know how well the
Good.
animation is gonna hold up, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think well. Um, but the story was good.
Coon shows others who exploit the suburban. Interesting. Okay, I might check it out. Is it only one of them, or did they made more than one?
As far as I know, there was only one. Yeah.
And they made a video game based off it. Wow. So it must have been popular enough.
Yeah.
So that's like an underrated gem you wanted to sneak in there because it
Yeah,
doesn't
just
get
like,
enough credit.
shout out
Over the
Over the
Hedge.
Hedge.
Okay, so right after that underrated gem, we have a movie that some people consider the greatest comic book movie of all time, and one of the greatest movies of all time. People consider it.
The
What would that
Dark
be?
Knight.
The Dark
The
Knight.
Dark
Talk
Knight.
about it, man.
So here's a here's
Oh boy.
a hot take, I guess. This is actually not my favorite Batman movie. My favorite Batman movie is
Ooh.
The Batman.
Hey, virtual high five.
Yeah. Not to say that this isn't the GOAT because it is. It undeniably is. But for some reason, like I always need to rewatch it to remember a lot. Like I remember key scenes, but like the
Mhm.
story and stuff, I have to like, go and revisit it again. And I'm at the end of it, I'm like, wow, this is a masterpiece. So it's like one of those movies for me, which
Yeah.
I don't know why. Like I don't know that The Avengers is the same way for me. Like a
Oh
lot
yeah.
of it I don't remember after I watch it. Like a while after I watch it, I have to go back and rewatch it again or read what happens to be like, oh yeah, 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 this. Um,
Yeah,
but
that's interesting.
The Dark Knight is, I mean, it's greatest of all time for a reason. People are not overhyping it. I don't think. I think it deserves all its praise. As in terms of a Batman story, it's again, it's not my favorite Batman story because I think that it's first of all, it changes a lot of things, and then the whole grounded like approach to it works really well. But I feel like that like it's like it
I
is a
think the word
comic
you're
book
looking for is
movie.
hampered. It hampered the character, like held it back a little bit.
Yeah, it's like I feel like I don't consider it a comic book movie. I
Mm,
consider it
okay.
like cinema. You know,
Yeah.
and there's definitely I mean, nowadays that line could be you could argue that it's blurred, but I think for the time period that this was one of the first movies that was like, "Oh, this is something more."
Yeah.
Um, and I think, of course, Heath Ledger, phenomenal job. Christian Bale, great work. Nolan, like this is one of his best movies. Uh, and the story like is compelling. Like it's not that he doesn't understand the character; he just like is applies it in a very real world setting.
Yeah. He took the parts that he
So
wanted to tell a story
yeah.
that he already had to me. To me, that's what it feels like. He had the story, but
Mm.
there's no way it was going to get off the ground unless he put Batman in it.
Interesting, interesting.
Because it's a detective noir story, which applies to Batman because he is a detective and he has noir stories throughout the ages.
Yeah.
His comic book
Mm.
runs. I just there's certain aspects of Batman that I applied in my head that just aren't fully realized here. And that's not to say the movie's not great because it's still you could say all these things and whatever. We're talking about the aspects that don't hold true, and like the thing that you said is like, yeah, I don't remember the moment to moment of this movie. I don't remember the quotes of this film, but when I sit down and watch it, I'm like, God damn, this is good.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
that's one of those things. Like other movies, I remember it clearly, like Infinity War. I remember moments for that movie
Hmm.
clearly. I remember like serious lines. I remember jokes. Period. But there's certain aspects of the Dark Knight I just don't remember. And then like if it gets worse with Dark Knight Rises and Batman Begins because
Yeah. And I don't know why that is. I think maybe because my mind is just always so like my mind is blown every time I watch it that I can't
mm,
remember. Like it's just such a like engaging experience and like so
yeah,
that's why I don't know. Maybe that's why.
there's
Who
certain
knows?
films that like I can even explain it like with two movies that came out this year. I think like if you think about another Christopher Nolan movie, Oppenheimer versus Barbie. I think when I think about Oppenheimer, I'm not gonna remember that movie like moment to moment. But if I get to sit down and watch Oppenheimer again, I'm like, God damn, this is so good. But Barbie, the
Mm,
specific moments I remember for that movie and specific quotes I will be saying maybe
mhm.
for the rest of my life.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and I think it's just the entertainment factor. I think Christopher Nolan doesn't make fun movies in a traditional sense. He makes
Mhm,
intellectual movies that fill you intellectually, but like the fun is not there. The warmth. I've always complained
mhm.
about that. Like there's a lack of warmth in his
Interesting.
films.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
think that's where you don't really remember it because you don't feel like a warm, funny film, fuzzy feeling when you think about it. But then when you watch it, like intellectually, like, holy crap, this is amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if I
That's a good
explained that
point.
well, but
No, no, I got what you're saying. Yeah.
yeah. Let's see. Some people he said Movie Ninja, the early hey, Movie Ninja, thank you for joining the live stream. Glad to see you here. Early 2000 has a bunch of
Yes.
anthro comedies like Open Season. I actually saw that. Alpha and
Yeah.
Omega, Kung Fu Panda, which is a
Kung Fu
classic,
Panda should
and
be on this list, to
Madagascar.
be honest.
Yeah, I'm excited for number 4.
Yeah, that's another series that I think each movie is worth
Check it out.
its due.
Yeah. Spoiler Kings, which of the Spoiler Kings this is. Wow, I quote it daily. You quote the Dark Knight daily? Jesus. That's
Like
dark.
I wish I was one of those people, but I just it's not like it's not negative. It's just me personally for some reason it doesn't like
Yeah, it doesn't
Pretty,
resonate
it's
in
like
that
kind of
way.
transient. Yeah.
Yeah. The pacing is breakneck, but the story is not my favorite either, Imran. So,
Yeah.
there you
I
go.
like my Batman to be a little like kind of like just on the line between realism and like myth, like
Fantasy.
fantasy.
Yeah. For me, I think I like it that way because some of the best Batman villains are a little fantastical.
Right.
Like a
Yeah.
man bat, like a not Two Face, Clayface. Like you can't
Mhm.
do Clayface inside of Christopher Nolan's universe, but you
Yeah.
might be able to do it in Matt Reeves.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can see maybe he or even Mr. Freeze
Yes. Yes.
because there are
Yeah.
there are real world ways to adapt those characters while adding some fantastical elements to it that where Batman has to like figure it out that I
Yeah.
don't think Nolan
That's
could have done.
that's kind of why I liked the Gotham TV show because I felt like it went back and forth between those. I don't think it walked that line all the way. It was like moment it's this, one moment it's that, but
Yeah.
that's why I enjoyed it. Like I stuck with that show all the way to the end.
Yeah, I started it with my mom, and we just fell off on it because I was like, "Oh, it's a cop show," and she loves her cop shows. Like that's all she
Yeah.
watches. So I was like, "This is a way for me to get her to do a comic book show." Because we did Arrowverse for a while, and we watched like a big chunk of it. But after a while, she was just like, "This is getting repetitive," and I was like, "Yeah, I actually feel it too."
Yeah. Yeah.
So we kind of dropped off on it. The only show from that universe we watch is Superman and Lois because we love it. But we try to watch Gotham, and she was like, "Oh, this is interesting. Jada Pinkett Smith is in it." But I don't know. For some reason, I fell off.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Like, I think that that show is definitely not for everyone. I'm amazed that it made it all the way through, to be honest.
Yeah. It did wonders for Fox. It was such a
Mhm.
big the fact that it was on Fox is weird to me since it's a Warner Brothers property, but
Yeah, yeah.
the way licensing work is all over the place.
Mhm.
Let's see. The original Batman with Keaton and animated Massive Fantastic are better stories. 1000%.
Yeah, Batman Returns, that's a really good one with Catwoman.
Yes.
So
Yes.
good.
Love that movie. And Penguin, yeah. That weird
Yeah,
ass penguin. There
yeah.
even like the Batman Beyond animated film, The Return of the Joker. I don't know if you ever seen that.
Mhm.
Fantastic Batman
Yeah,
film that captures everything. There's a lot of better Batman films than The Dark Knight, but they're animated, so like they're not gonna get the credit due because he got to do this crazy thing in live action.
mhm, mhm.
Movies and Train Studio, what's up, man? Thank you for joining the live stream. Say hi to Imran and everybody. Hit that sub button. His link in his link to his channel is in the description.
Yeah,
Go check it out, man. He's awesome. Spoiler
appreciate that.
Kings Test of 5. Batman 89 holds a special place in my heart. Me too.
Mhm.
That's still
Yeah.
my second favorite Batman movie. I agree. I agree, Zach. We are never going to get an MCU movie directed by Nolan. Oh no, that's the Eternals.
Yeah, I was about to say, the Eternals popped into my head.
Yeah, and I love that movie. Unlike like a lot of people hate it, but I actually thought like I was like, oh, I really like this. And there's a funny thing about the Eternals. The press leading up to it, Kevin Feige came out and said, and I always had a feeling that Kevin Feige was jealous of the DC movies, but he said that this is the best movie we ever made in terms of cinematically. And I watch it and I'm like, this is a Zack Snyder film
Yeah.
in the MCU. And I was just like, he wants to make these kind of like more serious,
Mhm.
more dramatic films, but he can't because he started the goofy route and he
Yeah.
can't turn back.
Yeah, yeah. That movie, I said in my review was like I was watching the Justice League cartoon, but without the Justice League like names. You know, it kind of felt like
Mm, I can
it
see
was
that.
someone tried to adapt that.
I think the Eternals are like a version of the Justice League for
Yeah,
Marvel.
yeah,
That many versions because they have many versions of the Justice League throughout Marvel where they try to make Superman and try to make those
yeah,
characters. So I can see that a lot, and especially since it took so much from Zack Snyder's vision and added there. So we might get Clayface if James Gunn directed a Batman movie. Well, Andy Muschietti, or however you say his name, the guy who did The Flash, is directing Batman Brave and the Bold. I think that movie is well directed. I think the problem was the VFX. So I'm excited for that. I mean, I'm interested to see what we get with a whole Bat family. It's about time that we've gotten a movie with the Bat family.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm tired of
Rest in
Robin
peace,
and them
Batgirl.
being oh god, yeah. And after all these details got recently leaked on Twitter about how the movie was and it actually sounded pretty good, I'm like, you could have just dropped
The
it on
thing to
Max.
me is, it's like people are like, "Oh, this sounds like an HBO Max movie," and I was like, "'Cause it was." Like, it's
Yeah.
like they delivered on what they were asked to deliver. So, like, they, like, decided after the fact to move it to, like, theatrical, right?
And
But
that's not fair to the directors. They weren't
but
prepared
it's
for
like
that.
and then they're like, "Oh, this isn't, like, worth releasing in theaters," but that's not what it was made for, you know? So
Yeah.
how is that, like, a penalty? That's I never understood that because from what everything I've heard, it sounded like they delivered on what they were supposed to.
And the main problem with that is that they don't apologize to the people they just shitted on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like now all those people that are involved in this movie, maybe except Brendan Fraser, because it's the Fraser Renaissance going on right now. So he's
Mhm.
safe from that. And he has a big movie coming out. But everybody else behind and in front of the camera just will always have that stink. You were part of that Batgirl thing that we'll never see, and that was a tax write-off.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's messed up. It's good that those directors have Miss Marvel on their resume, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Hey, movie and Trace he subbed.
Thanks. Thank you.
I was just about to say that too. LMAO. Nolan would have made the Eternals so epic. How dare you? It was epic. He can because Winter Soldier was gritty and grounded and awesome. Yeah, but there were some fantastical elements that he can't direct action the way the Russo brothers direct action. That's their
Yeah.
specialty.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
Winter Soldier
did
is so good.
still top 3 best MCU film.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're gonna get to that soon. So hold on. Oh yeah, one last 8 to 12.
Yeah,
Film.
we talked about this one before, but Toy
Yeah.
Story 3.
Toy Story 3.
The whole Toy Story movies, like I loved them and they were pretty like, influential, but Toy Story 3 really like I was like, man, I've been on a journey with these characters and I felt like I was also like saying goodbye to these characters because I was nowhere near like college age like Andy at the time. But
Yeah.
I was like growing up. I was not like a little kid anymore when that movie
Yeah.
came out. And so I think that's why it resonated with me because I was like, yeah, like I don't play with my toys as much, even though I still love them and I have them. Um, and I thought that was the perfect conclusion to that like trilogy.
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't watch Toy Story 4 for the longest time because I was like, for me, we're done. But then this year actually, I was on the plane and had nothing to watch, and they had Toy Story 4 on there, and I was like, okay, it's time, I'll check it out. And it's good. It's definitely a good movie, and it like continues the story in a way that I thought was well done. But again, I'm like, we didn't need it, and also I
Yeah.
don't. I was happier where we left off in the other one than where we are now.
Now. Yeah. Toy Story 3, maybe the first film that made me cry in a theater.
Yeah.
The moment where they almost got grounded up.
Yeah. Yes.
I just thinking about it right now is making me there's few things where I just think about the scene, it makes me tear up is this and then like Tom Holland disappearing in Infinity War, like the fading away shit. Every time I see
Yeah.
that, like I don't want to go. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Yeah.
that I was like, where I was like, oh, they're actually gonna die. Like, they're
Yeah. At the
doing this to
time, I was
us.
like, I can't believe this. Like,
Pixar, what are you doing?
yeah. In that movie, also like that we got so many new toys, like
Yeah,
Barbie and Ken, so
yeah,
funny. And we got like the other characters got to shine a little bit more too. Like the potato heads, I liked what they did with them.
yeah,
Some others were like I think like the like Sling. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like even though it's the toys weren't like every toy wasn't front and center, every toy got a moment,
Something.
I feel.
Yeah. And I think with Toy Story 1, the animation doesn't hold up, but Toy Story 3, the animation holds up really well. That's where
Yes,
Pixar
yes.
was getting in his bag like this. They were figuring out like, oh, this is the way we need to go.
Mhm, mhm.
Before
Yeah.
we get to when you got older, there's a couple questions I've starred because it was early in the thing, so I just want to get to them so that people don't think I'm ignoring them. Dave said, "I hate X. I miss my tweets." This is what
Yes.
we were talking about that earlier. I hate it too. I said it on Twitter. Let's call it Twitter. When I try to retweet something and it said repost, I almost threw up in my mouth.
Oh god.
It was so gross. What do you guys think of Amazing Spider-Man 2?
Let's see. Do I have that on here? Okay, I don't think so. I love all the Spider-Man movies. And over time, honestly, like I really like the Tom Holland ones when they came out, and I still do. But now that time has passed, I do think like I like the earlier ones better. Um, I think Andrew Garfield, like I don't think Amazing Spider-Man 2 was bad enough for them to stop making more. Like at the time,
No,
I really liked it, and now this is another movie where over time I'm like, oh, I see why people were critical of it. Yeah, there's so many problems. I see the problems now that I'm older, and I'm not just a kid enjoying Spider-Man. But I still like. I think there's some really great moments. Gwen Stacy is such a favorite character of mine, and again, Emma Stone
perfect.
killed it. Andrew Garfield killed it. Like I also like Dane DeHaan. I think I was rooting for him to get a chance.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, potential.
so yeah, I like the Amazing Spider-Man too. And the opening is so good. Oh my god, the opening is quintessential Spider-Man.
I was just about to say that Amazing Spider-Man has the best opening and ending of any Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
Just the freedom and how Spider-Man he is doing that mission, and then like that's Spider-Man. He's happy, he's doing his thing, and then it ends in tragedy. Like that's his story.
Mhm.
And there's a lot of other stuff in between there that they try to cram in, like his parents and all this other stuff. And maybe
Okay.
if they would have took the parent stuff out, because that's never really a big part of Spider-Man,
Yeah, that was a mistake.
they could have the movie could have felt
All the
more
emotional stuff with the main characters is
worked.
very strong. Very,
Yes.
very strong.
So the comic
And,
booky
that's a
stuff.
large part because of the actors. Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah.
I think the action is well done too. The story, like, may not be great, but action delivers. I think
Yeah.
his costume and his webbing and his poses, like,
Oh yeah.
I think they deserve to make at least one more.
Yeah. I think Andrew Garfield is the best person to play Spider-Man.
I recently saw a tweet that was like, if the Amazing Spider-Man 2 wasn't so bad, this would be the Spider-Man in the MCU. And I'm like, I kind of wish that was the case because
Mhm.
I think Andrew Garfield would have worked really well in the MCU.
Yeah. And we would have even got a Iron Man boy because he would have been too old to be looking up to Tony Stark.
Yes, yes. In hindsight, like that was
Yeah. Your mic cut out. Say that again. Oh, the AirPods cut off. They broke. Can't hear you. I'll wave when I can hear you. Still can't hear you yet. It should automatically put your mic on when you plug the headphones in. While you work on that, let me see what else people had to say. I didn't think Amazing Spider-Man 2 was bad, as most said, but it wasn't great. I agree. I think Amazing Spider-Man 2 was a really good movie. It just had a lot of problems. I see. Let's see. I agree. Amazing Spider-Man 2 isn't a bad film. I just think it had too much villains. Wait, I think I hear
Does,
something.
does this work?
There you go.
Okay, okay. Great.
I heard a sound. I was like, oh,
Technical
he's back.
difficulties.
He's back. Oh, and thank you everybody that's in the live stream right now, looking and chatting and stuff. 11 people. This is like one of my highs. 11 and 12.
Yay.
Yeah. I just think it's too much villains. I think it should have focused only on Electro and wish it had a better script. Yeah, I do think there was too many setting up future movies before you made a great movie. Let's see. Oh shit, really? I had no idea it was directed by Neil Blomkamp. Yes, Neil Blomkamp does direct Gran Turismo. That's the main reason why I was like, oh, this is actually pretty good. I will wait for Zach's review to drop on Gran Turismo before I see it. I appreciate that. I love that people. I remember one time I almost didn't review a movie, and I was like, you know what? Let me just go see it and do it. And then I put it out like late, and then somebody commented like, "Damn, you took so long. I was waiting for this," and I was like, "Oh, people care."
That's the best feeling.
Yes. Do you guys remember Disney Smart House? What's your thoughts on the film?
I do remember that movie, and I remember liking it and also being scared a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's a horror film.
I don't think it's supposed to be, but
But the concept is scary.
yeah, I think it's like the house turns on them because it's all smart features.
Oh, I think I remember the trailer for this, but I never watched it. Oh no! Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I remember. That's all I remember.
What do you guys think needs to happen to change the Walt Disney Company to make it back to where it was? And do you guys think they will sell the company maybe to Apple?
Um, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it can go back,
Mm,
and that's because I think a l- not. I think at least to some extent, some part of the problem that Disney's facing is not because of Disney. It's because of the political environment.
mm,
I just feel
yeah,
like there are just certain groups out there that are like anti-Disney, and that's now their like personality or brand or how they identify. And
mhm.
so I don't think that's ever going to change unless Disney like undoes its
All the
core
progress that
values,
they're trying to do.
which
Yeah.
I don't see them doing that because that would probably be morally wrong. Um, although to be fair, like the way they have been doing the representation and like some of the like advocacy has also been bad where it's like, this seems morally wrong the way you're doing it.
Yeah.
So that's another issue though. But yeah, I think to some extent I don't see it going all the way back, but I think it can, like, it's never going to be like Disney's always like evolving, and that's why it stays in the conversation. It's like core values or like its heart stays the same, which is why like it has lasted generations, but it always is like adaptive to the times. You had like the 2D animation in the past, and then you had Disney Renaissance, then you had these live action like CGI like type animation with like Frozen like is a great example of how Disney like changed.
Yeah.
And then I think this era of like where we're in the live action adaptations is like kind of where they're stumbling a little bit, and I think they're gonna have some growing pains, but I think they can like be on top again. It'll just look a little bit different.
I think their main issue that they had was they got too ambitious and forgot why people go to Disney. And I think buying Fox um started hurting the brand because parents were
Yeah.
like, why is this mature thing on my kiddie service, my babysitting service?
Yeah.
I think they should have kept Fox a separate entity that they make money off of and just like, hey, guys, do your thing. We'll watch over you, make sure you're not losing us money, but we'll take Deadpool away from you because obviously we need that for the MCU. Here, take the Marvel characters and stuff like that, but do your thing over there. We're gonna keep it Fox. We're gonna keep that brand because it's so iconic. 20th Century Studios makes me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think the fact that like it's starting to like stuff from Hulu starting to make its way to Disney Plus. I think and it's like thinking about shuttling Hulu into Disney Plus. I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
They need to
I think they
focus
got,
on.
yeah. Too ambitious is a good way to put it. Too ambitious and a little too greedy.
And I think Bob Chapek is a main thing. I think it's more Bob Chapek as well because he made these mandates. You need to make all this content for Disney Plus, especially for Marvel, and they were not ready to do it.
Mhm. Yeah.
Like now we're hearing Bob, what's his name? Iger is like, okay, we're gonna pull back because obviously that was a bad idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, those are some questions that people dropped in. And then what else we got here? Subbed Nolan. Yeah. Would you can because Winter Soldier was gritty and awesome. I hate when I get random emails when I'm doing streams and almost click on them. So if you want a boat, no, I didn't. Leave me alone. The first movie that made me cry in theater was Armageddon. Ooh, that's a good one. That's
Nice.
not a great. Well, it's a great movie, but that's not a great ending in terms of being happy. In the front row, popping in to say hi, Zach. Andrew Garfield body Spider-Man for me, even though I grew up as Toby as Spider-Man. I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, YK Reviews. Hey, how's everyone doing? We're doing good, man. We're halfway through this stream, or a little bit more than that. Obi Thorn Alliance. I had these guys on for a movie that made us. I think they were my last one. That was really, really fun. Hi, I hope everyone's doing well. If Chadwick Boseman did not pass, people would have someone to root for because at the moment that is not the case. What is your opinion?
Oh, in Marvel, in the
In
MCU.
MCU, that's really interesting.
You know, I honestly think that most people view the Black Panther movies separate from the MCU. I think Black Panther has transcended the MCU because anytime someone talks about Phase 4 or like the recent movies, they always leave out Black Panther or Wakanda Forever. They're like,
Yep.
oh, we haven't had this greatest movie, like Guardians of the Galaxy 3, greatest movie since Endgame. What about Wakanda Forever, which most people really liked? So it's like not that people didn't like it and they're not including it. It's just that it's not in the conversation. And I think that's
Because they're
because
just
most
like,
people,
oh yeah. When you bring up Wakanda Forever,
yeah. I feel like that's just so separate. Like it's its own thing, which is actually amazing that happened.
and I think it's
But
also art Marvel because when you think about his appearances outside of his own movie, it's been very limited. Like
yeah,
Civil War, he had a decent chunk, but he wasn't even in the third act for the most part.
yeah,
And then Infinity War, he came towards the end, and then he barely was in that. And then he came at the end of Endgame, and he barely did
yeah,
anything in that either. And then unfortunately, Chadwick passed away, so we didn't get much of him. So he didn't feel so attached to the MCU that it was just like, oh yeah, he's there.
yeah.
So I think you have a great point there, but it's part of their doing. The same thing with Captain Marvel. I think that
All the
they did the
problems
same
with
thing.
Captain Marvel is their own fault. I mean, okay, not all. I think the haters. I think that's a valid thing. Like that's just messed up because I don't think she did anything that severe to cause all that.
Yeah, yeah,
But I think the way they approach the character, like did they bench her? Like they should have had a better plan for her
yeah,
before introducing her or they shouldn't have made her so OP immediately.
yeah.
Like maybe they
Just
should have like
give her a
toned her
training
down a
arc.
little bit. Yeah, because if you can't if you create a character that's too powerful to use, then why did you introduce them in the first place? Because people are gonna like the character, so the character will have fans, and their fans are gonna want to see the character. But in every situation, if that character can just destroy everybody, obviously you're not gonna have them be there. So
Yeah,
it's
and
hard to like,
also there's no kryptonite. Like Superman has
yeah,
weaknesses. She doesn't have any clear weak. I don't even. Even from comics, I don't really know what her weakness is. Really, her weakness
yeah,
is like, oh, this person's stronger than her. But at
yeah,
this point in the MCU, there's not many people, especially during Endgame. There was not many people stronger than her.
yeah,
We
yeah.
had like what Thanos wasn't stronger than her. He had to cheat,
Hmm.
and maybe Scarlet Witch, probably Scarlet Witch, because she did
Yeah,
body Captain Marvel, the other Captain Marvel
yeah,
in Multiverse of Madness,
yeah,
and then they're saying she's stronger than Thor. So it's like, or maybe on par. So it's not. It's like and she's not gonna fight Thor. So
yeah,
I think they wrote themselves in a corner there.
yeah, yeah. It's like nothing wrong with having her BOP because that is from the comics, but you need to know like how to use her. And you can't just you need to use her and know how to use her. You can't just take the easy route and put her on the side.
Yeah, which is what they did for Endgame. What are your thoughts on the rumors that Kevin Feige was meeting with Andrew, Toby, and Hugh to be appearing in Secret Wars? I believe it.
Yeah, I think they're gonna do whatever it takes to get that movie to be
As-
huge.
I think they want to have a $3 billion movie or something like that. I think
Yeah.
that if they get all the cameos, I think they're going to try to get, and it's actually a good story and not just cameo city. It can beat Avatar 2 or
Yeah.
Avatar 1. Wait, which one's the biggest one? Is it Avatar 1 or Avatar 2? It's Avatar 1, right? It's number 1 right now. I think they
I
re-released it
think
and
yeah,
then
the
it went over
re-release.
Endgame.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry, guys. I'm still here.
Nice.
Wakanda Forever wasn't a great movie, but it was touching tribute to Chadwick. Oh, I
Really,
agree to
I liked
disagree.
it. I
I thought it
liked it
was
a
a great
lot.
movie. Not
Yeah.
perfect, but it's
Yeah.
the yin and yang to the first Black Panther. Like Black Panther was such a celebration and it was fun. It had its serious moments, but it was like way more positive. And this one is the yang to that, where it's like it's a little bit more darker, and I don't want to say negative, but it's in a darker spot.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, so Imran's not a young whippersnapper no more. We're getting to the 13 to 19 age where he's in. This is what, middle school to high school.
Yeah. So, first movie on here is Wanted.
Woo! I love this movie.
Yes, Wanted. Such a great movie.
Oh my god, underrated.
Oh man, like just another movie that like me and my brothers memed amongst ourselves. The keyboard, like
Oh,
smashing the guy. We
with the letters.
like reference that all the time. We like recreated it. We'd like joke about that all the time. And another moment from that movie is when she like drives a car and like scoops him like while drifting.
Yes, amazing.
Yeah, so it's again another action movie that felt like it had a really cool concept that I was like,
Yeah,
wow, I like the story here. I like the action.
the actors, the
Yeah, the
staff
actors.
cast.
Yeah, James McAvee
McAvoy.
is really good in that. Really, really
Yeah.
good.
Oh yeah. Like and they made him look young. Like he wasn't even that young
Yeah.
when he played Wesley.
Yeah. It's a
Morgan
really good
Freeman's a
movie.
bad guy. What?
Exactly. Yeah, it's like kind of
Trivia time.
nonsensical, but oh, trivia.
Trivia.
Okay.
What rapper was in this movie?
Oh, do not know my music industry. Like, so I have no idea. I have no idea.
So the rapper Common, who was one of the assassins
Oh,
in the
nice.
movie. Do you know Common at all?
I know, like I've heard of him,
Yeah,
but I know his music really.
got you. Yeah, Common was. Did he die in the movie? I think he was one of the loyal people to Morgan Freeman that ended up dying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I was surprised. That was like one of the first movies I seen him in, and then he ended up being in John Wick 2, and he's like him in other stuff now.
Uh-huh.
And he was almost Green Lantern.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
yeah, I forgot who was supposed to direct it, but this was like a way before the MCU. There was supposed to be a movie, like a universe starting movie, where it was a Justice League movie that was going to introduce everybody and then start the universe, called Justice
Wow.
League Mortal.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Common was supposed to be Jon Stewart.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
And then he had the suit. There's pictures of him in the suit and everything. And then it got canceled.
Dang.
Yeah. Maybe that would have been like a good first Justice League movie, since we didn't get that in real life.
Yeah. Still to this day.
Yeah. Wanted is criminally underrated. Facts.
Yeah.
Criminally. And the video game was good. Oh my God. And the
No,
comic
I
is
never
really
played
good
it.
too.
Yeah, I've only seen the movie, but
Yeah,
I really
man.
like that one.
They could have made a sequel. I still don't know why that movie didn't get a sequel.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. Ooh, yo, did this list right here, 13 to 19,
Yeah.
it's kind of popping.
A lot. This is a lot of a lot of my favorite movies are about to come up.
Let's talk about the second one, man.
So next is Zombieland. Oh my god. This is another one of those movies where it's like the sequel is a worthy one.
Yeah,
Um, but Zombieland is just so funny and like fun. Again, Emma Stone, who I think is just awesome.
yeah,
Jesse Eisenberg as well, Woody Harrelson, like all of these, the cast is so great. Again, the dynamic between the cast, I like that kind of stuff, you know?
yeah.
So yeah, it's just Zombieland's fun. It's so fun.
Just so fun, and it was like we had Shaun of the Dead, but
Mhm.
I think that Zombieland was like the big um zombie comedy that really like exposed people to like zombie comedies and made zombie movies more mainstream that they have been in a while.
Yeah.
And as a zombie fan, like I love zombie movies, and we haven't really gotten any since Train to Busan, which was a while ago now.
Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah.
This is a classic.
Yeah, it is. It is.
The Rules, oh my god.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
And
I
the
love
like
it.
the names too, the way they named everybody.
Yeah, the double tap. I was like, yes, yes.
Yeah.
This is the
Yeah.
movie. This should have been like the guide to survive a zombie
It
apocalypse
is. And that's how
movie.
they approach it too.
Yeah, there's a movie called The Scout's Guide to Survive a Zombie Apocalypse, which is actually really good.
Uh-huh.
But they don't. I feel like it came out after Zombieland, so you can see the inspiration there. I like
Oh,
this,
okay.
that, and Warm Bodies are like two zombie movies that you can see like that got
Mm.
greenlit because Zombieland is so good.
Yeah, yeah.
But
No,
Woody
that movie is
Harrelson
so good.
is in his element. Like this is perfect character for him.
Yeah.
Jesse Eisenberg, perfect character for him.
Yeah.
It's just Emma Stone. Just anytime she gets to be sarcastic, perfect.
Oh, yes. Yes. And I'm so like happy that they all came like I had so much respect for the entire cast, everyone that came back. I was
Yeah,
like, you know what? I respect you a lot because that just shows you like are not too good enough, like too good for something, you know?
they're still humble enough to be like, I'm
Yeah.
not too big for this movie anymore. Because
Yeah.
at that
And people,
point, Jesse Eisenberg was like going up.
yeah.
So
Yeah. And Emma Stone had won an Oscar by then. So
they even
why would
put
she
it in
do
the ad
this?
campaign.
Yeah.
There was like Oscar nominated Jesse Eisenberg, Oscar.
Yeah.
All that stuff, and it's just so funny. Woody Harrelson was Oscar nominated. It was just like this is
Yeah. Worth
incredible.
it. Worth it.
Yeah,
That's a
man.
great movie.
And it's funny. I know I'm about to get a lot of heat for saying this because a lot of people don't like her. But one of my favorite YouTubers, Grace Randolph, was in this movie as a zombie.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, that was
That
fun
you
too because I've seen her videos and I was like, oh wow, great
and
cameo.
and she got to like interview them after and talk about it. It was really cool.
Yeah,
Let's see. For whom the bell tolls. Jesse shines in the right comedy. He does. He's
yeah.
so good in the right comedy. His serious stuff is good too, but comedies is whew.
Hmm.
Bill Murray's scene. I almost cried laughing when he showed up. Facts. Bill
Yeah.
Murray was so good in that movie.
It is.
Just so many iconic moments.
Yeah, yeah. That movie should be a lot bigger than it is.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of that, a movie that went super under radar a lot of the times that people don't talk about, and I'm trying to get the steelbook of. What's your next movie?
The next one I have on the list is Mean Girls.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
what I'm
I was
talking
like,
about.
Steelbook, nice.
Yeah, they have this cool like steelbook that looks like her diary.
Oh, that would
Yeah,
be so cool. Yeah, Mean Girls is a classic. That that is one of my favorite comedies. I love that movie. It's
me
so
too.
it has influenced pop culture so much. And yeah, I like so many quotes from it. I love the cast.
Oh
The
yeah, so
fact
good.
that that was the same year that Rachel McAdams did The Notebook as
Huge.
Mean Girls, right? Like that is amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a huge Amy Poehler fan too. So I was so happy that she was in the movie in a small role too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie is funny. Lindsay Lohan, like I didn't put this in the other list, but Herbie is like what
Mm,
I like was a big movie when I was growing up, and also Freaky Friday. Those two
Friday.
are
I
and
can't.
The Parent Trap. Those are
I
all
hope
3
the
movies.
sequel for Freaky Friday is good.
Me too. Me
I hope
too.
so, please.
But like those 3 movies should have been on my list earlier, but I grew up with
Lindsay.
Lindsay Lohan. And so this is I was around the age of being in like middle school, high school, and like this movie came at the perfect time. So yeah, it's great. It's great.
It's so good. Yeah,
And
like
also
like
they
you
could
talked
never
about.
make that now. Like I've seen that movie again and I'm like, this could never be made right now.
It's funny you say that because this month there's a movie coming out called Bottoms that reminds me of Mean Girls.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's about it's about 2 lesbians making a fight club so they can hit on the girls there.
Yeah, I think I saw the trailer for that.
I think that kind of comedy went away for a long time because it's like inappropriate and stuff like that. But this summer, for whatever reason, it's coming back. Joyride,
Yes.
very in the vein of Mean Girls. No hard
Yeah.
feelings. Super inappropriate. Hilarious. And then Strays, which my review is coming out for that tomorrow at 8:00, by the way, cheap plug.
Nice.
It comes out this
I've been looking
Friday.
forward to that one.
I'm sad that it's coming out against Blue Beetle because it's gonna get overshadowed.
Yeah.
Great film. Spoiler for my review. It's so funny. It's the funniest movie I've seen this year.
Oh, nice. That
Yeah.
trailer looked really good.
Yeah, and the trailer parts are not the best parts of the movie.
Oh, perfect.
And the ending, I don't want to spoil anything. Go see Strays. Watch my review and see why. I had so much fun talking about it, but now like that's 3 like back-to-back raunchy, over-the-top comedies. And then we had Good Boys last year.
Yeah.
Which is the same people. So I think that the Mean Girls, obviously Mean Girls influenced a lot of films. You can see them try to recreate that. Even the second one was awful. And you can see whoever took over try to recreate it. But like we're getting those caliber of films again, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, totally.
Give me the raunchy rom-coms. Give me the big actresses doing it one time, like a Jennifer Lawrence. I would love a Florence Pugh in one of these. Anya Taylor-Joy. Just get these serious auteur actors just to have some fun.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, that's a great film. Like the whole like what was it, Stitch she was trying to make popular. What was the word that
fetch?
Yeah, it's like it's not gonna ever want to work. That's mean to death.
Yeah.
And Amanda Seyfried, who you didn't bring up, one of my favorite actors.
Yes.
Phenomenal job. Also, another movie that was on my list when I did my movies that made us, Jennifer's Body. Another great film that trailers made me think it was one thing and then turned into something else.
Yeah.
And I hated it. That was one of the worst movie experiences I ever had because I went there to go be a little perverted little child and and I left with a Men Are Bad movie and I was like, how dare you? But now like I can appreciate the movie as an adult for the satire that it is, but at the time me and my friends were upset. I never in a million years did I think I would like Mean Girls as much as I did. Great movie. I'm gonna see that tomorrow. Oh, Strays? Nice. 100% agree. These type of comedies have been put on the shelf for the last few years, but so happy to hear these type of movies are coming back. Yeah, man. And we got to go see them. That's the main thing. Like, No Hard Feelings is the biggest R-rated film of all time. R-rated comedy film of all time in terms of box office, which I feel like is super under, like, nobody's talking about that. But Joyride didn't do well. And that movie should do well. It was so good. So good. And it had like representation in a way that was really fun. I just hope people discovered it on streaming.
Yeah.
So hopefully people check out Strays and then hopefully people check out Bottoms. But yeah, go check these movies out in theaters. Like Dungeons and Dragons. Did you get to see that this year?
Oh, I love that movie.
It's so freaking good.
It's so good.
I was on Twitter and I saw somebody say, I saw Dungeons and Dragons on Paramount Plus. This was so great. I wish we get more. Yeah, we're not because you waited till Paramount Plus.
Yeah. I was telling so many people to go see it in theaters. But
me too. I begged people in my review, go watch this. Go watch this in the theaters. Do not wait. I know the trailers were weak, but it's so good.
It's like it's so funny. It's like everything that you want in a fantasy action movie, you get it.
Yes,
Like,
characters, action,
yeah,
lore.
yeah,
And as someone that actually played D&D, it was so cool to see like certain like phrases referenced and stuff like
yeah,
that.
yeah. You know, at first I was like, oh, I didn't know. Like, I thought it was gonna be like Jumanji, where it's like, oh, it's like the movie's about
Mm,
people playing, but it was just the lore, right? But then
yeah,
I was reading stuff online, and they were like, you know, it like mirrors an actual D&D game because some of the stuff that happens is as if like the storyteller? I don't remember the name, like the person leading.
oh, are you talking about Chris Pine's character?
No, like in D&D the game, isn't there someone who's like the
I
game
know what you're talking
master?
about. The Game Master. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, so like usually like in D&D games sometimes like the characters get stuck and the game master has to come up with something so the game keeps going. And then
Yeah,
they're like in the movie, I don't want to spoil anything. There's like certain parts where you're like, "Oh, that's kind of like mirroring that as if people were playing and got stuck and so then they had to be helped out by the plot." And that happens
yeah,
in the movie. It's
yeah.
so well like thought out.
That's
Uh
masterful, honestly, if you think
yeah.
about it. But it's not something that maybe casual viewers would get.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think even if you don't understand that part, the movie's just really, really entertaining and
Exactly. Yeah, I didn't
fun.
know that until after I read it. And
Like
I
Justice
still thought it
Smith,
was so good.
so good.
Yeah.
Lily, what was her name? Lily Sophia Lillis, I think her name
Yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah.
So good. She's in one of my show on Netflix. I'm Not Okay, which I was so sad that got canceled because it was so
Mhm.
good. And then she was in the It movies.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
man, that movie was so good. I could ramble on forever about that, but I want to take up your
Yeah.
time. I'm so mad it bombed. D&D is top 10 of this year. I don't think it's in my top 10, but it's in my top 20.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Me
I
too.
loved it. It was so good. I want to get the steel book, but I already know it's going to be like $100 million. I didn't get it right away
Yeah.
because I got the Spider-Man one and I got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one. I was like,
Oh,
I gotta get this right
nice.
away.
Nice. Yeah.
The Guardians 3 one, if now it's $75. I can't
Whoa.
because people bought it like the first as soon as it went online, it just sold out, and
Oh,
now all of it is
wow.
on eBay.
Dang.
Yeah, man, it's so gorgeous. It's one of the most gorgeous physical media things I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang.
So we're gonna move on to your love for comic books throughout this whole thing. We're going to another two comic book movies back to back. One not so rated high. One is a classic. Let's talk about it. What's the first one?
So the first one I have is Chronicle,
Yes.
which I didn't know what it was when I was watching it, but after I watched it, I was blown away. I
Yeah.
was so amazed. And I think that was the first time I was like, I think other movies do deconstruct like the superhero genre. I've
Yeah.
mentioned, I think like to some extent, like The Incredibles does a little bit, and like other movies, but this one like fully like did,
Yeah.
and it was like analyzing what would happen to people if they actually got powers, and it was like docu-cam style, which like is that what it's called, where it's like first person, like filmed
Is
in
it talking
like
about first
or
POV or
found
like
footage, found
found
footage.
footage? Yeah, 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 yeah.
Which is crazy that that worked for that like, those movies found footage movies never really work out, at least in my opinion, I don't really like them.
It's a very
But,
few that work out.
yeah, but that does, it works so well, and I think the cast is amazing, the story, like, it's just incredible. It's so incredible.
Yeah, this guy.
Yes,
I
movie
actually
ninja.
haven't seen Chronicle yet, and I want to so bad. I
Oh,
think
you
I sat
haven't?
down to watch it, and I rented it, and I didn't watch it right away. And when I went to turn it on, my rental expired, and
Oh,
I
no.
was so mad. And I was like, I was broke at the time, so I was like, "There's no way I can rent this again." I gotta
Yeah,
wait. So I
no.
think I'm actually just gonna buy it because I've only heard good things about
Yeah,
Chronicle.
you have to watch it, for
So it's one of
sure.
those movies I feel like I can just blind buy.
Yeah, yeah, you won't regret it.
Yeah. What about it? Is there other than the found footage thing? Because like I'm thinking about that. Like people talk about how like MCU and to an extent DC movies, their plots are or the way it's filmed are kind of like beat for beat, kind of the same. You might have some plot twists here, but there's like a flow to the movies that are the same. What about Chronicle? You think that maybe other superhero movies or future superhero movies can take and maybe apply to like kind of switch it up a bit?
The thing about this is, I think if people, you can't. I don't think you can, because
Okay,
this is such a different type of movie. It's just so different,
got
and
you.
it approaches the genre so differently. I think that, like, I would argue that the Zack Snyder movies kind of take this approach,
Mm,
and
okay,
those didn't work out. So I don't know if other movies can take things from this one.
and it only had a $15 million budget,
Yeah, yeah.
which is
It's
insane.
This movie's really special. Like, it's just very unique
And it
and
made
different.
$126 million, so that means it did well.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I hear you. I had these conversations with people about like, why don't the film directors try to do something different? And then like, I'm like, well, because casual audience is not gonna go for a found footage MCU film,
Hmm.
not for the whole time at least.
Yeah, yeah,
I do think that Kevin Feige let the reins off a little bit in Phase 4, and then people complained about
yeah. That's fair. That is
it.
fair.
You know what I mean? Like, so you guys are like, we need to diversify, we need to change it up, and then they did it, and then you're like, wait, no, I don't want a romantic comedy Thor movie. I don't want a horror movie Doctor Strange film. I don't want this different kind of Eternals, which is like a biopic drama. I don't want any of this stuff. Give me back my cookie cutter. So it's like, this is why they're gonna continue to make similar movies
Yeah,
that they did before.
yeah, that's fair.
Well, you have not seen that movie? Yeah, I haven't seen the movie, man. It's amazing. It's such a great movie and it holds up. I gotta check it out. Hey, Screens and Reviews. I think you were here earlier, but thank you for coming back. With Chronicle, it's hyper realistic. What would people actually do with powers, good and bad? Nice.
Hmm. Yeah, it's just so different than any
So
other
different.
movie, other comic book movie I've seen.
Yeah. Good, good, good. Now, speaking of comic book movies, we're gonna go on to the one of the quintessential ones. One of the ones that if it didn't exist, we probably wouldn't have 20 years of comic book films.
Yep, and that's the Avengers.
Give it a
Yep,
round of applause.
yep, yep. Groundbreaking. It really, set the stage for what we have today, good and
Mhm.
bad.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
But no, that movie is incredible with how much it pulled off and made it work. Like, that's it. Like, we talked about this earlier with Dark Knight. Like, I did it for the longest time. I didn't remember that movie. Like, I'd always discount because I'm like, oh, what even happened to that movie? But I've over time like rewatched it more and I remember more of it. And I'm like, this is like, it was really ambitious and it was handling a lot of characters, but it was able to continue all of their stories without interfering with the plot. Like, it's just really well made.
Yeah,
Some people get the short end of the stick,
of course.
but yeah, I really liked it a lot. And it's weird because the movie, when you watch it now, it's like, this isn't like how Marvel looks, but it's also
Yeah.
kind of how Marvel looks. It's like very
Yeah.
TV quality, bright colors, and it's like, this isn't really like movie level now, but this kind of defines what Marvel is. Like, this is it. Like,
It's funny that you said that because it feels like after the first Avengers, maybe even after like when we hit Winter Soldier, the cinematography and the filmmaking got to like a cinematic level that where people are like, oh, these are cinema now. And then it kept going into Civil War and it got like Black Panther. Not like it's the greatest writing, but the film making.
yeah,
And I
yeah,
feel like recently it's starting to go back to Avengers 1 quality filmmaking.
yeah, yeah,
And people are like, whoa, hold up. Why are we going backwards?
yeah, yeah.
So
I
it's funny
agree.
that
I
you brought
agree.
that up
I
because
agree.
the suits are really bright. Everyone's suit is bright. Maybe
Hmm.
not Thor, but like Hulk is really green.
Yeah,
Captain America is really blue and red. Iron Man is red and yellow as hell. Looks like the sun.
yeah, yeah.
Scarlet's
It's
hair is
so
like bright
Marvel.
red, Ariel red.
Yeah, it's like the Marvel cartoon, like the Avengers cartoon. Like, that is what that is.
Which
it
is funny
wasn't
because that's
until
an
the
amazing cartoon.
yeah, yeah, and it wasn't until the Russo brothers like desaturated
Everything,
the MCU
yeah,
that and made it more like, I guess, like realistic,
yeah,
that people were like, "Oh, this is different. I like this." And it's so like interesting because I feel like the Russo brothers and the MCU, the Marvel, are like we're always in like a delicate balance and a dance of balancing each other out.
yeah.
Like they were like yin and yang kind of. And I feel like now that they've separated, you're kind of going back to like you said, Marvel, what it was before the Russo brothers,
With
which is
Josh
not
Whedon,
what people want anymore or are used to at least.
yeah, it's like the Josh Whedon kind of era
Exactly. Yeah.
in terms of the how serious you take it. I think the Russo brothers took the movie, and then not only I want to only give it credit to the Russo brothers, also Stevie McFeely and Chris McFeely, the brothers that wrote. They wrote Winter Soldier, Civil War, Endgame, and Infinity War, four of the
Yeah.
greatest comic book movies of all time.
Mm-hmm.
They also wrote those films, so it's the writing quality and kind of the themes that they tied into there. That like Civil War has that thing of like, oh, Bucky killed his parents. Like that's something that's so serious, and you can feel it here. Where now
Yeah.
Iron Man is making this irrational decision. They're like, well, he killed my mom. And that the way it was delivered, that dialogue is just like, yeah, like I get it. Like I don't want him to kill Bucky, but he did kill his mother.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't get that anymore now
Exactly.
because the Rick and Morty writers don't do that. Like
Yeah. It's a completely different approach.
you're like, let's go goofy. And it's just like, and Taika, obviously, like, I don't know if we could Taika what he did.
I think they just kind of lost their way on that set.
Yeah. Oh my
They're making
God.
that movie. I don't know
They
what
were like,
happened,
what
but
else
too
do?
much of it happened.
Too much of it. That's amazing. Yeah, just too much. We don't know what happened, but it was just too much.
Yeah.
We don't know what you watched for inspiration, but it just turned off.
Yeah.
But to go back to Avengers, I think that so many things have tried to duplicate it, and didn't work. And the thing about Avengers, my mom didn't watch the movies leading up to it, but she watched Avengers with me. And she was like, she was able to follow along with the movie without knowing the character's origins
Mhm.
before. And I think that is a special thing about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can go back and turn that on now and don't feel like, oh, I need to rewatch the first Avenger and Iron Man 1 to get what's going on. There's it's explained, and I don't know how to explain what they did with that film in terms of that, but
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the stakes
Yeah.
are there. That battle in New York, there's a reason why for like up until Infinity War, it was referenced so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it was just
Yes.
like, holy
That's a
crap.
big deal.
It was a big deal. All of them coming together. It looked like they were going to lose the first time they came together. And then while all this chaos is happening, the government decides to throw a nuke at them.
Yeah. Always a nuke.
And it was just like, what the hell? And then the genius idea of throwing it up. And it's just the arcs that were built in there, just the conversation between Tony and Steve. The whole like
Mhm.
everything special about you was in a bottle, and then he picks up the hammer and proves him wrong in Endgame. And then he's like, you won't sacrifice yourself, and then he sacrifices himself. And like it started right there.
Yeah.
And it
Yep.
just we get the satisfying ending, and it's just chef's kiss, man.
Yeah. Totally.
Great
I couldn't
pick.
have said it better. Yeah.
Great pick, man. Avengers.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know we talked about how like X-Men is the blueprint, but still Avengers is not a bad way to start.
Yeah. Totally.
But now we're getting to something serious.
Yeah.
A heavy movie. Oh, hold on. Let me see what this person said. I've seen pictures of those things that happened on set. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh God. Would you say the shows have helped the MCU or hinder the experience in? I guess also the movie quality has dropped because they're doing too much. From a fan perspective, like my own fandom, it's helped me because I just always just wanted more MCU content. Just give me all the comic book content you can. But from like a casual viewer, like people enjoying it, and I think it in a business side, it's hurt the MCU a lot.
I agree. I think however it helped MC was on accident. I don't think they realized like WandaVision, Loki, those kind of stuff helped the MCU, but I don't know if that was intentional. Like I don't know if they realized how much it would help because the rest of the shows clearly weren't made. Like they all like kind of started around the same time, like making them. So it's not
Mhm.
like they could start. I think Loki is one of the first ones that's going to be made after that they
All
can
the
see
issues.
how all the shows went and then like put any feedback into it. Like all
Yeah,
this first batch, they couldn't incorporate any feedback.
because they already
So
made them.
and it goes to show like how a lot of the shows didn't really have that big of an impact because that's not what they were made to do.
Yeah.
So the ones that worked and helped were I think on accident.
I think there's this YouTuber, and I shared his video on my community tab. It's called A Journey Through Cinema. That's his channel name, where he talks about the problem with the MCU shows. And the main problem that he pointed out, other than WandaVision and maybe Loki, the rest of the movie shows aren't shows. They're movies. And they chop them up into
Yeah,
weekly episodes. And that's why when you binge it, it's a better watch because you're watching a 6-hour movie
yeah, yeah,
instead of waiting. You watch a movie and you don't feel fulfilled because it's not an actual TV show with a rise, a fall, and a conclusion,
yeah, yeah,
and then leaves it open ended enough that you can move to the next episode and wonder what's going on.
yeah,
It's kind of this steady, like all the shows feel like this steady, like we're just gonna do this. And then that last episode,
yeah, yeah,
and Secret Invasion was the one where I felt it the most. There's
yeah.
literally an episode where like he sees his wife and they kiss and it just fades to black. And the way it fade to black, you could tell they're like, shit, I don't know when to end this episode.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, they definitely didn't make this for TV. This was supposed to be a movie.
yeah.
I actually liked all the shows except Moon Knight and Secret Invasion. I couldn't get into either of those two. What's your opinion on that, Imran?
I mean, I like a lot of them. Like, don't get me wrong, I like them. Like, I love Hawkeye. I
Mhm.
love Miss Marvel. I enjoyed She-Hulk. Um, I love WandaVision. I love Loki. Falcon and Winter Soldier was pretty good. So I enjoy them for the most part, but I also recognize that they probably didn't help the MCU as much as
Yeah.
as everyone thought they would.
I also think they announced what this saga was about too soon
Yeah, yeah.
because
And
it's
I
like
think they
multiverse
announced
saga.
projects too soon.
Yeah.
Like having a
Like,
timeline, like I think they saw the idea of a timeline, but it's like we got those like in real time, and then we are filled in the timeline afterwards. But to get the whole timeline filled beforehand kind of takes away from
and it
the
takes a little bit of the
excitement.
stakes away too, because it's like, oh, I know this character is gonna move on, so it's no like, oh, because like when you watch these movies, like, oh, Steve Rogers is not gonna die, but as moviegoers, we suspension of belief.
Yeah,
Like you're like you keep in your head like there's a possibility. It's not gonna happen, but just to immerse yourself into the movie or show, you have suspension of belief. But when
hmm,
you announce Captain America is gonna be an Avengers film, it takes away that completely.
yeah,
Or like when they announced Spider-Man Far From Home before Endgame came out, it was just like,
yeah,
oh, well, Spider-Man's safe.
yeah, yeah,
Or oh, Spider-Man came back. Like at
yeah,
that point, we didn't know Spider-Man was coming back
yeah,
from Infinity War. So it's just like they're starting to take the suspension of belief out away from the films. And I
yeah,
think they need to calm down and stop getting so hype and wait to closer. You can wait till a year out to announce Kang Dynasty because people are going to be hyped a year out.
yeah. I agree.
But if you announce Kang Dynasty, what they announced Kang Dynasty 2 years ago, and now it's coming out in 2026,
Hmm.
like I'm gonna forget that movie's coming out.
Yeah, yeah. Like we should not be getting this excited for Secret Wars when it's like years away.
And it's not even the first movie.
Yeah,
It should have been like Avengers Kang Dynasty. And don't even tell us there's a part one, part two. Just this is the
yeah,
film. We see the ending, and then Avengers Secret Wars is the next movie.
yeah,
The person who decides the runtime for each episode needs to be fired because having
yeah,
the first episode be the longest and the finale being the shortest for each show is dumb. Yeah, it is dumb. Yeah,
yeah.
I agree. Yes. Zach got some sleep because he's too hype. I'm on here with Imran, man. I don't get to be on here a lot. This man is doing big things, getting degrees and stuff, traveling to different countries. So that I got him here, I'm gonna make it worth it. You won't forget, Zach. You're a Marvel fanatic. I'm a comic book fanatic. I'm not just a Marvel fanatic. I love DC. I love Image. I love Dark Horse. So don't box me into a box, okay? I'm excited for Invincible. I'm excited for The Boys. I'm excited for all the comic book stuff that's coming out. But the MCU is the one that's the most consistent right now. So that's why that's what we talk about. But moving on from that, I'm probably gonna have to separate that into a short or something. We're gonna talk about something serious, something that's cinema, that's Oscar worthy.
Yeah, and that's the Social Network.
Yeah, big film.
I think that's one of the first Aaron Sorkin movies I saw. And yeah, it really blew me away. That I think this is like one of the early document biopics and also dramas that really connected.
Yeah,
because the writing I think is just so well done, and the acting, of course, Jesse Eisenberg, and Andrew Garfield. His one scene when he comes in, and it's just so well made. Like the story is also really engaging, and I think this kind of opened me up towards like film as like an art.
Yeah. Instead of just watching like action movies and comic book movies, you can see like the more slower dramas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if it's this film particularly that opened me up to it, but it might be. That might be the film that, because I watched it and I was like, I think I saw Jesse Eisenberg from Zombieland, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna follow you because I like you.
Yeah.
And I watched this. Oh, this is very different. He's actually a good actor because he went from this goofy character in Zombieland to this serious character in here.
Yeah.
That's kind of the villain of the movie, but we're
Yeah.
following him. And when you think about like how biopics can be very boring, and like I was talking about Oppenheimer earlier, and how like I feel like he did it in a way that makes it feel more like just a movie. This movie here kind of sets that pace here. The Social Network. And Justin Timberlake.
Who knew that he could do that?
Yeah, and then he's like in 3 movies that I really like.
Yeah.
This, I think it's called In Time. And the one where he did with his wife, Mila. Well, no, sorry, not his wife. That's Ashton Kutcher. The one he did with Mila Kunis.
Oh yeah.
Friends with Benefits.
Yes.
Great rom-com, and it's like, oh, this guy can act.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Who would have thought? Like, why are you so talented and handsome at the same time? It's not fair.
Yeah, right.
And you like movies with stat cast, man. This is another movie with a stat cast. Eisenberg. It's funny that Andrew Garfield played a character named Eduardo.
Yeah, a lot of the casting in this movie is like kind of off.
Yeah,
because there's another character that's like supposed to be Indian, but is not played by an Indian actor. But
this is 2010, so they weren't worrying about that at all back then.
Yeah.
We have Armie Hammer, the woman eater, literally.
Yeah.
Dakota Johnson. Yeah, double roll. Dakota Johnson before she started getting naked everywhere. Rudy Mara, Rashida Jones. Like, it's such a Brenda Song was in this.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, I definitely remember her character.
Yeah, like there's like a really solid cast of like working actors and then like stars in this film. And David Finch? Yeah, David Fincher. One of the best directors of all time. So can't go wrong with that. So you said this opened up to you to drama, like more film and drama. Do you remember like what was like that next more serious drama film you maybe watched after? It doesn't have to be the exact next, but what's like the closest in your memory? You remember like you watched Social Network and then you kind of watched another.
I'm not sure actually. I'm trying to think.
Let me see if I see something in your list. It's definitely not Now You See Me.
No, I'm sure there were some that were like more on a smaller scale.
Gotcha.
I know, like I saw The Help around this time, which was another like Oscar movie. Oh, there's The Butler
Oh yeah, I saw that in the theaters. That was a good movie.
Yeah, stuff like that. I think
Yeah,
I started watching stuff like that.
that was around the time where like segregation movies were big.
Yeah.
It was like Butler, The Help. There was a couple more that came out around that time.
Mhm.
I, at my ripe old young age of 33, I am over it.
Yeah, we've had a
don't
lot.
don't show me any more slave movies. Don't show me any more segregation movies. I'm good.
Yeah.
Keep making them because we need to keep remembering that this stuff happened.
Yeah.
But I personally don't want to watch it.
That's fair.
There's this movie, there's a show called Underground on Prime Video that was like getting so much praise and hype. And I went to watch it and I watched the first 20 minutes, and it's like, yeah, I can't do this.
Mhm.
I was just getting angry and I was like, I can't punch the actors, so I'm not gonna watch
Yeah. Yeah.
Screen Zen Roots to The Social Network. I love that movie. I'm convinced it boosted multiple actor. Yeah, 1000% boosted multiple acting careers.
For sure.
I didn't know who the hell Rooney Mara was.
Mhm.
And then that movie came out. Going into Social Network, this is a film that I just recently watched and reviewed on my channel for Throwback Thursdays that you're about to bring up.
Edge of Tomorrow.
Yes, I'm really excited to talk to you about this because this is fresh on my mind. I just watched this.
What did you think?
I think it's a fantastic film. I think it's so
Yes.
unique. Like how you talked
Yes.
about Chronicle is unique. I think this is unique as well.
Yes, it is. This movie and you know what? I think this movie, Oblivion and Elysium, I had seen around the same time. And all three of those movies, I was like, wow,
Is
sci-fi is
Oblivion
awesome.
good? Because I haven't seen it.
I liked it.
Okay.
I think of the Tom Cruise movies, Edge of Tomorrow is obviously better,
Yeah.
but I thought it was interesting.
Oh man. Yeah, those Edge of Tomorrow and Elysium, so good.
Hmm.
But talk
Yeah.
about Edge of Tomorrow. Talk about what makes it so unique and what it did for you.
I think was that my like? I think it just the story, but more importantly, I think the cast. I think Tom
Mm,
Cruise and Emily Blunt are a great duo, and I
yeah.
love the role that Emily Blunt has. Like, she is like the leader here, and Tom Cruise is the one who doesn't know what's going on. And I feel like stereotypically those roles are reversed, but I love how they switched it around, and just the concept is well executed. There's so
Yes.
many like live, die, repeat, which is a slogan of this movie. I think that was one of the titles that it had,
This
or I think
movie
it was
has like 3 different names.
yeah. But it's one of the best executions of that concept, in my opinion.
Yeah, the Groundhog Day
Yes.
concept,
Yes.
but in a sci-fi action film. I think a big part of why the movie works is the subversion. Because when you hear Edge of Tomorrow and you see the cover, Tom Cruise is in the front, in the front of Emily Blunt. You
Mhm.
think, oh, okay, she's his sidekick.
Yeah.
Or like eventually he's gonna have to save her or some crap like that.
Yeah.
And I don't think Emily Blunt was in like an action movie up until this point.
Yeah.
So for her to be the stereotypical stoic badass that
Yeah.
most of the time is big men do, and maybe even like Tom Cruise, for
Yeah.
her to do it and do it so like there was never sometimes when I watch action movies and the main character is a woman, there's like my suspension of disbelief gets broken a bit. I'm like, this is a bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
This tiny little girl will be able to fight all these 7 dudes at one time.
Uh-huh.
There was like a movie called Anna where they did that, and I was like, no, I don't care how skilled she is. But there was never any point in Edge of Tomorrow where I was like, no, she's doing this. She's a badass.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree.
She carried herself in the perfect way. And for Tom Cruise up until this point, who I always saw as a badass in every movie that he was in, for him to be like the coward,
Yeah. Yeah.
so good.
Exactly.
I got a
Yeah.
question for you. This is not trivia really, but this is a
Mhm.
question. Do you think at the end of the movie, Emily Blunt remembers Tom Cruise's character?
Oh, I'm gonna have to be. I don't remember the end.
Because so you remember how like there's a repeat thing where when he dies, he comes back to that training area.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
reminds her of everything, and they go back and start doing
No,
things.
no. I don't think so. No,
You don't think so?
no.
I wonder why that is. Why does he remember and she doesn't? This is very,
Is
very interesting.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, he sorry for spoilers for whoever hasn't
Yeah,
seen.
look, this movie
I'm
came out a
about
while
to
ago.
spoil this whole movie for you. But you know what? Like he fights the alien, right? And
Yeah.
because he is the one that survives and the alien is not, I think he gets to keep his memories
Mm,
in exchange for the alien not being able to reset the day.
reset today. Okay.
That's how I
And
interpret it. And
then
also, it's been a while since I watched it, so if I'm remembering correctly, that's how I read it.
yeah, Edge of Tomorrow is one of the most underrated movies of all time. No, it's the next day at the end. He remembers and she doesn't. She got the
Oh
blood.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, she
yeah.
got that blood transfusion. Okay.
Thank you
But
for
he
that.
didn't he get the blood transfusion and
No,
and
no,
lost
no.
his powers? When he was in the thing, he told her like, "I lost it."
I think that was oh dang. Yeah, I don't remember that. No, because at that point he couldn't die.
Oh, okay.
When he got that transfusion, he couldn't die. So that was like his last life, basically,
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
right?
Oh,
If
okay.
I'm
He couldn't die
actually,
again. He said he did, but they killed the super brain at the end. Oh, okay. So he did lose it, but because they killed the super brain at the end, he was able to keep his memories. I don't think that was like super explained in the movie, but it's not a big part. I just found it interesting because in my head I was like, he came up to her, he said the thing, and she kind of just looked at him, and they just ended the movie. So I was just like, did she
mhm.
remember or did she not? So that's always one of those things that's like fun to play with in
Yeah,
those
I'm gonna have to
movies.
rewatch that. Actually,
He's like, I got like a list of movies to rewatch now.
yeah, I'm looking at my own list and I'm like, dang, some good movies on here.
Now a movie that I really think is super underrated that you have up next with Jesse Eisenberg again.
Yeah, this will explain a later choice that's coming.
Okay.
It's me liking Jesse Eisenberg is gonna explain a movie that comes up later. But
Okay.
Now You See Me.
Yes. Great film.
I just okay. The second one is not good, but to
Well, I
talk
haven't
about
seen it.
sequels, I didn't think the second one lived up to it. But this was
Gotcha.
so fun and creative, and the best part of it all is I believed all of it, even
Yeah.
though like all the way till the end when it got like a little outrageous. I was like, this is possible. This
Yeah.
is possible and practical. And I
It's
think
like
that's
they
what
started doing too much. Be like, you know what? I'm still in there.
yeah, yeah. So mm, yeah, I just think it's another group team movie that stars Jesse Eisenberg with a cool concept that I really enjoyed and I fully bought into.
And it's another movie with a good cast. Morgan Freeman, Dave Franco this time. Remember, we
Mhm.
remembered him when we weren't supposed to. Um, Woody Harrelson again. Oh yeah, just Eisenberg, Woody Harrelson again.
Yeah, yeah,
Mark Ruffalo, Michael Caine. Like they had like a stacked cast in
yeah.
here at the top. And look at it, Common again. Remember I was just talking about Common being
Yes,
in a bunch
yes.
of movies.
Yep.
And then Isla Fisher, who I want to give a little shout out because she's in Strays and she did a great job voicing the dog.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait
Yeah,
to
Now
watch
You
that
See
one.
Me is an underrated movie
Yeah.
that people need to go check out. I need to see the second one. I haven't seen the second one. Hopefully it's not hot garbage because the first one was so good.
Yeah, don't get your hopes up.
Imran's not positive on it. That means it's not good.
Yeah, I just feel like the first one's so good and the second one kind of tarnishes the reputation.
Oh, someone has a question for you. Um, Imran, have you seen The Art of Self-Defense?
I have not. No, I've never heard
It's
of
a
that before.
recent Jesse Eisenberg movie that came out maybe last 2 years.
Okay. Okay.
Last 2 3 years. He had a couple movie. It came out 2019, so that's 4 years ago. I heard it was
Check
really
that
really
out.
good. I just missed it. So that's another
Yeah.
movie you can add to your list.
Yeah, I'll have to add that. Thank you.
It's Jesse Eisenberg in another like collab ensemble film, which seems like
Nice.
to be his bag.
Yeah, he works really well in them.
One of the best casts. Everyone was great in their roles. Yep. Let's move on to the next film, We have. Ooh, this is a big one. This is one I recently watched. Now my mind was blown to smithereens.
This is one of my favorite movies,
Yeah,
Inception.
yeah. Come on, man.
And every single time I watch it, I love it. This is one of my favorite Christopher Nolan movies. I think it's
Mhm.
my favorite. Again, The Dark Knight, I feel like that's its own category always.
Okay.
Even when it comes to like the comic movies, Christopher Nolan movies, Dark Knight kind of separate. But Inception's like my favorite Christopher Nolan movie, one of my favorite movies, just because I enjoy it every single time.
Yeah.
You know, I think the concept is really well executed, and the cast again, love the cast.
Stacked.
Yeah,
Full of like future stars.
yeah,
know,
yeah.
That's insane. I think it's top to me. It's top 3 Nolan films for me. It was number 1 until I saw Interstellar, and then that became my number 1 for
Mhm.
me under Nolan. That movie just did things for me that I didn't know that I needed. But Inception is so good,
Yeah.
and it's one of his most fun movies.
Yes.
I
Yes.
think it's
It's because
funner than Batman.
it has that like spy quality to it
Yeah,
that I
spy
really
thriller.
enjoy. Yeah.
It feels like he was trying to make a James Bond film, and he was
Yes.
like, they're not gonna let me, so I'm gonna make a sci-fi
Yeah. Yeah.
version."
And I think
And
he
yeah,
like the way he approaches dreams and that concept, I love
which
it
is
a
like
lot.
something we've never really seen in sci-fi. Like we usually get time travel, multiverse, um, I don't know, like different concepts like that.
Right.
We never get dreams and like how you can physically manifest that in a way and play with
Yeah.
rules and go into a dream of a dream and all these different things that he
Yes.
did and add physical concepts into it that just hasn't been touched. Like no
Yeah.
one's tried to even.
Totally.
Well, there's this movie that came out this year that was bad that tried called Hypnotic. It was like a very cheap knockoff, and it's like my second worst movie I've seen this year.
God.
And I was so disappointed because Ben Affleck's in it, and he's never disappointed me before. And I was just like, shit, the
Yeah.
streak is over. But yeah,
Shame.
it's so good. Another
And
stat
Hans Zimmer
cast.
score,
Oh my god,
one of
talk
my
to me about
favorites.
it.
One
Such
of
a
my
great
favorites. And
score.
this actually put me on to Hans Zimmer and Christopher
Hans
Nolan. And
Zimmer.
since then, I'm a fan. I consider
Yeah,
myself a
man.
fan of both of them.
Big people I'm a fan of. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love him as an actor.
Yes.
I follow him a lot. One of my favorite movies of all time is 500 Days of Summer, which I actually
Mhm.
just bought. Cillian Murphy, speaking of Oppenheimer,
Yeah.
fantastic.
Yep.
Tom Hardy, Venom himself, Bane
Yes.
himself.
Yes.
Elliot Page, great
Yes.
in the movie.
And also great in
Marion
X-Men.
Kohler, yeah, great in X-Men. Ken Watanabe, Michael Caine again because he always
Yeah.
has Michael Caine. This that main cast right there was just. I think he could have got a little bit more fun out of them, but I understand that he wanted to stick to his
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
They were just the banter that they had together was still good in the little small parts that we got.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Like for a Nolan film to work, I think like really well for general audiences, I think it just needs to have charismatic actors to
Yeah.
play his cold, very serious world that he builds.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Matthew McConaughey brought so much warmth to Interstellar.
Yeah.
That man made me cry.
Yeah.
That
It's a
scene where
great
he's watching his
segue
kids grow up. Yeah. Oh, because it's on here, right?
because that's the next movie. Yeah.
Boom. Talk about it. I'm gonna shut up.
No, you continue. You continue because I agree with everything you're saying.
Yeah, it's just the warmth. Like, have you seen Tenet?
I have, yeah.
That movie for me personally, I don't know how you feel about the movie, doesn't work because unfortunately Robert Pattinson is a cold actor and
Mhm.
John David Washington is also a cold actor.
Yeah.
So there's no like I couldn't attach to either of them as protagonists, and also the dialogue was I couldn't hear what was going on.
Yeah, yeah. Sound mixing is always criminal.
And I watched it at home
Yeah.
with the subtitles on, and I was like, still can't understand what's going on.
Yeah, that's
And the story just got way too like it just like was too Christopher Nolan. Like it felt like he didn't have a producer to tell him like, okay, relax.
yeah.
Yeah. Still a movie I kind of appreciate for trying something. I will always appreciate a movie for being ambitious
I agree.
and trying something different. But when it doesn't work,
Yeah.
hold on, what some people said? Said, yeah, it's about Jesse Eisenberg pulled into a karate cult. Oh wow. That sounds crazy.
I'm going to pause real quick and get my charger
Okay.
because this is gonna
Do you
die.
think? Do you think?
So I'll be right back.
Let me see what you guys are saying. Inception kept me glued to the screen in fear of missing something. Yeah, man, because there's so much stuff going on. You're like, oh, I hope that I don't miss something. Like, like there's something going on in the background, some detail that I need to know to see it later on. And I'm pretty sure that's actually happened. And I need to watch that movie again because I've only watched it maybe once. Yeah, I only watched it once, so I need to watch it again to catch some details. The 80s oversaturated the market with dream movies. Oh, I didn't know that. I call myself the baby cinephile. There's so many films I've never seen, so there's a lack of movies from the 80s that I have knowledge on. What's been the best comic book movie of this year so far? Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, hands down. Yeah, while Imran is gone, I guess we can open this up to a Q&A. Yeah, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse easily is the best comic book movie of this year. I don't think there's anything even close to the level of that film. Have you seen what Labyrinth came to mind? Labyrinth, okay. Interstellar is in my top 10 movies of all time. It's also in my top 10 movies of all time as well. Zach, Zach, are you more excited for The Boys season 4 or Peacemaker? I'm more excited for The Boys. I like The Boys more than Peacemaker. I think I like Peacemaker a lot, but I think it was overhyped just a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Not a lot, but just a little bit. Are you seeing Blue Beetle? I have my tickets for Blue Beetle on Thursday. I'm going with Clay. So that's going to be fun. Let's see.
I'm back.
Here we go.
Got some water.
What was your laptop charger was dying?
Yeah, my computer.
Gotcha. Also, I swear the rest of the year, horror-wise, other than Five Nights at Freddy's, Saw 10, it's demon movies. How do you feel about that? Horror has been pretty weak this year. I'm not gonna lie. It hasn't. Last year it was a banger after banger after banger for horror movies and indie movies. I think last year they just overloaded us with indie and horror films, and we didn't have a lot of blockbusters. And now this year it's too many blockbusters and not a lot of indie and horror films.
Yeah, I could
But
see
I
that.
think indie movies don't eat each other up, but blockbusters do.
For sure.
Like Mission Impossible, just like it's not tanking, but it's not doing as good as it should. How incredible that movie was.
I feel so bad for it every time.
Tom Cruise should have just been like, let's move away from Barbenheimer.
Yeah.
Like that should have been coming out. Well, actually, I don't want it to affect Blue Beetle. That should have been coming out next week.
Yeah.
Or maybe the first week of September.
Actually, yeah. If it came out right now, like August, end of August, it would have done really well because there's nothing really else.
Yeah. There's nothing really else. It's just a bunch of comedy movies and stuff like that and indie films. It would have been doing just fine.
Yeah.
It was also, I think
Barbenheimer is like kind of ended.
The
end of that. So
yeah, it's starting to cool down. And then like right before Mission Impossible was Indiana Jones, and I think that movie hurt Mission Impossible because it was just like a sequel, and it didn't sit well with people, and it was like, oh, are we gonna go watch this another sequel?
Yeah.
There's a theory of like movie momentum. So like if you go watch a movie in the theaters and it gives you a bad taste, you might not want to go watch another movie in the theaters.
Yeah.
But if you watch a good movie in the theaters, it'll make you more enticed to go and do it again and have a good time.
Right.
And I'm feeling that because after watching Retribution yesterday, I was like, do I want to go see Blue Beetle?
Yeah.
I'm just like, let me stay my ass
That's
home. But I'm
actually
like,
true
I'm going to
because
go see it.
I saw Spider-Verse, which was amazing, and then I was excited for Mission Impossible. When I saw Mission Impossible, I was like, "Oh my gosh, I need to go back to the theater." And then, of course, after that was Oppenheimer and Barbie, which then added to the experience. So
Yeah. One thing I got to say, as a quick caveat before you move on to your list, I don't want to hold you too long, is that I've never, it's been so long that I see an event movie pack theaters like this. Like,
yeah,
not even No Way Home. Like, No Way Home was huge.
I could get tickets for No Way Home easily, but not this.
Oppenheimer, this is insane. For two movies at the same time.
Yeah, Barbie, I had to get tickets like very like usually I'm like in the middle back, but I had to
Yeah.
get tickets closer to the front because it was just so
Yeah.
full.
Yeah. I saw Oppenheimer like off to the side in
Yeah.
this worst seat ever, but it was still a good time because I got to see it in like a theater. It was great because I saw it in like a play theater, which I thought was perfect
Oh,
for that kind of movie.
yeah,
It's
nice.
this movie theater in New York called Angelica Theater, and they do
Uh-huh.
plays there, but they also show movies like
Oh, cool.
Oppenheimer. And but Barbie, I had to go in like right behind the handicap seats. That's like how
Oh,
close I was, and I was like,
yeah.
"Damn, I'm never here. I'm always
Yeah.
like in the back."
Yeah, yeah.
So when I went to go see Talk to Me, I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna go see Talk to Me." There was people still dressed up as Oppenheimer and Barbie, filling up the theater,
They
going to see it. Like my
yeah.
theater has 2 floors, the one that I go to all the time, and the first floor's concession is always open, but the second floor is always closed. They opened it up, and it's been open up for the second floor ever since Barbenheimer opened up.
Wow.
Because that's how crazy it is. They have to have both open to it's insane. I'm
Wow.
so happy.
Yeah, me too.
I think they underestimated how massive Barbie was gonna be. Yes, they did. I don't think nobody thought it was gonna be a $1 billion movie.
Yeah, I didn't even think so.
Barbillions. August has been bad for movies, I will say. I still enjoy Meg 2 and Demeter. I wouldn't say bad. I think it's been very okay. But then again, I've seen some August movies last month. So that's kind of skewing my thing. Like I saw Strays a couple weeks ago. I saw Gran Turismo a couple weeks ago. So they're not
Mm,
August movies in my mind. But I think those movies are gonna help people. Like Strays and Blue Beetle are going to be solid picks. We just haven't had a big block. We don't have a big blockbuster this year. It was supposed to be
yeah.
Blue Beetle, but DC's on a
Mhm.
so. Speaking of bad movies, thoughts on Heart of Stone? I haven't watched that movie,
Me neither.
and I kind of don't have any interest to.
Yeah, me neither.
What comic movie that you both like to see a sequel that hasn't? Ooh, it's on your list. So let's to tie it back to your list. Wanted,
Yeah, yeah.
Wanted.
For
Would you like to
me,
see a Chronicle a sequel?
no, because I
One and
really
done.
think that yeah, that movie works on its own, just on its own.
Gotcha.
I also don't know how you do. You could. I think maybe even sets up one a little bit, but no, that movie should be its own thing.
Okay. What happened if they do something where they like set it in a different area with new characters, but it's the same world?
Uh, I mean, I feel like the right writer could make it work.
Work, but
I
you
just
like,
don't.
meh.
It just the way that movie exists. It's like a rare phenomenon. Like even in the movie, the events that occur are rare phenomena. So the movie itself
Mm,
feels like a rare incident. So it's hard,
gotcha.
like you know,
Hard to
making a
recreate
sequel.
that.
Yeah, making a sequel doesn't really make sense.
So other than Wanted, what's something that you felt like you've seen as a comic movie, like, oh, this should get a sequel?
I that hasn't gotten a sequel yet. I think Shang-Chi. I think that should have had a sequel.
They're talking about Doctor Strange 3. I'm like, where the hell is Shang-Chi 2?
Yeah. I
Like,
I I don't think they've even announced it
no.
still.
There's some dates in between Kang and Secret Wars that maybe we can get a Shang-Chi 2 because the director of Shang-Chi is directing Kang Dynasty. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be a major
Oh,
character
yeah,
inside
yeah,
of that
yeah.
film because that's his guy. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, we should. I really like Shang-Chi. The first one's very underrated. It's a great origin film.
Yeah.
You know, both movies were packed in my state. I was easily able to get tickets for both. Good. That's good. Hey, Preston. Thank you for joining the stream. Hey, sorry I'm late. No worries, man. I'm glad you're here.
Oh
D&D
yeah,
needs a sequel.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, it's not a comic movie, but it implies. Are we looking forward to Blue Beetle or Aquaman? Um, mm,
I love the first Aquaman movie.
high five.
Yeah, I love that movie a lot. But I'm kind of like not really vibing with DC at the moment.
Mm,
Like I'm not really hyped for Blue Beetle or Aquaman. But I guess after the early reviews came out for Blue Beetle, I'd say Blue Beetle since most people are saying it's good, quite good. So I'd
yeah.
say Blue Beetle. And I heard Aquaman is
Um,
not
yeah.
good.
The early test screenings and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I feel bad because like such a great cast. They had a great movie that made the most successful movie in the DCEU.
Yeah.
And you think like, okay, we're just gonna follow this up and continue the story and try to make another $1 billion film. And it's like James Gunn is like, Jason Momoa's gonna be Lobo. Forget Aquaman. Like what?
I don't know, man. DC's in shambles.
Yeah, that's like a whole conversation that I think we're gonna have once we get to the DC stuff that you have on your list. But yeah, they also said The Flash was the greatest movie ever. I
I
don't
don't know
trust
why they
any
ever
word.
said that. I don't know why they
First
said
of
that.
all, James Gunn was wilding by saying that. Like,
Like, I mean, I saw that movie and I liked it, but I don't know
it's
why they said it was the greatest
greatest
movie.
comic book ever. It's not even top 10.
Yeah. I
It's not
don't
even top
know.
20.
So weird.
And I think it's a great film, but it just has too many problems.
Yeah.
Like technical problems that you shouldn't have in 2023. Like,
Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
no reason Green Lantern should look better than you. But let's talk about Interstellar because that was the movie you were supposed to
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
go into.
Interstellar. I think it's such a tragic movie,
Mhm.
and the score does not help that at all. But that means it's a great score. It's a great score.
Yeah.
It's like one of the rare Hans Zimmer scores I don't listen to because it's gonna make me sad, so I avoid it, even though
Yeah.
it's magnificent. Um, yeah, and I think it's thrilling at the third act, and I think the resolution is, like, bittersweet. So I think it's a well-made movie.
Yeah.
Really made me a Nolan fan.
Bittersweet. Bittersweet is a perfect word for that movie
Yeah. Mhm.
because there's like so hot, so much like highs and lows at the same time that are parallel with each other.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he made it out, but his daughter is old as hell about to die. It's like,
Yeah.
sorry, spoilers, but you know, the movie's been out for like whatever amount of time.
Yeah.
At the beginning, for now, I'm gonna do this. Spoilers for every movie we're talking about. There's no way you could do these interviews without talking about spoilers.
Yeah, and come on, we're talking, like, 13 to 19, so it's been a while, okay?
Yeah,
These
it's
are
been a
older
long
movies.
time. These are older movies. Yeah, like yeah, it's such a bittersweet moment when he sees her there, and I'm just like, shit. And
Yeah.
then for him to fly off and go to try to save Anne Hathaway,
Yeah.
was amazing. That water world was just visually
Yes. I never like, that had such a huge impact on me, and I don't know why, like
because it's like something I feel like we've seen but never realized.
yeah.
It's just a simple idea. It's like everything is just water,
Yeah.
and where you are is like knee high up, but the wave is coming. Like that's such a.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
And I think
terrifying.
the fact that that guy got swept away in it
Mhm.
just built the stakes. Like, oh shit, this is
Yeah.
like each planet they went to, somebody died.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will say because how magnificent the water world was,
Mhm.
the ice world was a little disappointing.
I, when I first saw it, I would agree, yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
like, this is kind of tepid now. This looks just like Alaska.
Yeah. I'm like, "I know where you filmed this."
Yeah, like the water world. I was like, I don't know where the hell you were when you did that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. But the ice, I was like, yeah, okay. You went
Yeah,
to
that's Earth.
Alaska. That's something that's Earth. Yeah, that's somewhere in the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I
but
agree.
still, I think Matt Damon makes up for the fact that it's
Yeah.
not as inspired as the rest. Because I didn't expect him to be in the movie,
Yeah.
and for him to be such an asshole
Yeah.
was amazing.
Mhm.
But yeah, I think Inception into Interstellar is great. This movie you put next, I'm very interested because I love this movie, but
Oh,
no
really?
one ever talks about it. And I'm just talking about Liam Neeson.
Yeah, yeah. I was waiting for this one. So
Yes.
yeah, Nonstop.
Oh,
This is
so good.
such an underrated movie. I don't even know anyone that knows it. But I'm so glad that you do.
So
Yeah,
good.
I never expected this to be that like Taken, of course, is a classic, but this
First
is
two,
a
yeah.
great Liam Neeson movie that doesn't feel like a Taken ripoff, that keeps you on the
Yeah.
edge of your seat,
Oh,
and
yeah.
is all in one location. And it's such a perfect
Yes.
watch because you like, if you watch it, like, on a couch, lights off, you feel like you're on that plane too,
Let's
you
go. When I
know?
first showed my mom that, I was like, we have to have the lights off for this. And she was like, why? I'm just
Yes.
telling you. And she was like, oh, I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I'm just I'm
Nonstop
listening to
is
you.
the
I'm
one
looking for a movie
where
for you
he's
to
on the plane.
suggest.
Oh, sorry,
When
I
he's
was
on the
answering a
plane.
question. I was
I feel like
Have you
where was
seen
that?
that with T?
Which one is nonstop? Is that the one where he rescues someone from something? Like 90% of his movies.
Kind of, yeah.
He has that era after Taken, he has some diversity a little bit. Like he had the one
Yeah.
with in the snow with the wolves. That was a little different. And then he had the one about like a horror movie where someone died with the tombstones and stuff like that. So it wasn't all like he has to save his son or he has to save his daughter. But nonstop
Yeah.
is top tier like action movie Liam Neeson.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was still young enough where it was
Mhm.
believable.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
now when I look
totally.
at him, I'm like, bro, you look too. There was like a point in this movie that I watched, Retribution, where his hand was shaking, and it
Oh,
wasn't like he was supposed to. It just felt like he was having
he's at that age. Yeah.
that old man handshake. I was like,
Yeah.
dude, you need to stop.
Yeah.
Where's this movie I want to tell you about? I think it came out in 2021. But continue talking about Nonstop and why you love it so much and why it's such a great movie.
Yeah, all the reason I mentioned, but I think there's some things here like, that is the Air Force One. No, he's, like, on a plane, it's like a domestic flight, and he is,
Mhm.
like, a air marshal or former air like, he says he's an air marshal, he's not.
Yeah.
He's, like, a retired, like, military person or something, but he has to act as that because the plane gets taken hostage. And so he
Yeah.
has to save everybody on the plane while it's still in air, in a hostage situation. But it's not like how you would expect. It's so well filmed because like the first like half, it's like a kind of a mystery slash
Mhm.
thriller. Like, oh, who is it? Like, what's going on in this plane? And it feels so atmospheric, especially with the lights off, because you feel like you're on the plane too.
Mhm.
And then I think the action and the resolution also is like a really good payoff. So it's just like a great watch at home. Like it's perfect to watch at home.
And I think that the genre blending that goes on starts off as a mystery, then it
Hmm.
kind of slowly goes into a thriller,
Hmm.
and then it becomes an action movie.
Yeah.
Which I think, and then it also becomes a paranoia thriller because there's a point where you start to believe, wait, is it him?
Yes. Yes. That's a big part of the movie.
Yeah, and it's like, oh wait, is the guy we're following? Is Liam Neeson the bad guy? Holy crap!
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The movie I want to suggest to you that because you said that you like that movie, and I'm so glad because no one talks about it. Every
Yeah.
time I bring it up, it's like, oh, Liam Neeson. No, it's a great film.
Yeah.
It was on Netflix last year. It was one of my favorite movies I saw. Top 10 favorite movies I saw last year. It's called Blood Red Sky.
Okay.
And this is about a mother who suffers from vampirism, and she is running out of the medicine that she takes to not turn into a vampire, and she has a kid with her, and she's on the plane, and the plane gets taken hostage.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah, and they don't know that she's a vampire. They just took this. They took it hostage for a different
Oh,
reason.
interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's really, really good, and it was really just overlooked completely. I was like, "Oh, good vampire movie. Let me go check it out because we don't get a lot of vampire movies since Underworld. Let me go check it out." And I was like, "Holy crap, this is really, really good." Like,
Yeah.
it's not like, "Oh, it's gonna blow you away," but it's like a great watch to watch at home.
Okay. I'll check that one out. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, just because it reminded me of Nonstop, but
Nice.
with vampires.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that.
Let's see. Moving on from, I'm so glad that when I saw you send me that, I was like, yes, this is why me and Imran get along.
Yep.
Nonstop.
Real recognizes real.
Real recognizes real. This next movie, it's a movie that I also saw for the first time this year because of Throwback Thursdays. And before you get into it, I just want to set it up. I didn't want to watch this movie. So I was doing Women's History Month. So every Throwback Thursday was a movie starring a woman or like mostly women. And I put it up there because I had a list of like the best female led movies. But for some reason I was like, I don't want to watch Bridesmaids. I think I'm not gonna enjoy it. And it won like by a landslide. It was like
Mhm.
80% of the voters voted for it. I was like, oh God, here we go. I'm gonna have to give a bad review some movie. Because like I've done that and I got backlash for like movies that I was like, I don't really care for this. And it's a
Yeah.
classic. I love this movie.
Yes.
Holy
Yes.
crap, it's so good, Imran.
Yes. So we're talking Bridesmaids. One of my favorite comedies ever.
Ever.
And
He's-
this made me a huge Kristen
Wig.
Wiig fan. Kristen Wiig fan. And because of this movie, I watched Barb and Star, which I love as well.
You
Which
told
came
me
out
about
during the pandemic and should have been honestly it like deserved a lot more credit. And I know a lot of people in the industry liked it too because they were talking about nominating it, but it wasn't eligible to be nominated for the Oscars. So if you
why.
haven't seen, because it didn't come out in theaters at all, because it came out during the pandemic,
Okay.
like February, March, right when everything shut down. So a lot of
So
movies
change the
decided to
rules.
do, yeah, they did change the rules, and a lot of movies decided to do just a short thing and then release in digital. But this movie, for some reason, decided to just go straight to PVOD,
Mm,
which was a mistake. I think they should have tried, like, because people
to get
liked
it
it.
out.
Like, if you look
Yeah.
at the ratings and reviews, people like this
High.
movie. Anyway, back to Bridesmaids.
Yeah.
Because I say that because Barb and Star is made by the same people that wrote Bridesmaids. So
Oh, okay.
if you
I
like
definitely gotta check
Bridesmaids,
it
you should
out.
check it out. It's a little sillier and goofier, but it's fun.
Mm.
But Bridesmaids is I think it's also fitting of my like sense of humor. I like the humor that's in it, and it's not like the reason why it works so well is it's focused on the characters. There's a clear story and there's a clear arc that the character goes through and a
Mhm.
resolution, and the comedy is centered around that. Oftentimes the comedy is kind of just random and the story's like not really
Attached to it.
attached. Another great example is Central Intelligence. If anyone's seen that, I think that
Is that
also
good?
does. I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it a lot.
Okay.
But so yeah, and I think the entire cast, like I love casts that really deliver,
I
and
know
this
this is the
cast,
central theme.
yeah, this cast delivers
Every single
insane.
person.
There's so many great scenes, like when they go to try on the wedding dresses, when she has her
Oh
back,
my
like,
god. That's when I fell in love with the movie.
and then when she goes to like the bachelorette party, I think it is, or like her engagement party or whatever.
And
That's
destroyed
such
it.
a funny scene.
Oh my god.
There's like a side story with with her love interest. Um, and then there's other roommates too. Like just such great stuff.
The random roommates. This
Yeah,
is so random. It has nothing to do with nothing, but it's so funny.
yeah, yeah. It's a great movie.
And I think you hit it on the nose why, and I didn't realize it when I was reviewing the movie. Um, why that movie is great is the fact that the comedy is centered around her arc.
Hmm.
So it just elevates it in a way. So you're getting the heart and the flats at the same time.
Hmm. Yeah.
Her being drunk on the plane,
Yes. Yes. Classic.
it's part of her arc and what she's going through and feeling left behind, but it's also funny.
Yes.
And I think a lot of comedy movies do forget to do that. It's like you still need to have like a regular drama or a regular movie in there somewhere,
Yeah.
and not just laugh, laugh, laugh. Like that works. Some people love those kind of things where you just get to laugh and there's no real message or arc, or and the characters
Yeah.
don't change. But I think the classic ones are the ones that do what you just said.
Hmm. Yeah. Like even in the jewelry store when she's talking to that kid, like all of the comedy that banter between them is like speaks to how she is feeling on the inside. You know,
Yeah.
it reveals a lot about her character.
Oh, the jewelry store scene. Yeah. I
Yeah.
forgot about that. Oh my god, there's so many great scenes. What's her name? What's her name? Oh my god. I don't want to call her out her name. Hold on. She's in this movie. She's amazing. She's in a tons of movies. Oh, Melissa McCarthy. That speech
Yeah.
she gives her, Kristen Wiig's character.
Yeah.
Wow. Because she was such a goofball up until that point that you don't take serious.
Yeah.
And then you realize she's actually the most well put together person out of the group, which is also a message there. It's like a lot of times on the outside looking in, you think, oh, yeah, that person's a goofball. They don't know what they're doing with their life. And these
Mhm.
people who are trying so hard are the ones that are ahead, but they're like, no, they're disasters. And she can be a
Yeah.
goofball because she's set.
Yeah. Yeah. She's confident with who she is and where her life is, and
Yeah.
yeah.
And she was able to give that information over to Kristen Wiig's character in a very like usually those points in the movies I get annoyed because it feels like it's an exposition dump,
Yeah.
but there isn't a lot of one-on-one long conversations in this movie.
Mhm.
It's kind of
Yeah.
light.
Yeah.
So I was okay with them stopping to do that because it was needed for
Yeah.
the character.
Exactly, yeah.
I
It also
think
has
what's
that,
the
like
weakest part for the movie for you?
the weakest part,
Yeah.
um,
He's like, "Nothing."
yeah, I'm gonna s I don't know, that's I mean, I think the end, it kinda ends, like, soft
Okay,
with the
yeah,
wedding,
yeah,
but I'm not mad about it. I
yeah.
think, I don't love her cop character, boyfriend
Here we go.
character.
That's where I was going. Yeah, I wanted to
Uh,
see if you felt that way too.
I
I felt
don't
that
love
romance wasn't.
him, and I feel like the more I watch it, the more the less his character works for me, but I like the actor, so it's, like, fine, but
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where you like the actor, so you just like, I'm gonna ignore it because I like him.
yeah, 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 pretty much.
Oh man, but yeah, almost a perfect movie. Other than that,
Yeah, yeah,
perfect comedy. I'm so glad that you nonstop and Bridesmaids back to back is amazing.
yeah.
And your next movie I've never seen before, so sell me on this one.
Oh, this one is Monsters University,
Yeah.
and I think I talked about this a little earlier, but, most people, it's not their favorite, but for me, it came at a time where I was, like, thinking about college / getting ready for college,
Mm,
and so it really was, like I don't know, I just liked it, like, Pixar's approach on college, and I liked how they did it in, like, the monsters world. I
yeah.
love that kinda stuff when they, world build, but, like, have a twist on it. I like that kinda stuff, and I always wanna get Monsters U merch. I mean, now I probably won't not 'cause I'm not in college anymore, so why would I have that? But, like, I always wanted, like, Monsters University merch and stuff because I really enjoyed the in-world, like, theming that they had going on, and I think the message of that movie is really important, especially,
Mhm.
like, if you're at a transition point in your life. So, it's like, trust who you are, don't try to be someone you're not.
Mm,
Um, and with and it's showing it with characters you love that eventually it's a prequel, so these characters eventually become characters and at one point, they weren't how you know them, if that makes sense. They
yeah,
had to go on a
no,
journey.
and that's a
So
good prequel where you see like, oh, they were different when they were younger, but you can see the remnants of the characters that you love there.
exactly,
You can see
exactly.
how they came from that to the one we like. Because I love Monsters Inc.
Yeah,
I love that movie. but for some reason I never got into Monsters U. I think that may have been around the time that I shifted from American animation to Japanese animation. But you sold me on it because the transition in between life thing is something that, like, obviously it's not college for me, but there's a transition in like every aspect of my life that's going on right now, and I think it'll be cool to watch a movie like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I got that Boston University merch.
Nice. Nice, Preston.
Nice, Preston. I'm excited for Preston. He's gonna be doing one of these soon too. So
Oh,
that's gonna be
nice.
fun.
Excited.
This next one, oh boy, these next two we could talk about forever. So let's just get to them. Because
Okay.
Batman versus Superman.
Yeah, so we got Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, and I'm gonna throw in Zack Snyder's Justice League in there too. So Snyder, all the Snyder movies, and I recently have been watching clips of them and rewatching them. They hold up. They hold up. They're they are my favorite. Like, I think Zack Snyder's Justice League. Like, recently, I was like, was that really as good as I thought? I think the key is if you watch them together, like close together, you can see how well the story,
the vision
is like, yeah, and the characters like follow through. It's really well done. It's someone who cared a lot about these characters and doing justice to the arcs that he wanted, that he had envisioned from the characters from the start.
Yeah.
It may not be comics accurate, but I liked the take. It's a very different take. It's a unique take, and it's refreshing to me. To me, it's refreshing. Batman v Superman Ultimate Edition is one of my favorite movies ever, and I understand all the criticisms.
Music's in my ears.
I understand. Yeah, why are Batman and Superman fighting? Yeah, okay. It doesn't, they should talk it out, but that's not how people work. That's heat of the moment. People are caught up in things. You got to understand where they are. Batman has years of pent up rage and frustration and guilt. Superman is in a spot where he's not sure of himself. He's not confident of himself. He gets blasted and attacked by Batman. Of course, he's going to try and defend himself. That makes it makes sense, especially the Ultimate Edition, the extra 20 to 40 minutes or however they added, just world of a difference.
Yeah,
because you have Lois Lane's character, her arc, it all comes together, and Lex's plan makes complete sense. Man of Steel,
the linchpin.
Yeah,
Lex. I have to show you. I have to send you this video that someone made in tribute to Lex's what he did and how they put the scenes together. It's called Art of Manipulation. Lex Luthor.
Yeah,
it explains how brilliant he is in that movie.
There's a lot of thought that's put into that script. I don't think people realize that they didn't just rush that. They really thought that out. They really did.
It was ahead of its time.
Yeah, it was. And I think I've recently been seeing a lot of movie reactors, and I always click on those to be I go to the end. I'm like, how did you like it? And almost everyone I've seen is this was really good. I'm glad you guys suggested it. And I'm like, thank you. There's a reason this made
2016.
Yeah, the reason why these movies made a lot of money and also had such a big following. Because it's okay not to like it. That's okay. But a lot of people, if you give it a chance and are open-minded about what it's trying to do, will be receptive. So yeah, everything about it I love. I love the cast. I love the actors. I love the score. I love the cinematography, the direction, the action,
so good.
The warehouse scene.
Oh, the warehouse scene is that's still the best action that we've seen from Batman. No one's topped that yet.
Yeah.
And the thing that you brought up in there was all the great praise there. And speaking of the script is very well thought out, is that it made money. People act like the Zack Snyder films didn't make money.
Yeah.
And they all made a lot of money.
A lot of money.
Aquaman, there's no other DC EU movie that's made as much money as Man of Steel and Batman vs Superman. So it just made a weird idea. It was why didn't you just make them finish Justice League?
Yeah.
The bad reception you really had was Suicide Squad, which was he had no, and then Wonder Woman he had creative input in.
And
we
that
saw where
shows
that
in that
went.
movie too.
Shows,
Like,
because then when you remove him from the second one,
yep,
see what happens.
yep, yep. And see, that's the thing with those movies. Like, Wonder Woman doesn't fit into his timeline, but I still consider it part of that story because yeah, it's okay. Like, they retcon some stuff. Like at the end of that movie, doesn't make sense why she stepped away. But I feel like the heart and the core of that movie fits in with the character that we see later on.
Yeah. So when you see 84, it's like, whoa, this doesn't fit where we got from Wonder Woman 1 to Batman versus Superman.
Hmm.
Because they kind of tie it in with the picture and kind of Bruce is
Yeah,
in Wonder Woman and stuff like that. There's a little tie-in, so it fits in the Snyderverse thing. And I think he talked to Patty, was just like, let's make sure this all
yeah.
gels well,
Mhm.
so it feels like one thing, but it doesn't have to be in your face. Um, yeah, I wish they didn't cut the 20-30 minutes out of the theatrical version.
Yeah, yeah,
Like you can't tell me that people could just sit there for 30 more minutes.
yeah. Because it really makes a difference. Like a
Yeah.
lot of the complaints that people had about the movie are solved with those. Like the main complaint is like it doesn't make sense why they're fighting. It doesn't what's Lexa's plan. It doesn't make sense, and why is Lois even there? All three of those things, if you add those 30 minutes, come together.
Yes. And we
Like, I
see
think
how
I
Lex.
always whenever I
Mhm.
watch it and when she, like, gets the bullet from the forensics lab or that person's calling her and she's like, "Oh, the chair is lined with lead." That's such an important line that explains so much of the movie that was cut
Yes.
out. Like, of course, people aren't gonna get it because it doesn't make sense otherwise.
And people are always like, why didn't Superman just see it? And it's just like, we got that explanation, but they cut it out of the movie.
Yeah, yeah,
And you can see that Warner Brothers at the time, whoever owned it, I'm not sure who owned it at the time, just didn't understand what he was
yeah,
doing or understand filmmaking. Like, you
yeah,
have to keep important plot points in. Like, they took out the guard getting stabbed.
mhm,
And it's like, that's important to why Clark Kent is doing what he's doing and why he needs to take on Batman, because he cares about people.
yeah,
And
yeah,
you take that out of the movie, it's like, oh, this is not a good Superman. Like, no, it is. It's here. It's in the movie, but they
yeah,
took it
yeah,
out.
yeah, and we only I know people don't like evil Superman and the dark Superman, but I really like when you revisit these movies, you're like, that's not at all what was going to happen because Man of Steel, like, we've had him being sheltered and holding back. And at the end, he finally like is out and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna embrace my identity. But then you get the backlash to that, which is very realistic. That's like how the real
Yes.
world is. So now he's struggling to try to be this symbol while also
Mhm.
facing like this backlash. This is exactly what his father said would happen is happening. So he's just trying to navigate that. And you also have this conflict. So he's just like, in a hard place. He's not necessarily like not a hopeful or optimistic Superman. He's just in a really tough spot. The world isn't ready for him yet, still.
And he
And then
just
by the
started too. I think that's the
exactly.
thing, is like, people don't realize this is Superman has just started.
Yes.
And he has
Yes.
to work through and learn and work through all these problems, honestly.
Mhm.
Like, he's not gonna be smiling every time when people hate him, even though he's just doing his job. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. And like, people are like, why did they do Death of Superman? But it's like the way this was planned out, it works because his death caused people to see, oh, you know what? Like he was on our side and he was somebody that we should have respected more. So that way, when he returns, the world is more receptive and loving of Superman. And then he
and that's
becomes the
exactly what
Superman that people are used to.
the next movie was gonna be called Superman, because now he's actually that character. He was gonna be happier. Like, Zack Snyder talked about this. He's like, he was starting him from he was one problem that I noticed creatives have in comics and in live action or even sometimes animated, they don't know how to do a character arc for Clark and Superman. They just
Mhm,
want him to be the tried and true scout boy that we know and love,
mhm.
and you can't grow or go anywhere from there if you start him from there all the time. So Zach was starting him from where he's trying to figure it out and makes mistakes, and
Yeah.
he's gonna get to the point that where we know him the way he is, and it makes it interesting. So if we got that second Henry Cavill movie, it was going to be called Superman, and he was going to actually be the character we know.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we didn't get, because you even see it in Zack Snyder's Justice League when he comes back. He just feels like a different, like a weight is
Exactly.
off his shoulders,
Yeah.
and he's just like, you know what? I died. I'm here. They brought me back, so that means they care. There's a
Yeah.
reason. Like, let me just go
Yeah.
do this
And
and
you
not worry.
notice, I don't know if I saw a video or a post, but like they reflect that like in the score in the Snyder cut. His theme is, they bring back his theme, which I love the Snyder movies for being consistent with the theme.
And the music is so good.
But his theme is it's more airy and like triumphant. Like I think they use trumpets and like wind instruments instead of like orchestral instruments,
Yeah.
which make it just like reminds you of like the Reeves Superman movies, and it's like, you know, it has that like more
The
optimistic
triumphant,
tone.
positive feel.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And just the whole mixing his father's words and
Mhm.
his dad words before he takes the black suit and go and does his thing. Like, there's a clear arc that Superman is going on throughout these movies that you can see. You just got to be patient, and we
Yeah.
would have saw. But people wanted DC just to be like, oh, like Marvel,
Mhm.
and be Superman joking around and all this other stuff. That obviously it's striking seeing Batman kill somebody. I get it, but it was something that was different because this Batman used to be like. The problem with that is that Christian Bale was supposed to be in Batman vs Superman, and he pulled out when Nolan decided not to be a part of it.
Mhm.
And they were like, "Well, we worked too much time on this script. We're not gonna drop it. So
Yeah.
figure it out."
Yeah.
They brought Ben Affleck in, and he was just like, "Well, we're not gonna make you a brand new. We're not gonna make you like a fresh Batman that just started. So you have
Yeah.
history, and you're gonna go through this arc where you're doing things that's unlike." And I tell people, I was like, "Oh, blah blah blah." I'm like, "There's comic precedents for this. Like when Jason Todd dies in the comics, Batman gets a little bit more aggressive." In a
Mhm.
way where, like, if you're falling off a building, he used to would jump down and catch you. Now, if you fall off a building, he's just like, whatever. Like, I didn't kill you, but you couldn't save yourself.
Mhm.
So Zach took that and just took it to the next,
Yeah.
level, and just put him towards. And like in the comics, Batman's always been a little xenophobic. I know people don't like to hear that. When it
Yeah.
comes to aliens, he's very anti-alien a lot of the times,
Yeah.
and he's cool with Clark because Clark looks like him.
Mhm.
But when it comes to like Martian the Manhunter and Hawkman and stuff like that, he has a problem with them. And it's
Mhm.
been a consistent thing in the comics. So he was grabbing parts of the character that people like ignore
Yeah.
and put him in the forefront. And they were like, oh, don't show me those parts of Batman. He's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, yeah, those three movies are just three of the greatest comic book movies of all time.
Mhm.
I'm really glad that you also like them and you're not a hater
Yeah.
of the
Yeah.
films. But quickly, before we move on to the next film, I know you it's been going on for a long time. Were you saddened by that? Like Zach has to completely step away, and now James Gunn is taking over DC. What's like your quick one?
So initially, I would like, for me, I was kind of tired of the Snyder people on the
Batman movies.
internet.
Okay.
And, you know, I just feel like there's so much drama with it all. And I think the reason why I was like, just reboot, like I want a hard reboot, was because there's so much drama and it was not per the original vision. Like Zach was
Mm,
not there. And so even though like we've seen his full plan and I think there's serious flaws in it, which could have been like fixed with like, you know, studio collaboration, like being like, hey, no, we're not gonna let you make Lois be pregnant with Bruce's baby. That's ridiculous.
yeah, he's even talking
But
about like he wasn't gonna do that anymore.
yeah,
It's
so
so
like, you
stupid.
know, like those are early drafts, you know,
Yeah.
that they released. But I was always wanting them to just continue. But then once it got too much and Cavill was in and out, all this stuff, I was like, let's just hard reboot because the actors don't want to do it. So let's just start over and move on. what they're doing now, I'm not a fan of because I don't think it's
Soft
cool
reboot.
I don't think it's cool to keep some people and not the others because that doesn't make any sense to me. So
No, it feels like he's playing friendship game instead of executive game.
yeah,
That's like Kevin Feige, who worked on the X-Men movies, is like, hey guys,
yeah,
I'm keeping y'all.
yeah,
Come be different heroes inside my MCU. Like, no, like you gotta start fresh.
yeah. And I thought
Like,
he was with the Superman Legacy casting.
me
That was
too.
promising.
Yeah, but then he's like, "Oh, Amanda Waller's coming back over." I'm like, "What? What? Hold up. So is this Viola Davis just reset?" Or
Yeah,
but then they're like, "No, the Peacemaker crew is in there." I'm like, "Wait, what?"
yeah,
And then he's like, "Oh, Ezra could come over." I'm like, "Wait, what?" And now
yeah,
the Wonder Woman, I'm just like, bro, I just wanted to. If you're gonna get rid of stuff, just get rid of everything.
yeah,
I don't want to see Gal Gadot with a new Superman and new Batman.
yeah.
I
Agreed.
don't.
That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any. It's just gonna confuse. It's just the
It takes
DC
away the
drama all over again.
credibility. Like, not people aren't going to take this seriously.
It's and it's just gonna take. It's just more DC drama. Like it's
Yeah,
just always drama with DC. Just more and more and more. And I feel like it's just more now because he decided not to. The biggest thing that was a mistake was hiring James Gunn to do the Suicide Squad because
yeah,
now he doesn't want to get rid of his friends.
yeah,
And he's still hiring them. Nate Fillion is a Green Lantern, and it's just like he's talking about Chris Pratt's gonna be Booster Gold. I'm just like, oh my god, we're gonna get
yeah,
Guardians of the Galaxy people here. It's gonna feel weird. It's like that's Star Lord and Gamora and
yeah,
Drax.
yeah. Right.
Like, what are we doing here, or why are they playing these different characters? And yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want to
I
stay on
agree.
it
I
for too
agree.
long, but it just bothers me. And people are like, no, trust James Gunn. I was like, he hasn't given me any reason to trust him.
Yeah.
But move on from DC because that was a lot of drama. Let's praise some Marvel stuff. The next movie,
Winter Soldier. Talked about it a little bit, but this was a serious game changer for the MCU, I think. The Russo brothers, like, this was their movie and secured their spot in the MCU architecture.
Yeah.
I think like doing a political spy thriller for Captain America was genius, and having it be a Captain America Black Widow double like team up
with Falcon.
Genius. Yes, and introducing the Falcon. Well done. I think the Winter Soldier was brilliantly executed. That highway chase scene with Nick Fury is one of my favorite scenes. That highway fight with Winter Soldier,
my
Captain
god,
America, Black Widow is one of my favorite scenes.
hard to be topped.
Yeah, the action is just top notch here. The story is really well done, and there are some serious reveals and stakes at the end of it. So there's a weight to it. Yeah.
I think something you said about Bridesmaids applies to this movie, which is like a weird segue. But just the talk about like how the character story arc affects the comedy and they play off each other. I think the action and the character arcs play off each other really well in this movie, and it doesn't feel like random action moments. It's not, oh, it's been too much talking, let's have them fight. Like, no, it feels planned out. Like, this fight scene is happening because of some conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why the movie works so well. A lot of people can just watch that movie and just turn it on, and it's just such a great film.
Yeah.
Like, if it wasn't even attached to the MCU, if this was just a movie and it had no Marvel relations to it, this would just be a great movie.
Yeah.
And you can't say that about every MCU film. Mm-hmm. There's some movies that, like, without the MCU coding, it's not going to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if this was just like, say, Die Hard 5 or Die Hard 17 or something like that, or whatever, right? It's just like, this is the movie. It'll be like, this is great.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
And I do think people won't give it its credit because it's an MCU movie. Like, outside of it being a comic book movie, like being part of the path, great action films, I don't think people want to give it its credit because it's a comic book movie.
Yeah.
Winter Soldier is the first movie I remember watching, so I have nostalgia. 22 place behind fighting. Oh, 20. Oh, 22 behind Fight Club. Okay. He
Nice.
Preston loves to put his numbers are where they are. So Winter Soldier is number 22 in his all-time list. That's pretty
Nice.
high. It's
Yeah.
pretty high. Oh, Sebastian Stan as Bucky Winter Soldier. Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk about body language.
Yes. Yeah.
just perfect. I can't even really think of negatives.
Yeah. His character has never been as strong as it was then.
No.
And since then, I mean, he had some interesting stuff in Falcon and the Winter Soldier,
Yeah.
but I do think they haven't known what to do. I mean, they did bench him. They literally benched him in Wakanda.
Yeah. I think it's reflective of the comics. Like they've
Yeah.
never really known what to do with Winter Soldier. They made him Captain America, then they realized that was a bad idea, and
I'm
that's why
excited
they
for
didn't give it
Thunderbolts
to him.
because I think
Yeah.
that would be interesting.
That's been his consistent thing in the comics, him leading the Thunderbolts. So I
Yeah.
think this is where we're gonna get to see him shine. And he's so many great actors he's gonna get to play off of.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be like his little own Avengers movie that he didn't get to do.
Yeah.
He's never really been a part of the Avengers because
Yeah.
he killed Tony's mom.
Yeah.
So he's never really gonna ever be a part of it. And then he screwed over his connections with Wakanda. So like
Yeah.
he doesn't have that either. So it's gonna be interesting. Oh, that next movie is something I've never seen before. Sell me on it.
So this one is Maleficent. This
Oh.
goes back to
Okay. I had the Nice Guys, but that's fine.
Oh, okay. I might have added
Yeah.
after and forgot to update. But
Yeah, Maleficent.
this is another like again like my first live action remake that I saw that I was just so like intrigued by. I am an Angelina Jolie fan, so that's part of
Me
it.
too.
But I was just like, this is such an interesting retelling of the Sleeping Beauty story because it was like from the perspective of Maleficent, the evil queen, which whatever. And yeah, I think that also like was like, I don't usually watch fantasy fairy tale movies, but this one I was like, I really like what they did here. And because of this movie, I watched Snow White and the Huntsman, which was not as good, but interesting. And it wasn't from Disney, but I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
But like it got me into like the Disney live action remakes. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna start watching these and check them out. So yeah, that's why that's on there.
I haven't seen Maleficent, but I hear good things about it all the time. But I heard the second one is not as good.
I didn't even watch it because I was like, it doesn't make sense for there to be another one.
Like they made her a good guy or something like that. And I was just like,
but yeah, check it out.
Yeah, I will. I definitely will check it out. It's something that like your whole list here I'm saving because I'm like, okay, these movies that he has on here that I've never seen, I'll make sure I check out. Another movie that you have next that I've never seen. I don't know if this still here. Is it Hacksaw Ridge?
Yes, Hacksaw Ridge.
Okay. Andrew Garfield's in this, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is this about?
So this is about Andrew Gar. I think it's based on a true story. He plays a medic in World War I.
Okay.
Or
I'll Google it while you're talking.
I think it's one. Anyway, it's just so inspiring because of like the character. He goes on such a big journey. He doesn't want to be like in the army, I don't think. So he decides to be a medic. And then he like, of course, is faced with the tragedies and atrocities of war. But he finds his place in it. He finds his purpose, and it's just really well acted and directed. Even though it's a Mel Gibson movie, which I don't want to support him, but
yeah,
it is a really good movie. It's a really, really good movie, and Andrew Garfield does an amazing job. I think he should have. I mean, he deserved to win an Oscar for that performance. Don't know if he was nominated or not, but yeah.
It was World War II, by the way.
Oh, two. Okay.
Yeah.
Hacksaw
Ridge I'm watching Tuesday for a movie before school. Nice.
Enjoy.
Yeah, he's been on a run of movies, so that's nice. Oh, a series that I just got into and I really, really love, and Ghost Protocol, man. So
Yeah. We talked about Mission Impossible earlier, but I love these movies. I love all the Mission Impossible movies, and Ghost Protocol was I watched this in theaters and I was so blown away by it. I think it's still like one of my favorite ones because Fallout's my favorite. Fallout's my favorite.
yeah,
But this is a
hard to beat that.
close. This is in the top 3, I think. It's just it's everything that Mission Impossible like gets right. You know, you have the cool action scenes, you have the cool spy gadgets, and you have the great locations. I think locations are a big part of this franchise. They're in Dubai. It's really fancy and nice. That hotel is super cool. They go to a really lavish party. Um, yeah, it's a globetrotting spy action movie, and then his stunts in this movie are really cool.
Insane.
So yeah, Jeremy Renner's in this one, Paula Patton. I think his team in this one is a really good team.
It's
They
really
work well
strong.
together. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sad that Paula Patton never got to come back. She was supposed to come
yeah.
in. Was this Ghost World 4?
5, 6, 6. I
I think
think.
it's the fourth one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's the fourth one. She was supposed to come back in 5, but for some reason she couldn't because of another movie she was in. And then she was supposed to come back in 6, but then she had another like they keep got into her when she already had an obligation to something else.
Oh,
It's just
dang.
like,
You
damn,
should quit
man.
the other things because I don't know what else she does. Like, what else is she doing?
I
I don't
haven't seen
know.
Paula Patton in a movie in like years.
Clearly, she needs to say no to the other projects and come back to this.
Like talk to Tom Cruise is like, hey, can I come back now? Her and Jeremy Renner, like, let us in 7 before this ends.
Yeah.
I would love that, especially. Well, I don't want to spoil 7. That's a recent movie, so but something they do in there kind of pissed me off.
Me too.
Yeah, okay, we're on the same page. I know you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ghost Protocol is amazing. That glass walking thing was insane. And then the sandstorm, just the visual of him running away with the sandstorm behind him. I was like, oh, this movie is amazing. Is it the same movie where he switches his clothes, walks away, and then the castle like blows up?
I don't think so.
No, there's like a scene where he had the USSR like suit on or whatever, and he walks out of the place, and as soon as he out of sight, he takes his hat off and switches jacket, but then the thing comes down. Like
I think that's the beginning, or that could be Rogue Nation. I'm not sure.
It might be. Maybe that's Rogue Nation. Maybe that's not Ghost Protocol. But I'm like, so there's so many great action sequences in the series. I'm starting to mix them together. But I just remember Ghost Protocol was the first one where I was like, holy shit. Like the first 3, the first one was a little convoluted, but I still liked it. At a point, I was like a little lost, like who had what was going on in that movie. The second one was too John Woo. It's weird. Still liked it though. The third one, I was like, okay, I see where the people were talking about. I see where it's going. The fourth one, I was like, oh my God. This is one of the greatest action films I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And then we got 5, and I was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And then we got Rogue Nation. I was like, oh my God. Not only are we getting the crazy stunts and the great action and the elevatedness, but we getting like a good, like emotional story with the best villain of the franchise.
Yes.
Oh man. Jesus. 5 and Henry Cavill. Who gets the short end of the stick every
time.
It's like, why did they kill him off?
Yeah.
Oh, this one, the next one was like, whoa, for me. If it's still the same next one, which one's the next one for you?
Yeah, so Gone Girl.
Oh, wow. I was like,
yeah, so this one I need everyone to watch, so I won't spoil this one. But this really, this is a phenomenal movie and really made me like, I was like, I love thrillers. Thrillers are my favorite genre because of this movie. Rosamund Pike, wow. And Ben Affleck, Yeah.
And he directed it too.
Yeah. Did he direct it? I don't think so.
Didn't he direct Gone Girl? Oh no, sorry. No, this is David Fincher.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Fincher.
David Fincher. Let me not give away your where your glory. Great film.
Yeah, I was gonna say, whoa, Ben Affleck. But Gone Girl is one of the best thrillers that I've seen.
It's just like came out of nowhere. It starts off slow, like a really good thriller does.
You got
And
to
just
set it up.
it builds, and then the twists happen. You're like, oh, whoa, what?
Yep.
Because the whole time I'm like, who did this? Who? And then it twists, and then I'm not gonna spoil it. Like you said, if you have not seen Gone Girl, go watch this movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's one of those movies that I don't think had like an impact on cinema, but it's a movie that everyone should check out at least once.
Yeah.
What without spoiling, what about it sets it apart from other thrillers for you?
The twist, I think, is extremely well done, and I would never have guessed it. And I think Rosamund Pike,
the performance
carries the movie on her back. Like, I don't think it would have worked if it was anybody else.
Yeah, it's like she related to this character in a way.
Yeah, yeah, and I think if it was someone else, it would seem like gimmicky and like there's a word I'm trying to think of. Like, I think it would have leaned into the rated R-ness of it with another character.
Femme fatale stereotype.
Yeah. I think it would have gone more like R, and like it would have focused on like the sexual aspects of it all,
not the psychological.
And I think Rosamund Pike is like a big enough actress to like keep it more mainstream
grounded.
And yes, grounded. Like this is she's like, this is a real character and I'm playing a character, not like a caricature or something.
You be dropping these gems during here. Like I was like, oh, he's starting to get tired. He's not gonna drop more gems. And then look at this guy.
See, because I love these movies, so I always got stuff to say.
That was great. That was really, really great. Oh, that's true. Fight Club twist is crazy. Have you seen Fight Club?
No, I haven't.
Okay, that's something you should add to your growing list of movies to watch.
Yeah.
That's a twist that people have tried to replicate and cannot. Because it's never as good. So you always think about Fight Club.
Yeah.
That when you watch that movie, you're gonna be like, oh, that's where they got that from.
Okay.
It's that kind of movie. Gone Girl's a great one. This one is interesting. This next one is, I was like, what is this?
Yeah, it's a super small movie. So it's called Little Monsters.
Yeah, Lupita Nyong'o, right?
And I first saw this on Hulu. It surprised me. I initially was like, I like Lupita Nyong'o. I was a fan of hers, and I was like, she has a movie, I'm going to support her. Yeah. But it caught me by surprise. It's a really good movie. It's a really heartfelt, or not like heartfelt because it's like a zombie movie. But the characters like are so well realized, and there's really great growth. And I think I think this movie proves that she can be a leading lady. I don't know why she isn't, and why she doesn't work as much.
I can think some reasons, but
yeah. I think we all know. But she should be, because we all know she's talented. But this movie, like, I've never seen her in a role like this. So
yeah,
and it's just such a like peculiar movie. You know, it's like school field trip plus zombies, and you're like, what? How could that work? And it does. It does.
I gotta check it out. I've only heard 2 people talk about this, and you're one of the 2. But my other friend Jay, who's big, we're both big into zombie films. So like when there's a new one he sees, and he knows I love them, and I'm trying to watch every one of them. He always tells me. He told me this movie was so good, and I remember watching the trailer, and I was like, First of all, we don't really get black leads in zombie movies. So that's already just mind blowing to me. And also, it's just like he's saying it's so good. So I gotta check this out. But is there something about it other than the concept that makes it stand out amongst like the zombie films that you have seen,
I
or
think it's the
it's just a good time?
characters. Yeah, I
Okay,
think it's the characters and the writing and the acting.
comparatively like to Zombieland, like what would you? Is it in that vein? Is it a zombie
I
comedy?
think the zombies kind of are like not as important. You know, that's zombies are like a
Mm,
backdrop for the characters. Like the
gotcha.
characters are the
Okay.
focus. And that's different than other zombie movies where the main thing is the zombies.
Hmm.
So
So it's like the zombies are kind of keeping them in a self-contained place where they have to work out their problems,
yeah,
kind of like
yeah,
that.
there's some elements of
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen some really
But
like
you also
indie
get
zombie
your
movies like
zombie
that.
action in there too.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
they get to fight the zombies too, so you're getting both.
Gotcha. Is there stakes or is everybody like safe?
No, no, there's stakes. There's stakes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm gonna check this out. I'm gonna make sure I'm a zombie connoisseur, so I gotta
Yeah.
watch it if you're
It's a
saying it's
twist
that good.
because there's like kids involved. So it's like
Mm,
that makes it interesting.
because like horror, because kids are dumb, so like you can tell them to stay, but they might not,
Yeah, exactly.
and they're
Exactly.
zombies.
Yeah.
That reminds me of like
So it's
High
like,
School of the Dead. I don't know if you ever seen that.
no.
Oh yeah, you're not an anime person, but there's like
Mm.
a anime called High School of the Dead where there's zombie apocalypse and it's like high schoolers dealing with it. So it reminds me of that. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely check it out. But this you have 3 horror movies back to back in this. I'm really interested because I know you're not a big horror guy.
Yeah. So the next one I have is A Quiet Place,
What
which game changer. Talk
what
about
a
game changers.
debut.
Yeah. And I think that that was like, for me, was like, oh, filmmaking is not like over. Like
No.
there's still a lot to be done with filmmaking. This movie was like, wow, there's like you can make new stuff and keep pushing the envelope.
Yeah. I think the quote this guy said that applies to this movie really well. It said that the difference between an okay filmmaker and one of the GOAT filmmakers is time.
Mhm.
A lot of filmmakers don't have the time to execute the ideas the way they envision it. They have to get it out at a certain time, on a certain budget, and get it out at a certain date. Martin Scorsese, Quentin Tarantino, Christopher Nolan, they can take their time, and the studio won't tell them nothing because they know that the residuals that's going to come back.
Mhm.
But other actors don't get that grace to do it and prove that they can. I mean, actors, directors don't get the grace to do it, so they can, shoot like some directors. If they set up some big set and they shoot something, that's it. They can't use that ever again. We're not paying you to refix that and stuff like that. But if Chris
Mhm.
Nolan blows something up and it's like, I don't like that. We got to do it 7 more times. They'll let him
Yeah.
do it.
Well, okay, fine.
All right. And look, Oppenheimer is past $600 million. Who would have thought?
Mhm. Yeah.
3-hour R-rated biopic.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's talk about Quiet Place and what makes this movie special.
I think a lot of people like it because of the premise, of course, being quiet. But I think this, like, I don't really see John Krasinski as like outside of The Office. He's always Jim, except here. Here he
Mm,
disappears into the role, and of course, I love Emily Blunt, so I love her being here too. And I just feel like it's a really amazing display of acting that I don't think these actors get opportunities to do very often,
no.
with a really, really interesting script. And putting a like deaf character as like a lead, essentially, and
Mhm.
even more so
Yeah.
in the second one, I think is like really, really awesome.
And
Great.
inspiring the same way because it's not all about her being deaf. It's just
Exactly,
a thing
exactly.
that's there.
Yes.
And it adds to the story because, like, okay, she is deaf, so we have to account for that. But there's not
Mhm.
like oh, woe is me. It's just like, no, she has to survive in this world being deaf.
Yeah, yeah, and you don't see, like, that's another way of representing people. Like, usually these, like, survivor type movies, apocalyptic movies are always, like, the same type of people, And it's like,
Mhm.
those aren't always the people that are gonna survive apocalypse, you know, like,
Yeah.
other people can survive too.
Other people can survive too. There's other ways to just because you can't see or hear or speak or have a amputated leg, there are ways that you can survive.
Mhm.
So I think that's a really good point that you said that they for them to show, especially these kind of aliens, like
Yeah.
they're ferocious. The fact that you
Mhm.
can't just make a sound, because normally in horror movies, making sound is bad, but
Yeah.
it's like high in here in a way that we've never
Yeah.
seen before.
Yeah. And that really
um,
also, like, makes just the experience watching it, because even you're trying to, like, you're in the comfort of your own home, but you're, like, holding your breath and, like, you're right there with them.
yeah, I think what the directors and writers, the thing that they did drill so well to really set the movie tone right away is killing the kid right in the first couple minutes of the
Mm.
movie. That makes you
Mhm.
go, oh, first of all, they killed the kid.
Mhm.
Because a lot of horror movies, you're like, oh, the kid is safe. The kids are
Mhm.
safe.
Yeah.
They're gonna run around. They might get nipped, but they're not gonna die. But now they have two other kids, so in your head, you're like, oh, these other two kids could die
Mhm.
right away, and they killed the
Yeah.
youngest one too. That's
Exactly, yeah.
makes it worse. So like they set the stakes so high. They also don't really show you what the monster was, so you don't have even a clear view of what happened to the kid.
Yeah.
It was just perfect framing, the desperation of the father running back. I think that is just all brilliant to set up a movie.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, man. And I don't think the second one is as good.
The
But it's
beginning
still
is so good, the beginning, the
yeah.
opening, but
Oh
yeah, I
yeah, showing the beginning of everything that's
Mhm,
happening.
mhm. But
But
I
yeah,
agree,
I
the
don't
rest of
think
it
overall movie. I don't
yeah.
know. I think they try to do too much other stuff, like
Mhm.
cults and stuff. I was like,
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree.
and then one of my favorite movies of all time is on your list.
Get Out,
Yeah,
change the game again.
yeah,
Um, this I was like, Jordan Peele is serious, he is the real deal, because I knew him from Key and Peele,
yeah.
and I was like, "Wow, like, this guy is a very smart filmmaker
Hmm.
and very talented too." You know, I knew he was a talented comedian, but he can do other things, and I think Get Out is, like, his best film still to this day, even though I really enjoy Us. Um,
Me too.
this one, I think it, like I mean, there's just I people have talked so much about this one, so there's not much I can add, but, like, yeah, it's, like, such, like, great topics presented in a really interesting way,
Yeah,
and there's a lot to unpack and break down, and, you know, you always find new things, so, yeah.
I think, and like, there's certain things that I'm picking up that you need for you to like have an all time movie. Subversion. I think that's big for you.
Mhm.
That this movie does that. I think a good twist.
Yeah.
This movie is a twist,
Yes,
and
it is.
I noticed that's a big time for you, and this movie has it. And I think powerful themes is like a thing for you
Mhm.
too. And this, like, that's the core of this movie, and I can see
Yeah.
why it's so influential. And I think when you said this is his best movie, I do think it is because I think while Us is bigger and Nope is bigger in terms of scope, I think this is his best executed idea
Yeah.
from
Mhm.
beginning to end. I feel like Us, there's certain aspects of that movie that doesn't super gel, even though I think it's a great movie. And then Nope, I think it's the same problem as well, even though I think it's better than Us.
Really, I don't know. Nope, like, when I first saw it, I didn't get it.
You
Like,
didn't
I
get
mean,
it.
I got it, but I didn't, like, have an impact on me.
Okay.
Um, I had to, like, read more about I have to s I've still yet to rewatch it.
Mhm.
Maybe when I rewatch it will, but I think Us moved me more than Nope did.
And Lupita Nyong'o, man.
She deserved an Oscar for that.
Yeah, but you know how to do
Shame.
horror movies.
Yeah.
Like last year, Mia Goth deserved to be nominated for Pearl. It's a horror
Yeah.
movie. She wasn't gonna get anything. Hereditary, Tony Collette deserved for that performance.
Oh, yes.
I think the movie got nominated, but she didn't, which I was like, what?
Mm,
If you're gonna nominate the movie, you gotta nominate her. She did a
mhm.
phenomenal job.
Yeah.
But hopefully somehow that changes. We get some of the best performances from horror movies a lot.
Yeah.
I think Sophie Bacon, Kevin Bacon's daughter from Smile, had a great performance in that
Mhm.
movie, despite the movie. Well, I actually like Smile a lot, but the quality of the movie is not Oscar worthy. But I think that she had a fantastic performance in it. But yeah, I think Get Out is a
Yeah.
great choice. And that was the end of your high school years.
Yeah.
And you saw some interesting movies during high school.
Yeah. High school and a little bit of college. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh yeah, because 19 you started
Mhm.
college, right?
Yeah.
But now we're getting into like you right now.
Yeah. Well, so these are all recent movies. So,
Yeah.
everyone knows these ones. So
Well,
most of
I
these,
don't know. Some of these I haven't seen.
I'll like list, but the ones that are like, not as common, I'll talk more
Y-
about.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So the first one, of course, one of my favorite movies ever is Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah.
Chef Kiss, man.
Literally. Yeah. That movie, I think, is the best Spider-Man movie. Even though I said I love the Raimi ones, I like Andrew Garfield ones. This is the best one because it captures the comic book feel of the character, and it also does Miles Morales extreme justice, but it also does Peter Parker justice.
Yeah, twice.
Yes, and it's the best multiverse movie, I think.
Mm,
I know Everything
I
Everywhere
guess.
All at Once.
No,
That's
I'll give it. They don't go too deep with the multiverse. Well, they do, but they don't. Not like how Into the Spider Verse goes. So I'll give it to Into the Spider Verse.
yeah. I just feel like they've done miles better job than the MCU has, or even the DC universe. So in terms of comic books, like they're doing it well,
Oh, I love.
and the score and the animation, of course, just works of
Just
art.
it's insane. Like 10 years of work, and it turned into some amazing work. There's so many directors and writers that work for 10 years. Their movie comes out and it's just
Yeah.
and we ever think about it again. But this one changes the game. We literally have a movie from last year and this year that are inspired by the first one.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
And then the second one comes out, tops the animation of the first one. Now everyone feels like they're behind. It's
Yeah.
like you're trying to catch up to the first one, but we already pushed the envelope over again.
Exactly. Yeah.
So have you got to see Ninja Turtles yet?
No, not yet.
So good, bro. Check it out. Like
I've
the
heard great things.
animation. Yeah, you can see it's inspired by Spider-Verse, but it still takes its own leeways and it feels different.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Miles. I think like you hit it on the nose with the fact that how they nailed Miles. I don't even think the comics has nailed Miles the way the movie nailed Miles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because they still don't know what to do with him. They changed his name. They try to make him not Spider-Man, and they try to make him Spidey D and all the other bull crap, and then try to make him Prowler. I was like, no, he's
Yeah.
Spider-Man. Just
Yeah.
that's it. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have 2 Caps, we have 2 Spider-Mans, we have 2 Thors. It's okay to have 2
Yeah.
of the
Yeah.
same characters
Yeah.
and just have them do different things.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and it works so well in this movie. The
Mhm.
fact that we have multiple Peter Parkers, they're all doing different things, so different universes. We have Miguel O'Hara, who is also Spanish, but it doesn't trample over Miles being Spanish,
Yeah.
which I think is a big thing because in
Mhm.
Hollywood they feel like you can't have 2 of the same ethnicity.
You do
That's
that
not
all the
white.
time. Yeah.
It's like if you have one black guy, you can't have another one because we have to write them similar. It's like, no, we're not a
People,
monolith.
yeah, exactly.
And it's same with Asians, and it's just cool that they got to do that, and no one was just like, oh, it felt like it was too much. It's like, no,
Mhm.
they're 2 very different characters. And for them to do Gwen so well in the first
Yeah.
one and start that arc and make Spider Gwen such a popular character now,
Mhm.
and like that's a character that I knew about because I read her comic and I saw how beautiful that style that they have for her
Mhm.
was. I was just like so happy that
Yeah.
everyone gets to enjoy that now.
Yeah. I agree.
Um, so moving on from Into the Spider Verse is a movie that I've never heard of. What is this?
Nocturnal Animals.
Yeah, what is that?
Oh, it's one
Let
of
me
my
Google it while you do
favorites.
it.
It's one of my favorites. Okay, so I watched this. I don't know, like
2016.
yeah, like
My boy Jake Gyllenhaal's in this. Oh
yes, Jake
god.
Gyllenhaal, Amy Adams, Michael Shannon,
Oh my god. This
Aaron Taylor
cast.
Johnson.
Army Hammer again? Oh god.
Yeah.
Was he eating anybody in this? Continue. No, let me stop. Continue.
This movie is I don't even know how to like describe it. It's so
Describe
good.
it.
It's
What's
a
it about?
noir. It's a noir film.
Okay.
It's basically the trailer is a really good trailer for it, but basically it's this woman who receives a book and it's written by her ex-husband and it's dedicated to her. And so the
Okay.
movie is the book as she's reading it, what's happening in the book and her real life. So there's two like stories happening at the same time.
Okay.
And we learn a lot more about her and her husband through the movie and through the book. And it just is such an interesting like character study
Mm.
and like it has those noir elements. It's like a thriller and yeah, yeah, we're still
Yeah.
going.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not gonna get Imran on for another 6 months. So I'm gonna get as much out of him as possible.
And we're talking about one of my favorites right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the acting also is really, really good. So it's not like it's not like a plot heavy movie. It's
Okay.
more about the characters.
It's character study.
Yeah, and it's a drama, but there's also like a thriller aspect there because the book is really thrilling and it's kind of
Mm.
frightening. She like, and then you'll see in the trailer when you watch it, she's like, it's like disturbing. The book is disturbing and frightening. And she's like, I don't know what this says about me because he dedicated
Mm.
it to me. So what does that mean?
Mm.
Um, and the end, I love the end. Oh
Yeah.
my
Oh,
God.
man.
The end is not like, don't expect like something grand. It's like, it just lingers with you.
Okay.
Okay. You have to watch this. Of all the movies I suggested, you have to see this one because I
Wow.
really want to see what
Wait,
you think.
the way you sold that makes me super excited. You said the words that I need to hear.
Yeah.
Character study. I love character study films.
Yeah.
Amy Adams, phenomenal.
I
But like
think
Jake
she should have
Gyllenhaal,
won an Oscar for this is the same year as
yeah,
Arrival, and they decided to push Arrival. But
yeah.
I think of between Arrival and Nocturnal Animals, she was better in Nocturnal Animals.
I think Arrival is just the more popular film,
Yeah.
probably because I've heard of Arrival, even though I haven't seen it yet. But
And this movie is directed by
this one,
Tom Ford,
yeah, who's that?
who
Let's
is
Google it.
a designer, actually.
Oh
Fashion
wait, they
designer.
got Tom Ford. Tom Ford
Yes.
directed this.
Yes.
What?
Yes. So it's so interesting because you can see the art influences. It's a very artistic movie. The
Mhm.
fashion choices, the way things are, the shots are set up. Like it's really, really interesting. I like it a lot.
He's directed multiple movies. What the?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh man, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, he's a hob. Very, very cool. Got to get 6 months of info. Dan, Zach, you up about a one tomorrow? You're gonna be talking reviews at work. Facts. Like, hey guys, did you know Imran? Let's talk about his favorite movies. Just going crazy. Okay, so we did Nocturnal Animals. What is this next movie? Another movie I don't know about. I think I might know what
Oh,
this
so
is.
this is Your Name. It's an anime movie.
Oh,
Let me
okay. I know what
see.
you're talking about. I haven't watched it yet though.
Uh,
Yes. Funny story about this. My friend let me the Blu-ray for this movie, and I had it for a year and never watched it.
oh no, it's a really, really good movie. It's a
Yeah.
very famous like person who made it. Shinkai, yeah.
Mako Shinkai. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was my first like anime movie that I saw, and I loved it. I think the animation is beautiful. It's exquisite. The storyline is really moving and interesting. And
What a
again, there
word.
is like,
Exquisite.
yeah, like you are right about the like what makes a movie something that I'll like. This movie has that kind of stuff. It has like this like twist, and it has like cool themes, like great characters. So another one that I really like.
Hey, we got another
Thanks,
sub.
Preston.
So I think, well, even though I haven't watched it, but based on what I hear from my anime friends who went to the theaters to watch these movies, Weathering with You, who
Mhm.
made this, the people who made this movie made that, um, something that you might enjoy, and Suzume, which came out this year, and I heard
Mhm.
is one of the best animated movies this year.
Oh,
Also, I
nice.
think by the same people.
Yeah.
You might enjoy as well. I heard all three of these movies are fantastic.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
I'm glad that you got opened up to some anime films.
Yes. I want to watch
Another
more.
low key movie that I've never seen, Miss Sloan. What is this now?
Okay, so see, my taste has like changed or not.
Yeah, I
It's
can
like
see that.
developed. This
Yeah.
one is a Jessica Chastain movie, and it's a biopic. Um,
Mm.
I don't know if a real person. I think it's a fictional story, but it's a drama, political thriller drama. And it's about a lobbyist, a gun lobbyist, and like basically what she has to do on a daily basis, and like she's trying to lobby against like gun violence and all this stuff. Like, yeah, it's just again another like look at a character and like studying
Mhm.
this character and exploring like what makes her her. And of course, Jessica Chastain is a really great actress. So this is one
Yeah.
of my favorite movies of hers.
It also has Gugu Madara, who I always say her name wrong. She's also
Yes.
really good, and she's in
Hmm.
Loki.
Hmm.
Mark Strong, who's such an eclectic actor.
Yeah.
Alison Pill, who I just found about this year, I think, because of Star Trek, and John Lithgow, who I used to see it in like sitcoms.
Yeah.
So that's very interesting. Wow, yeah, I'm gonna have to add this to my list of movies. I think I actually have heard about this movie. I just never checked it out. So
Yeah.
yeah,
So
this
she
movie
is a
is something
oh
I
yeah,
want.
yeah, yeah. So she's a lobbyist that is presented with lobbying about gun reform. So
Gun
then like
reform.
she's like,
Okay,
should I take it? So it's like about that.
got
Really
you.
good.
I looked it up. It looks like it's not based off one true real story. It's based on multiple people, and they kind of put all their stories in
Oh,
one
okay.
character.
Yeah.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
I know about this next one, but I haven't seen it yet.
I, Tanya.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. I, Tanya. Margot Robbie's best movie until Barbie. Barbie's now her
oh,
best movie, but before
gotcha,
Barbie, it was I, Tanya, in my opinion.
gotcha.
I think she deserved the nomination that she got for this. Again, it's another biopic, uh, character study. Tanya Harding, what made her who she is, her journey into becoming an Olympic ice skater, um, the infamous event with Nancy Kerrigan, um, the aftermath, the fallout, and it's also really interesting because it's a first person story. Like she's narrating it. And so that also is really interesting
Ooh,
because it's kind of like an unreliable narrator.
narrator.
Like, it's like
Mm,
her perspective. So not everything you're seeing is factually accurate, which I think is a great way to present a biopic because you're
yeah,
never going to know like the truth.
a full story.
It's like you're always going to know like what someone tells you. So if you have the main character telling us, then it's kind of sets a stage of like this is just her perspective.
Wow, he said I remember that whole real life event as a kid. Wow.
Yeah, it was huge.
I watched I, Tanya last week. It was great.
Yeah.
Nice. Cosigns. Okay, I gotta watch it. It's been on my list for like years, and I haven't checked it out.
Yeah, I think this is until Barbie, this was my favorite Margot Robbie movie and
Well,
performance of hers.
got you. Before
I
I forget,
do, even
huh?
though she's miscast, this should have been Amy Adams in the role because I think Amy Adams looks
Mhm.
better, looks more like Tanya Harding, and I think would have fit that better. I don't
Yeah.
think Margot Robbie really is like Tanya Harding. She does a
Mhm.
great job acting like her, but she should have got someone else. But still, regardless,
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah. I think because she produced this film, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I think I heard the problem was she just couldn't find anybody that was at a certain
Oh,
level that wanted to do it. So she's like, I'm just gonna do it.
yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Because she didn't want to be Barbie. It was Greta Gerwig was like, no, I wrote this for you.
Yeah.
She wanted Gal Gadot, which would have been a disaster.
Mm-mm. Disaster averted. Thank goodness.
The conversation that we would be having right now about Barbenheimer, holy crap. That would have hurt Oppenheimer.
Yeah. Yeah. Movies would be we'd be like, oh, our movie is over?
Yeah, like damn. A movie I want to suggest to you before we move on to the next one, just one quick before I forget, is on Netflix, came out a couple weeks ago. They cloned Tyrone.
Oh, I know. I need to see that. I need to see that.
Yes, all the elements that we found that you love in movies
Amazing. Perfect.
that wouldn't hurt Oppenheimer. Barbie has helped Oppenheimer a lot. The movie was tracking way lower than it went, and the event is why Oppenheimer is making
I
almost
think he
$700
means
million.
Gal Gadot. Or they mean.
I mean, I think if Gal Gadot was in Barbie, I think the trailers wouldn't have come off as good as it did. So the interest wouldn't have been as high, and I think the word of mouth would have just tanked it
Yeah.
once people saw how bad she would have been as Barbie. I hate to say that because I like her, but she can't. She's not capable of doing that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay, let me stop hating on Gal Gadot and let's move on to a movie that I love, and I bought a special edition steelbook for that has the black and white version on it.
Ooh. So we have Infinity War and then
Oh,
also Endgame.
okay, I lied. I thought you were gonna. It said Parasite.
Oh, no. Okay. Maybe I added those and I forgot. But yeah,
Yeah,
of course, Infinity War and Endgame,
yeah,
it's,
all
obvious.
timers.
Yeah. We've talked about this at length already.
Yeah, on and off camera.
So yeah, I mean,
What
10
else can you
years of
say?
stories
Yeah,
culminating. Yeah.
all the
But
characters got due somehow.
mhm.
Maybe
Yeah.
some smaller than others.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
still found a way to do twists.
Yeah.
I think the Nebula twist is the greatest twist in MCU history.
Yeah.
That might be a hot take. I don't know, but I can't think of any twists because, it's not in the comics. It's not. This is a wholly original idea that the Russo brothers and Stevie McFeely and all of them came up themselves and pulled it off, and it was so believable. And Karen Gillian sold it so well.
I agree.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
it was something the movie needed, so it didn't just feel cookie cutter.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's nothing more you can say about it. It's two
Yeah.
of the greatest comic book movie, but just even past that, sci-fi movies of all
Mhm.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Agree.
peak comic book cinema. Nebula arc is amazing. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna miss
Yeah.
her. She's one of the best characters in the MCU that didn't get her own thing.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But now we can talk Parasite.
Yes.
Parasite. Talk about subverting expectations. I had
Oh
no
my god.
idea what this movie was gonna be. And up until halfway, I was like, oh, this is a different type of movie. And then, wow.
Yeah. And it happens twice
Yes.
in the movie. In the same movie. I was just like, how did they do that? The one of the most horrifying scenes I've ever seen, but it's not even a horror movie, is the peek over the thing. When the guy peeks his head over and you just
Oh,
see the eyes.
yes. Yes.
Scared the shit out of
Yes. Yes. That movie is
me. It's
I was so happy when it won all those awards.
it deserved it.
Yeah.
The acting was good, and it low key has a stat cast. I think
Hmm.
people just don't know them because they're not in a lot of American films. But it has a stat cast. It has one of the best directors of all time, Bong Joon-ho, who also doesn't get a lot of credit because he doesn't do a lot of American movies. He did Snowpiercer, which was great,
Yeah.
but most of his stuff is foreign. But Parasite was just once again
Yeah.
strong themes
Hmm.
that are in your face, but not in your face at the same time. I don't even know how to explain that.
Yeah.
Um, I think I think the difference is like it's not force fed. Maybe I
Yeah.
don't know if you agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, and just the culture stuff. I enjoy
Hmm.
seeing other cultures on film
Hmm.
and kind of learning it in an authentic way in movies and not like a stereotypical way where it's like very Americanized.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that is in this film, like the dynamics between the families and stuff like that. And I think it helps when you see that because like it helps you relate because like, oh, that happens in America too, or that happens in other countries. Maybe that the exact same way, but those dynamics are everywhere.
Yeah.
So you can just
Agreed. Yeah. Very relatable.
very relatable. Great movie.
Yeah. Yeah. I love that
Okay.
movie.
Yeah, man. And what's up next?
Then we have my favorite Batman movie, The Batman.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Mine
this is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of Batman stuff I like.
yeah.
This movie, is like so well written, so well directed and acted, and the score is amazing. It's just like I have no complaints, you know? A really like cozy movie that I can watch. Um, Lights off, blanket, and just
Oh yeah.
cuddle up, watch the Batman. Like this is what I'm talking about.
Good in the dark movie.
Yeah.
And I feel like it elevated the comic book genre in a way, but just didn't hit culturally like
Yeah,
I
for
thought
some
it would.
reason. Yeah.
Um, I think the Robert Pattinson casting hurt that a little bit. Just people just can't get over the fact that he was in Twilight.
Yeah, maybe.
And also the guy who played Riddler's not like a big actor,
Mhm.
so I think that might have hurt because like Batman movies usually have big actors as villains. If you look at it historically,
Yeah.
and it's like the first time we kind of had like a. I don't want to say he's not like if you're into film, you know who that is, but if you're not, you don't know who that is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I just feel like this was made by someone who really likes the I'm reading the comments. Um, he really likes the character, and he
Yes.
brought out the best parts of the character to him, which coincidentally are the best parts of the character to me. So
Yeah.
I really enjoyed how he brought Batman type, and I really love Catwoman. I think she's a great assistant character in this, and I think Zoe Kravitz. I knew that she was going to work in this movie based on her previous work because I know she is not like a super successful actress. Like her projects are like usually like mid, but after
Yeah.
seeing her in Fantastic Beasts, her character was so
Mm,
interesting, Letta Lestrange, and they didn't do much with her. And
mm,
I'm really into Harry Potter, or I used to be. And at the time I didn't really like nowadays I don't know much, but Letta Lestrange has like connections to like very like
that
popular.
made me laugh. Let's go Fontano. It's hilarious.
I didn't know him before the movie. But like in that movie, she has such the little screen time is so interesting based on the role. And I was like, if they are gonna do Catwoman the way I think they are gonna do her, like be her like make her a femme fatale character in a noir story, Zoe Kravitz is perfect casting. So I was excited for her, and I'm so glad that she delivered because that's exactly the direction they chose. Michelle
Yeah.
Pfeiffer was, so iconic, and I think still probably I would say she's still the best Catwoman,
Mm.
but Zoe
Right back
Kravitz
then,
is a
yeah.
close second for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's two different versions of Catwoman too. Catwoman's
Exactly.
evolved so much since Michelle
And
portrayed
that
her.
one isn't like a comic book version, that's like her own
Michelle,
interpretation. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. She took
So
she
that's more
eventually
campy and
they
fun.
hello.
Okay, okay, there you go. I can hear you now.
Oh no, my headphones died. All right. Hold on. That's my headphones. Like you've been going too long, sir. So we got I, Tanya, Parasite, Miss Sloan, Your Name, Nocturnal Animal, Into the Spider Verse. We got the Endgame, Infinity War, the Batman. So we got 3 more films that I see.
Yes.
So let's
Yes.
talk about them.
So we have Creed 2.
Wow, I'm very surprised that's the one you picked.
Yeah. I think that movie changed the game and made me like a big fan of sports movies.
Yeah.
Because previously I liked them like normally, but I wasn't like crazy about them. I wouldn't like go out of my way to watch them. This though, I, I don't know if it was Ryan Coogler or just the way that I'm blanking on his name. Mike
Ooh, Michael B. Jordan?
Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan.
Okay.
He just like was identified with a character more in this movie, but I don't know. It's just that movie is amazing, and it's why I haven't seen Creed 3 yet because I'm like, how is it ever gonna top Creed 2? You know?
Mm, that's an interesting take. I like Creed 3 a lot. But I can see that. Like when you see a movie, you're like, I don't even. It's just gonna be downhill from here. Like
Yeah,
I can see why you having that mentality. I do
yeah,
definitely think you should check out Michael B. Jordan's um, vision because he directed it.
yeah, yeah, for
Um,
sure.
but no, I get that. What about it happens in this film that you have it over Creed 1?
I think like Creed 1 is definitely solid movie and it's like right up there too, but I think Creed 2, you know what really like made me be like this is an amazing movie is the training montage. Like, when we
Mm,
get to the training montage, I was like, "You know what? This is really good."
this
And
is really
from
good.
there
Yeah.
onward, like, it just that's, like, halfway, right? It goes upward for me, like, in
Mm,
terms of enjoyment. I'm, like, more invested, I'm more like, I'm rooting for the character more, and I think the final, fight is so well choreographed that I was still like, he could still lose. You know? And I
yeah.
like that they draw like, have callbacks from the previous movies in the franchise. I like I like that what's going on in his personal life with his kid. So, yeah, I don't know, I just think that it's like a case of, like, the actors and directors are more comfortable and confident with the material the second time.
Mm, interesting. It's such a weird franchise because all 3 movies are directed by different people,
Yeah.
but there's like a core through line through all 3 of them that keeps it cohesive enough that you're
Yeah.
like, "This is the same franchise." Even I know you didn't see, the 3rd one yet, but that's an
Yeah.
interesting take. I think a lot of people feel like Creed 1 is better than Creed 2, but I can see why you like Creed 2 better.
Yeah. I just yeah.
And the fact that it opened you up to sports movies is great because there's a lot of great sports movies that are just dramas with sports in it that are awesome. So
Yeah.
I hope you get to check out some more. Did you get to see Air from this year?
I did.
So good.
Amazing, amazing. It's in my
So
top 10.
so good. That's an Oscar worthy film soon. I can see nominations coming from.
I hope so.
And then are we moving on to an Oscar movie? I think two
Yeah,
Oscar nominated films.
yeah, so speaking, like, of sports movies, next one is King Richard,
Yeah.
which I used to play tennis,
Oh,
and this movie was, like, really I mean, even though it wasn't about, like, tennis as much, like, tennis was not like, it was part of it, but the focus was the character.
the family. Yeah.
Um I don't know. I thought it was. I was. You expect these movies to be pretty like standard. Like, how can you reinvent the wheel? How can you make it more interesting? How can you like set it apart from other movies? But somehow this movie does. Like, we are able to go on such a big journey before the Williams sisters even grow up. Like, the movie
Yeah.
ends at their first like major tournament. Like, we don't even see the rest of their journey, and we still go through so much and have so much growth and development. So yeah, yeah, and
Yeah.
I think Will Smith, like this, I think this really showcased again why he's
It's one of the
one of the
best
greatest actors, and
of
why
all
he's a
time.
movie star. He is a movie star. I
And
mean,
the
he
fact that he's
was.
because a lot of movie stars they're not versatile in what they do. They kind of do one thing and that's why they're a movie star and they can keep doing it. But he's like Pursuit of Happiness to Hitch to this to whatever else you want to.
Yeah.
He can do so much, and he killed it in King Richard.
Yeah, it was a
Um,
reminder that he
he
can
can
act
act.
very well.
Yeah, because he kind of had some weird action stinkers before
Mhm.
this. So I think this really helped that image come back before like this guy brought up the Chris Rock slap. He did get the award still though, because the Academy still awarded him the award, let him talk after the slap. So he still is an Oscar winner. They didn't take it away. They're not gonna strip it away. He's just banned for a while.
Yeah.
And a movie that was nominated, that's the main event of tonight and the final film that we're gonna talk about is
Is Nightmare Alley.
yeah. This is a movie I haven't gotten to watch, but I'm interested in.
This sums up, like, my types of movie I like. You know, I
It's
guess it's a
perfect. It's
fitting
the last
end,
one.
even though this isn't, like, my favorite movie ever, but this is a fitting end because, again, it's like it has those noir themes
Mhm.
and, there's, like, twists and turns, and the ending is so good that it, like, makes the whole movie worth it.
Have you thought about going back to the original one?
No, not because I got everything I wanted from this. Guillermo
Gotcha.
del Toro, like, he is such a great director, but I feel like this movie showcases that without having any extra stuff. Usually there's, like, a lot of, like, fantastical elements, you know, he has, like, otherworldly stuff, but this is, like, just purely real people. There's no extra sci-fi, fantasy, magic,
And he
anything.
advertised it like it was.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
trailers make it feel like this like a monster lurking or like some
yeah, yeah,
fantastical thing about it. It's so weird.
yeah, but it's, like, about human nature.
Mhm.
Again, it's and then Bradley Cooper is such a
Phenomenal.
great, like, leading protagonist, and it is like an exploration of his character because the movie takes place over many years, and we're just following this character as he goes on his journey, and it just comes full circle at the end, and, you know, we explore, like, who he is and who people are. And,
Mhm.
you know, we have the classic noir elements because he is like the noir main character, and then we have like the femme fatale characters. We have like the seedy underground settings, and yeah, I think it's a really, really, really good movie that more people should have been able to watch.
And it sounds like like you said, encompasses all the things that we've talked about here. Has the twist, has the detective noir thing. You like a good mystery. You like a character study, and it's coming through his eyes. So you kind of get in that character study by seeing him through
Mhm,
the
mhm.
years. And the cinematography and filmmaking, you do love that. And I've heard you talk about multiple times about endings.
Yeah.
And you a strong ending is important to you, and it's important to me too. I think the way a movie ends, you can have so much greatness, and the way the movie ends can be like, yeah, that was great, but the ending was soft, or that was great, or there was no ending. Like it's just like,
Mhm.
oh, the resolution, and kind of just like fades off.
Yeah.
So that's really interesting. Well, okay, so since it has all these elements to it that pique your interest, why is it not one of your favorite movies? What holds it back?
I think because it is, like, Well, I haven't rewatched it since I first watched it, so that's like a first indication. For me, like the fact that I rewatch a movie a lot, not always, but sometimes is like I use that as a metric to determine if it's like one of my favorites.
Makes
But
sense.
again, this is also like a very atmospheric movie. And it's like, have to be in a certain mood, and it's very moody. So, yeah, yeah, I agree, Tank, completely. So that's why it's like not. It is like a special movie that I really enjoy watching. It's just not like I wouldn't put it in like my like top few movies, but it's
It's
up there for sure.
it's a mood movie. You gotta like
Yeah,
be in the mood to watch it because you can't just be like, "Oh, I'm happy go lucky. Let me go watch Nightmare Alley."
yeah, because it does make you think a little bit and
Mm,
contemplate. Um, yeah, yeah, it's dark.
Gotcha.
Love a good dark movie in terms of
So
the
quickly
tones.
before we wrap this up, it's great that you got to the final movie. The fact that it encompasses everything was perfect. That you put it at the end, did a great job. There's certain comments I starred. I just want to walk through them real
Sure,
quick.
yeah.
Matt Film Show said, "You think there's a possibility that Andrew's Spider-Man comes back and maybe Sony wants a third and final film for Spidey?" For me personally, I think he's definitely coming back for like a Secret Wars film or maybe another No Way Home kind of film. But I don't think we're gonna get another Spidey film. People got to realize they don't make movies for us; they make movies to make money, and I don't think that movie's gonna make that much money.
Yeah.
They also said The Flash was the greatest movie ever. I don't trust anymore. And then follow that, I lost a little trust in Gunn after he said that. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
If he hyping up the movie like that, and then it's like, oof. I have seen a lot of positive reviews for Blue Beetle. If that helps, it does help.
I'm excited for it.
Gal Gadot and Suicide Squad returning. I don't know how to feel anymore.
Me
Yeah,
too. Me
yeah.
too.
Suicide Squad's not my favorite part of the DCU to transfer over. Switzerland was in Interstellar. That was
Oh,
Switzerland.
okay. Interesting.
James Gunn DC is so confusing. I don't think it's a great idea for Gal to return as Wonder Woman and have a different Batman and Superman. I don't know how that works if you're going to reboot and then recast everyone. Because that's not what he's doing. He's picking and choosing who he wants, and which is his friends, and rebooting everyone that he's not friends with.
Yep.
Don't pick favorites. I feel like it's picking
Exactly.
favorites.
Exactly.
Follow up what I said. What do you think is better, Spider-Man No Way Home or Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse? Across the
Yeah.
Spider-Verse, it's not even close.
No Way Home, I think the more time passes, the more I'm like, the story is not like, it's weird. I don't think it's one of the best Spider-Man movies because I think the story's a little weak in terms of like the multiverse stuff, like how it all comes together. It's like, what? That kind of doesn't make sense. But in
I think
terms of
that's because it's
Peter's
like a movie
journey,
of two
I
halves.
like that. Yeah.
The first movie feels like a typical MCU film, and
hmm
then the second half feels like a Sony Spider. When Sony Spider-Man is cooking, that's what it feels like.
hmm
And then it like leads into another MCU ending. Like that's the problem. It
hmm
didn't feel like a Sony Spider-Man ending.
Yeah.
It felt like an MCU ending. So it was like, oh, and then it was, oh, okay. Kevin Feige's back.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
that plot is not good. I tell people all the time to get mad at me, but like there's a huge plot hole in the movie. Like Electro did not know Peter Parker was Spider-Man, so why is he there?
Yeah. I thought about that so much.
And then Lizard and Sandman did absolutely shit. And if you had ideal casting, who would you like to play the DC characters? Oh man. I'm not gonna cast everyone, but for Superman, I would love Penn Bagley. I've been saying this for a while. A lot of people are like, what? But I've seen him in the show You, and I know he's playing a serial killer. But if you strip the serial killer and weird sexual stuff away, and you take how the character is without that, it's very Clark Kent. Willing to help people, has a certain moral thing. Just the way he could switch up going from silly, I'm harmless to very serious. That's something that an actor needs to do to be Superman. Because they got to switch
Mhm,
from Clark Kent to Superman all the time. So I think he would
mhm.
be doing a great job. But he might be Mr. Fantastic. So we'll see.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be better in the future, Marvel or DC? both of them are up in the air right now.
I think in the immediate future, Marvel, because I think Deadpool is gonna be good, Deadpool 3.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, I think Marvel has better chances because I think Kevin Feige is gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna take all this feedback, and I think they have a better shot at fixing it. DC, like before they've even started, are already 6 feet
It's already
under.
drama and problems. We didn't even get to see the first trailer yet.
So that's what I think.
I already have problems with the Superman movie's plot. Like, I don't like the fact that it's an ensemble cast, and I'm just like, I know that's
Mm.
your specialty, but why are there all these other heroes we've never seen before in this movie? This is Batman versus Superman all over again.
Yeah, and people had a problem with that.
Yeah, and it's just like, why is he? If the plot that leaked is true, the whole like him dealing with a problem in the Middle East, I'm like, can he just stay in Metropolis? This is a
Yeah,
new.
I thought that's so like opposite of what I was expecting from this.
It's very Black Adam.
Yes, again, too. Like what?
It's very Suicide Squad. Weren't they over there for the Suicide Squad? What's his obsession?
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you think is better, Batman vs Superman or the? Oh, don't do that to me. um, just Batman versus Superman. I think it's just a more sophisticated script. I know it's hard because you
I don't know.
just praise the Batman.
It's also hard because I just saw Batman v Superman recently.
Yeah.
I think, okay, as a Batman movie, the Batman. But
Oh, of
personally,
course.
like right now, I think Batman v Superman.
Yeah, the
I like that
Ultimate
more.
Edition is really up there. I think just that Batman Hall Warehouse fight is just so. Hopefully, Matt Reeves can match that. I need to get rest. It was a pleasure. It was a catch you. Oh, thank you, man. I'm glad you were on. You made it fun. Your commentary was great. I hope to have you on in the coming months on this as well. I want to definitely do one with you. I can see why you like the Snyderverse, but I think they rushed with the characters. He should have did it what the MCU planned it out more and had origin stories about each character first. I agree. I agree, but I think the fact that to me it executed so well, even though they rushed it, was surprising to me.
Yeah. I mean, all the criticism that people have of Snyderverse, totally valid. I'd see it. I just approached it as like an Elseworld thing, and I was like, this is a different take on these characters because I know the characters very well. I grew up on them, so for me, it was something new. So I
Yeah.
understand for the mainstream audiences, that's like they're like, oh, we're gonna see a Superman movie, a Batman movie. That's not what it was. So yeah,
Like the
I totally get it.
traditional stuff that you would get from Batman and Superman.
Yeah.
And like some people I talk to, I have conversations with, is just like, have you ever read Superman Birthright? No. Well, that was a major comment recently, and it's very similar to what Zack Snyder was pulling from. So it's not like he just made this version up. He got it from the comics. It's just that you don't read.
Yeah.
Not you specifically, but the person I was arguing with.
Mm-hmm.
Snyder Justice League is a bit too long, but I like it and I want a sequel. Yeah, that ain't happening.
I'm honestly glad. Like, I like the Snyder cut the way it is, and I think he got to do everything he wanted, so I'm happy. I was happy ending it there and just starting fresh.
Yeah, that might be one of the greatest third acts I've ever seen in my life. Batman Superman is one of my favorite films and superhero films. Batfleck and Henry are my second favorite performance behind Bale and Reeves. Solid.
Yeah.
I think I'm not watching John Wick 4. Damn. Have you watched the Wick movies at all?
I have. I like them. But I haven't seen the most recent one yet, though.
Oh, okay. I'm very interested in your take on that. Vulture had a good twist too. That was that made the movie for me.
Yeah.
I have a new second place director. Is Robert the guy who made Castaway? Robert? Do we talk about a director named Robert?
Don't know.
Castaway is the Tom Hanks film.
Yeah.
Oh, Robert Zemeckis. I know him. Yeah.
Every time I hear him, I think of his most recent movie, The Witches, which I was really looking for.
HBO Max.
Yeah, because I like spooky season, so I was like, oh, this is gonna be like the spooky season movie this year, and it didn't really deliver.
Yeah, I heard it wasn't all that. I might be crazy, but I like the Dark Knight trilogy more than Batman vs Superman and the Batman animated movie. Oof.
That's fair. That's fair.
It's fair. Let me not judge people. It's a positive safe space. Yeah.
I think the trilogy is good.
Yeah. Whoa, hot takes over here. The Batman's the best. It's very great, but one of the best. I don't know about the best. Hey, that's just how we feel, man.
Yeah, I like Batman to be a little less. I think Dark Knight is just it is the GOAT for sure. But again, like I said, it's like I could see him being real, and I don't necessarily need that from Batman.
Yeah. The writers director knew Batman part of the Bruce so well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Paul Dano was a side character in The Girl Next Door, another great movie. I love that movie. And yes, he was in it. I didn't even recognize him until later.
Paul Dano is actually really good in The Fablemans. If you haven't
I
seen
haven't
it.
seen that yet. No.
I was a hater. I was a Fablemans hater, big time. And then I watched it and I was like, you know what? This kind of is good.
It's actually great. Yeah. It just didn't seem like the type of film I wanted to pay to see or rent. So
yeah.
but I'm gonna watch it eventually because I hear that it's like great. And it
I
sounds
wish I
like
had a
maybe it's a
chance
movie.
to review the Oscar movies this year because it was really pleased. Like I'm glad I watched them all this year. There's some really good ones.
Yeah.
Or I guess last year.
That last year ones. Okay, so wrap it up with these ones. Didn't get to see this movie, but the trailer looked very different and unique, but it's on Disney Plus, so maybe it's worth watching. Based the way Imran said about Nightmare Alley, yes, it is.
It's on Disney Plus?
Yes.
It does not belong there.
No, it does not. I remember when that happened. They took it off of HBO Max and put it on Disney Plus, and I was like,
that
what?
is such a HBO Max type of movie. No, it does not belong on Disney Plus.
That's
But
a
if it's
Warner Brothers
there,
movie through and
watch
through.
it. Yeah.
I totally understand, Imran. I feel the same about it. Great movie, but just not on the top of my list, but a must watch.
Yeah, well said.
Do you guys think for this year we've had a better movie or TV show? I
I'd say
can't answer
movie.
that because I haven't got to watch my shows. So it's been a good run since April. It's been banger after banger when it comes to movies.
Yeah.
Well, boys, this fun while I was here. Yeah, man. Thank you
Thanks
for being here, Preston.
Preston. Appreciated all the comments.
Gun is doing teacher's pet. James Gunn is a good friend. I don't care. Blue Beetle Battalion. Gonna be seeing it Thursday. I'm excited. Yes, Tank. What if those ensemble heroes die in the beginning? I would be so mad.
All over again.
I would be so mad if we get Hawk Girl and Metamorpho and Mr. Terrific and he just kills all of them. BVS sucked all forms ass. The Batman wins every day. Tank. Did you see the trailer for the Continental? No. No, I meant Mission Impossible beat John Wick 4. It already has. John Wick 4 got into like I think the 400, maybe 500 million range, and Mission Impossible already in the 500. Yeah, the OG Witches is a classic. The remake is packed.
Yeah,
I'm there with you. I was ready to poo on the Fablemans, but then I watched it and loved it.
Yeah. I can't believe it.
Mr. Terrific will be like, here we go again. Because that's the actor that played the guy that's supposed to adapt to anything. And
and
then they did a stupid crap to kill him.
That would actually be so messed up.
If he dies in this, that would be so messed up.
But the internet would be fire. The memes would be amazing.
But yeah, I've had this guy on here for too long. I'm sure he has stuff to do. It's 1:23 for me. It's 12:23 for him. This was really, really fun. I'm glad I got you on here. I was really excited about this all month. I was so excited and did not disappoint. Imran, you did a fantastic job as always, describing the movies. We got to get to know you more. If you're going to suggest movies for Imran to watch, make sure it has a great mystery, maybe a great twist, but not a great character study. And Imran is just interested in people. And I can see that in him. in his real life. He's just interested in people. He likes interesting people, and he likes people that surprises him. So
Yes.
if you're gonna be a love interest to him, don't be boring. Keep him for a loop. Maybe don't text him for 3 days and then text him and get him along a little bit.
No.
It's gonna drive him crazy. But once you do give him that love, he's like, I need to cherish this. Yeah, but Imran, this was fantastic. I want everybody to hit that sub button. His obviously his name for his channel is right there. It's in the title. It's also in the link of the description of this video. And I also shared it on my community page. Go check him out. I know he's gonna get in. He has great ideas coming up soon. He's gonna get back into YouTube and check out his old videos as well if you already haven't. They're really good quality.
Thank you. Thank you.
Imran.
And don't forget to subscribe to
5
Zach
hours.
Attacks.
Yeah. Make sure you like and subscribe.
Like this video.
Yes. And do you have anything you want to say about what's coming up? What are you going to do about your channel or anything before we log off?
I don't want to make any promises or anything, so I'll say, because usually I say like stuff is coming and then I feel bad at don't deliver. So hopefully stuff is coming. I'm trying to get back into it. I have like a bunch of like trailers that I never saw, so I might like catch up on those. Like I didn't see the Loki one or stuff, so I might like, you know, get my foot in the door and do those, but hopefully soon.
Yeah. Hopefully we get you back in the game, man.
Yeah.
This is great. And look at that. Sub from both channels.
Oh,
That's a great way to end the night, man. That's a great way to end the night. Also, yeah, fill the time and go full 5 hours. Nah, we can't do 5 more minutes. I'm tired. We're out of here, guys. Love you all. You guys all sub to each other. Chillmonger, Obi Thorn Alliance, Preston, Spoiler Kings. Who else was in here? So many people were here. Dave Show, Screens End Reviews, Matt Film Show. Have You Seen with T? He was in here for a long time, really going with us. I really appreciate you. Kal-El Daly's doing great stuff. YK Reviews, Movie Ninja is a great guy, but he's not doing anything right now, I don't think. In the Front Row, who's new. Movie and Train Studios, who's subbed to Imran, so check him out too. And yeah, I think that's everybody. I appreciate all the people. House of Nerd Show, also check him out as well. See for yourself, who's in here earlier. Check all those guys out. They're all great. This is a great community that we have. And I appreciate all you guys. Chillmonger, I want to talk to you. Need to get you on here. I know that's going to be an insane movies that made us, because your opinions can be controversial sometimes. So I'm excited to get that on there. So but yeah, this was really fun. Love all you guys. I hope you always have a good night or good morning, depending on what time of the day is for you. And peace out.